It is day one of PGL Astana coming to you live from Kazakhstan, and what an incredible city this is. What an incredible bunch of Counter-Strike fans, sometimes over-passionate, if you like, but it's been an incredible few days, and we haven't even started the tournament yet. That's what we're about to get down to do. My name is Sam. Hello. I'm joined on the desk by Prof and Blair. You look very cozy there on that couch, boy. You want a little cuddle?
I don't mind.
I like how Blair was like ready to go, and Prof was like, "Why have you done this to me on the first day, Sam?"
It's very cozy. It's very intimate here. I like the energy that's in the studio, and I think it's gonna be a great week.
It's high tempo, you know, and Prof smells great as well, by the way. So I'm very happy to.
Thank you.
Okay, then this is now it's got uncomfortable for me. But
Yeah,
you
there
guys
we go.
continue. I mean, it's been a little bit uncomfortable for players at times. We've obviously seen the stuff on social media. I did hear this morning. I can confirm. There's even the army now at the player hotel. 200 meters is the line. Kids aren't able to get closer. There is a young kid who has even set up a small business outside the player hotel here in Astana. He sells paper and pens for people who want to get autographs. I saw that video this morning as well. It's insane to me how Astana fans are behaving like real rock stars. No, but it's even the organizing. It's just incredible to see the passion for having these Counter-Strike players here in their country.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool considering like we didn't have any tournaments in Astana until last year, pretty much. Like it was Kazakhstan was kind of off the map, not in terms of playing Counter-Strike, but in terms of having tournaments here. It has never been really a big spot, and now in like 2 years, PGL has created like a real nice, cool city to come and to enjoy Counter-Strike.
I think it's also like, you know, symptomatic in a nice way of how Counter-Strike has really, even though CSGO is dead, it has truly become globally offensive in a way, right? It's really cool because, you know, a few years ago...
You're bringing the offensive part.
We're bringing the offensive part, absolutely. But like, if you go back a few years, you know, most events, NA, maybe one event in South America is very EU-focused, but now you look at Asia, which is now a mainstay for a lot of, you know, TOs to go towards there. Again, for the fact that PGL going to places like Cluj, for example, like Astana, I think it bodes good things for our game down the line.
Even if you're wearing a PGL hoodie in the malls here.
You're getting cheered.
You get cheered. So I love that we've brought that here. And also there's some hometown heroes that I think are going to be cheered quite a bit. Obviously, we focused a lot on MongolZ last year because he made his debut here. And what a debut it was. But there is another name there that we need to pay attention to as well.
I mean, two great guys, Dastan. I love this. What a great character for Counter-Strike. I mean, we don't get that much out of him, especially back in the Virtus Pro days. Like Virtus Pro is always very cagey with interviews. Didn't really want to put out anything out there. But now he's liberated from that, and we saw it last time around how much he had to share. I had the same fight as him. We shared a few. You know, a little conversation, and yeah, it's so much to learn from this guy.
Obviously, the last time we got to speak to him, Prof, you were there on the desk, and he had a lot to say about coming to Astana, so let's remind you.
You're not taking any like pressure on you to have to win this tournament or anything like that?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't care.
Just underdog.
Yes, because we have after this tournament 3 weeks breaks, it will be Astana. It's my country, and for there we will be more prepared.
How's the meal plan going? You said you're trying to get in shape for Astana.
We will have break, then we go to boot camp. Nothing else. I don't know. Always boot camp. That's all. I'm happy that it will be tournament in Astana. It really motivates me.
I like how he just got frame-hogged by him right there. It's completely ignored whatever he's saying. He's like, I'm going to say what I want to say. Screw your question. I love that stuff.
I did ask him about the meal plan because in some vlog he was saying, he was like, the kids were ordering some McDonald's or something. He was like, no, I need to get in shape for Astana, like physically in shape for Astana. I asked him that. He didn't get that part. He was just answering about the tournament, which is the focus. But I think he's looking pretty good. He's looking sharp. That's also a bonus.
I mean, HLTV was posting videos of him yesterday as well on the microphone, asking players, well, the kids outside the hotel.
The megaphone.
The megaphone. Be respectful. But I do wonder, do you think that for him, we know he's quite tough on his team.
Yeah.
Do you think he's been tougher on them because he wants to be in that arena come playoffs for this?
100%, like 100%. Because you got to see, like even apart from the interview as well, like, you know, even in a couple of posts he made, tweets online and all of that, he was very, very critical of how they played in Bucharest. They were the favorites. They were easy to favorites. It's the best opportunity for them to get a second win this season, right? Considering how good of a season it's been for them. So for him, unlike another team who's taken a bit of a big break after Bucharest, it's the Mongols. This is a team that I know have been boot camping, have been being whipped into shape. And also after some of the things he said about his players, I'm sure they have put in the hours.
Yeah, I mean, there's some pressure on them for sure. And as much as Dastan is always trying to like lower the expectations, Jame as well, you know, it's a young team, all of these guys. It really does feel like they almost skipped a step from last year where they're like, oh, maybe they make the major, and now, like a month later, they win a tier 1 tournament, and now they're all of these expectations on them, and he's really trying to lower them all the time. But at this tournament, being his hometown, home country, and then also the competition, like, well, it's good, but they should make the playoffs. And I think if they don't make the playoffs, that's where it's going to be complete disaster. But other than that, they just want to come out, compete, and show a good face. And you know, all of these young players have a lot more learning to.
And also can't forget, you know, the major's barely a month away right now, right? And you want to be in that fighting shape, and this is a great opportunity. You have almost every top team apart from, you know, Vitality and Na'Vi playing here as well. So for Jame and his men to kind of be in that almost championship form, I think this is the right time to do it.
A lot of the conversation we're having around PARIVISION is actually very similar to the one we need to have around Furia, which is obviously the MongolZ team. Like I said, last year, Astana was when the rise of Furia began. There was a moment where all of us, especially me, thought Fallen was winning the Budapest Major.
Yeah.
Like, I was committed to that dream. I think a lot of us were. It's not looking as good. In the last few tournaments, it does feel like there's a little bit of a drop-off. Is there a concern that this might be a team that isn't in the playoffs? Maybe they don't see their boy on the stage?
I was thinking about this. I don't think it can happen. I'm really concerned about Furia, what they've been showing and everything. But for them to not make the playoffs here, I think that would be insanity.
That would be a complete disaster. And I agree with Prof here. I think the worries for Furia is the fact that they are no longer a contender team as we had them at the end of last year, at the beginning of this year, for example. They are not a team where if they're in the playoffs going up against, let's say, you know, a top 8 team, you can't really believe in them. But for them not to make a playoffs at an event like this, where, like we said, you know, there's no Vitality, there's no Na'Vi, few of these teams who are in the top 8 as well are in kind of shaky form right now.
Yeah.
You look at MongolZ, look at PARIVISION, for example, just up and down all the time, or Aurora as well, for that matter.
Yeah.
So if you're Furia right now, you are 100% gunning, at least for like a very deep run here.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because Furia, I think they're the highest ranked team here, but it doesn't really feel like that, right? Because we saw them lose to FaZe. We know where FaZe is right now. That's the biggest concerning loss that they had. It just feels like they can lose to anyone. That's the problem. It's not like some of these teams, oh, you're losing to Vitality, you're losing to Na'Vi. You're just now are just open for the taking at any point. They're still getting wins. It's not like they don't have any good wins, but it just doesn't seem the consistency is not there. And, you know, it's some of the pieces. MongolZ himself is not having the greatest year this year, last year, Rookie of the Year. And I think dealing with all of that and the added focus on him is something he needs to learn and adapt.
I mean, if you ever needed a reason to really step up, it is Fallen's final year.
Yeah.
Right? And he said it himself, he said, I want to do this for Fallen. So there you go, you know, a reason to really step up to the plate, not just for MongolZ, but for everyone on that team as well.
Yeah, but
I was going to say, Maui has this opinion that MongolZ doesn't handle pressure well. So the worst thing that could have happened was Fallen saying, I'm going to retire, because it's just added more pressure. He said what should have happened is Fallen should have done that entire thing in Portuguese and then just gone to MongolZ and was like, oh, I was just telling them to have a good time. Don't worry about what I said. And then things would have been fine. But moving on, let's take a look at all of our participating teams that we're going to see here, because obviously the Furia story is really good. The Mouz story we'll touch on in a little bit, that change of roster. But the big one, Karrigan, the GOAT IGL, major drop-off at FaZe. They don't qualify for the major, and in a shock move, he is now the IGL of Falcons right before the major. Did not have that on my bingo card. I don't think anyone saw this coming.
No, I mean, definitely the story of the year so far.
I mean, FaZe didn't see it coming as well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Literally, until it happens.
Literally.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Karrigan is a good conversationalist. He put out a lot of information about like what happened, how everything went down. In some ways, I'm still more confused than I was before. Like FaZe extending the contract with Karrigan, than him saying like, I don't know if I would, you know, be in FaZe for long if I stayed there, which I agree with that, but what, and then the buyout happening after that, it's all very confusing. But the reality is they have a player that I think fits this team in many ways, even though it was like so off the radar, not something that I could have imagined in my like primitive brain. When you put it there, I think it makes a lot of sense. I just think they need to add even more firepower to this lineup. They just need to replace Tessus with another star and go full on. Like we are the superstar team. This is our identity. We're winning now. We're not like building for future. We don't need talent that's going to be good in 2 years. We have that. We have all of the young guys. We have a good experienced guys. We just need to win, and I really like that approach.
I just wanted to just touch upon what you just said right before. Is about Karrigan being the right fit as an IGL. I 100% agree, right? Because you look at Karrigan's style, famously or infamously on FaZe, the loosey-goosey style, that fits so well with some of these players who do tend to be, a little bit over peaky. That's what Karrigan likes to do, and he can kind of hone them to be this kind of controlled chaos, so to speak. And also, again, if you look at individuals on the team, Nico and Monty and Kyosuke, if you're fresh IGL coming in or whatnot, you need to earn the respect. Karrigan is a guy everyone respects. So all in all, even though it was confusing and all of that, I think it just fits perfectly with this team.
Yeah, I think role-wise also is going to help. I think it's going to help Kyosuke. This is, for me, the main thing is like, how can he activate this kid? Because he's been good in group stages. He's been good in some, spurts here and there, but he hasn't been the new Donk or even close to that. Didn't make even the top 20 last year. All of these things, I think he's the player that Karrigan needs to focus on, and I think he can open up sites for him and make him.
Can I play devil's advocate,
Here
boys? I don't disagree with you. I think he's a good fit. I don't think him and the coach are a good fit, though. I think Zonic's style is so different to the way Karrigan calls. I think Zonic is a very structured coach. He likes having that control. And now you've got an IGL who is the complete opposite of what you want. And you have, Astana to prepare for the major?
CAC after this as well. I mean, it's going to be rough, but
They did say, in the interview, our long-term goal is going to be the PGL major in Singapore. He did say that.
No, Falcons doesn't get that anymore. I'm sorry, no. Falcons can't keep having long-term goals. Falcons needs to win a trophy. You don't get to have long-term goals anymore, Falcons. Sonic, how many stars are we giving you?
Maybe
Win a trophy.
I mean,
Falcons should hire you.
Yeah.
Just to give the speech.
I'm a fantastic manager.
I think
I would be Dastan. People would... Those business class seats get taken away if you don't lift trophies. That's how this world works.
Well, I can tell you, PARIVISION's not flying business. I saw that with my own eyes. So
I think Dastan keeps their food from them if they don't perform.
Let's. I just want to say what you're saying. That the Falcons don't have time. I think Falcons have as much time as they want. But does Zonic have that time? That's a different. I think if they don't show improvements in these next few months, I think this is his major to do something, not to win. Not necessarily to win.
He has
I think
to win, bro. Zonic must have so much blackmail on the owners of Falcons because he's still going and he's still getting his superstars. At some point, surely someone goes, "Hey, man."
I feel like this is his Hail Mary.
What's your HLTV forum alias? This sounds like an HLTV forum.
Not Tech Girl.
Not Tech Girl. I spend way too much time. It is but I like the conspiracy theories as well. Let's talk about teams that I have absolutely no cooking clue about. Magic. What I have no idea. These are teams, and the college team as well. I feel horrible.
You know what? I want to actually talk about Fisher Esports. Right? I think the storyline is really cool. It's a very American story, right? It's more like
college boys
coming together.
First collegiate team ever to be in a tier 1 event Counter. I think that's a cool storyline in itself. Unfortunately, I'm not Jason Moses O'Toole. So I'm just going to say this isn't a freaking, what's that movie called again? The Mighty Ducks movie. No, you're going to get destroyed here. But it's a cool story nonetheless. And the funniest thing is, all the individuals on this particular team, you have the one American, you have 4 other people from EU over there. They really have no history in professional Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Barely any.
What a vibe for them to arrive. Have all of these fans losing their mind at the hotel. And now you're Karrigan is here, Nico is here, Fallen is here. And you're it is the dream, right?
Have a good time, boys. That's all I'm saying.
Imagine they made playoffs. I'm now living in a dream world as well.
I mean, I think they're already living in a dream. I think, obviously, I just want to say they're not really that good. I mean, they're decent for NA, and it doesn't really have that much, but they've been making close qualifiers, top 8 online, and all of these things. And I mean, they got here because there's a lot of overlap between different tournaments, and a lot of the NA teams kind of want to play in Atlanta, and so a lot of the big ones are already out. So they made it through. I congratulate them, but I don't really have any expectations. It's kind of let's see what happens.
They're my 0-3.
Yeah, and also they're coming here playing with a stand-in, which is Neelan, which is actually probably maybe even
It's
an
actually
upgrade.
good for them.
Maybe even an upgrade.
This
Who
is
knows?
probably the only upgrade standing situation we
Yeah.
have amongst all the teams over here. He's definitely going to be giving them a little bit of tips in here
Yeah.
and whatnot. But listen, no matter how much you prep for this,
Tips
they're
for
just not ready.
restaurants, local, and all of this as well.
Yeah, I can give them something.
I'm having such a moment of deja vu because many moons ago, before I started working sort of internationally in Counter-Strike, I watched a DreamHack where Blair was an analyst and he was talking about a team called Bravado. It was a South African team. And he said very similar things.
Yeah.
And I thought that the best way to handle that was to go on social media and blast Blair and tell him that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Which seems to be a common thread in Blair's life with women blasting him about Counter-Strike. But here we are. And as you were talking, I was like, there is someone in America right now watching. And that person is like, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. They're going to win the whole damn thing.
Yeah, you go play, Blair.
Yeah, you go.
If there is someone, tweet at us. I'm actually really curious if people.
Someone's
disagree.
mom is like, shut up.
I've had that. I've had actual
the
mothers
mom?
of some Aussie teams being like, you don't know what you're talking about. They've been trying their entire... I'm like, I'm sorry, Mom.
You get all, and I like that. I like that Blair is the punching bag for moms and women fans around the world of Counter-Strike, telling him he doesn't know what he's talking
I
about.
like it, so it's fine.
Let's move on now and talk about how this entire show is going to work, how this tournament is going to work. Obviously, we have the group stages kicking off. We've got that double elim, and then we move into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite formats. Like, I love the fact now that the major is finally doing what PGL been doing for quite a while. Honestly, Swiss system. Really, you get more chances to survive than any other system out there. So if you're out, you're just not good enough, right? Basically, win 3, you qualify. Lose 3 before you win that 3, you're out of here. Simple as that.
The 18 playoffs is also just the best. That's just so much better, especially for when you have like a big team. I mean, we saw Vitality so many times now. They just go straight to the semis. You're missing. I mean, are you missing anything because they just beat everyone? But you know what I mean. You want the best teams to play.
I really hate that.
games.
I really hate that format. Any format where like you go directly to the semis.
Yeah.
It's just lame.
And this tournament, I feel like there's probably eight really good teams that we can have in the playoffs and have a lot of good playoff games. So that's what I'm most excited for.
It's super exciting because we just don't know who's going to claim the lion's share of the winnings because Vitality is not here. It opens this right up, and it is a big opportunity. Obviously, VRS lineup points are also on the floor. That's something you want to grab. People are thinking about after the major where they want to sit, and then a giant chunk of change in your pocket that helps.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just love the fact that we don't have firm favorites here coming in, right? And
Yeah.
even some of the dark horses, I think they have a real outside shot of coming in. Like Mongol somehow could be getting their championship form out of nowhere as well. You could have PARIVISION just run it back like the way they did at the beginning of the year. So really cool. A lot of money on the line. I wish I had a bit of a share of that, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting paid handily
You are?
for what you deliver. I feel like it's really good.
Thanks.
I think you should be happy.
Thanks.
But no, I mean for the
That was adorable,
for the
whatever that was.
favorite side, just you have Furia, you have Spirit, you have Aurora, you have Falcons. I mean, I'm gonna maybe make a case for Aurora a bit later. The other 3, you can be like, okay, these are really good.
You're gonna
teams.
make a
You have
case for
Dawn.
Aurora?
Yeah, I might.
Okay.
I might.
All right.
But there's no favorite, which makes it exciting. But all of these teams are like teams worthy of a title. Like whoever's gonna be winning the title, it'll be like, okay, it was about time, and it's a really good tournament overall.
And it's all teams that desperately need to win
Yeah.
a title moving into the major. Let's take a look at the action, though, that's going to be taking place. Obviously, Group B, Stream B, that's the first one that's going to be happening. There's a bunch of games on there. Want to pick a favorite, boys? Which one are you looking at?
Well, there's got to be a
Definitely the
Spirit Huns rematch.
Why are you stealing my joke?
Same mind.
I mean, talking about coming to Asia, we were in Mongolia last year around
Yeah,
this time, and we were watching this team not impress us, but they're okay. They're okay.
For me, the funniest thing, I said this yesterday as well, Fish and College's G2 Esports, like coughing baby, like hydrogen bomb.
I mean,
welcome to Tier 1 Counter-Strike, guys.
Honestly,
Here's
G2
G2.
would have been funnier if it was Spirit. Imagine just being like, okay, now
I
we're
would
playing.
not have
Here's
been
Donk.
Getting
funny.
donk, bro. Don't.
Oh.
And imagine donk being like, I'm playing against some college kids. There's no stopping at any point.
I know.
W is locked in.
Okay, let's
W
take a look at what you can expect here on the A stream. These are our matches for the course of the day, and obviously we're kick-starting with that one that you see on the top there, Aurora
Second game.
up against Heroic.
Gentle mate.
Hey, have you been sitting on that since last night when
No.
you heard we were on this game? Oh, okay.
No.
Just
I
just thought
do
of it
bring
now.
out the worst from Prof. like the absolute worst. No, but Aurora got heroic. I think for me, on paper, that might be kind of the close-ish game we might have amongst all the opening matches.
I mean, honestly, Furia Monte is also interesting because Monte's been on a pretty, I don't want to say hot streak, but like in terms of tier 2 events that they're playing, they're winning them, they're finishing second a lot, and this is their like first opportunity to play against the top. So I'm really excited to see what they can bring, and especially versus Furia that, as you said, there's a lot of pressure on Molotov, and there's not so great results, trying to kind of bounce back after just a crash out in Fort Worth. So,
but they were still very solid in Rio, and it's just event prior, right? So
Yeah.
I still have a lot of faith in Furia.
Monty's an interesting one. I saw them at the CCT Global Finals where they won. Heroic came second. And I think I'll be curious to see what they bring to the table against better opposition. Let's focus in on Heroic versus Aurora now. Obviously, like I mentioned, they came second at CCT, but I have an HLTV Forums statement that I'll just throw out. I feel like this is just...
That's how we're working now?
Let's go. 2 dead teams walking.
Whoa.
Ooh, that's
This
spicy.
one
take.
But am I wrong?
Was this one posted by Not Tech Girl?
Not Tech hasn't posted it yet, but she's getting in there.
No, I mean, I think the situation for Aurora is interesting because there's these rumors that are circulating.
A lot of rumors.
Some wild rumors.
Prof, you had them on your podcast, and 9 times out of 10, when you guys drop rumors on their podcast, it turns out it's the truth.
Look, there's rumors and there's reports, and these nothing has been reported about Aurora yet. I think the strongest thing is the potential like Ash coach. I think that's the strongest like rumor that's out there, but not even that's like 100%. I don't know if it's signed. Are they going to an international roster? Maybe, probably, but I think also all of these players have a chance still to remain on the team. Yeah. I think it all depends on what they can deliver in the next few months.
Can they stay on the team though if they have an English-speaking code?
I mean, you just have to adapt. Like, all these guys can speak English, Counter-Strike English at least, right? So I'm sure they can. I agree with Prof. I feel like the way by the end of the major, we'll have a very good inkling as to which direction this team's going to be heading towards. But I know Prof's got a couple of points here, but this event right now is the perfect opportunity for them to kind of prove to themselves that, yes, we can still stick together, we can still make this work. If it doesn't, though, then yes, absolutely. I feel like, I wouldn't say dead team walking, but change is definitely on the horizon.
Yeah, I think for me, Aurora is a team that when you look at their year, doesn't look that great. But I was going through their matches and seeing like, okay,
who did they lose to?
Where they place, who they lose to, and I went through all of it, and it turns out they're pretty much getting eliminated by 2 teams, Na'Vi and Vitality. These are the teams that will eliminate them, and these are the best 2 teams in the world right now. So that's fair, and these are all 2 teams that are not here.
And the funny thing is, it's not like Na'Vi were like super good form in some of the wins they had over Aurora back in the year as well. They've beaten them 4 times this year, which is so funny. Like, Vitality, fair enough.
Yeah.
But you lost to Na'Vi 4 times, haven't got a single win at all, and most of them were elimination games as well.
Yeah, and other than that, they've beat pretty much, the rest of the field. They beat Falcons, they beat Furia at some. They also lost to Furia, but I think their worst loss is the latest one to Mouz in Rio, which is kind of the dead team.
Yeah.
But other than that, they're really losing to the best, and I think that's kind of flying under the radar for me.
They even beat MongolZ, a team that have struggled against for quite a while as well. It looked like MongolZ was also the Kryptonite last season, for example. They even took them down in the playoffs as well. So, yeah, they look good against a lot of teams. It's just that these 2 guys are not here right now. This is your chance to be like, guys, we are a championship contender.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I'm trying to make the case for, that they are kind of a dark horse for the title. Like, there's actually, when you think about it, no real reason why they couldn't lift with this one, aside from the fact that they just haven't been winning trophies.
And they're also their worst enemy, though.
Yeah,
they are sometimes their own worst
exactly.
enemy. When things go rough, you can just see them mentally collapse. There's no one on that team, including the coach as well, where they have this like, all right, guys, let's take a deep breath, let's calm things down. No one does that. Everyone's fighting, arguing. So when things go great, they look great, they go great. When the moment they stumble at any point, that's when they start poisoning themselves.
I think my kind of biggest upside for them is that in any game, when they get to the playoffs, I think it's a guarantee that they will, is that they'll always feel like underdogs, even if the other team is maybe, lower ranked or whatever. If they play against the Falcons, the Spirit, or whoever they're playing against, they'll always feel like they're the big name. Even a Mouz with standards, okay, Mouz has more pressure than we have.
Surely they're not underdog against Heroic.
No, but they're just going to beat these guys. And it's a group stage.
Okay, let's talk about Heroic. I had a chance actually to chat to them, and one of the things that Nilo mentioned was, obviously this isn't the lineup that they were meant to be playing with. He said that in an interview. He said, like, this is not what we were expecting. We're making do with what we have and we're doing the best we can. I think in competitions like the CCT Global Finals where they came second, that's great because the firepower on this team is very good. So they got these young, strong players. It's not the lineup they wanted. It's not really the mix they wanted, but they shoot hard and that's great. I don't think that's enough at PGL Astana. I think now the game changes because you're playing a very different level of opposition, and I worry about this team because of that.
It's a really weird team to talk about because the name value of Heroic as a team, you kind of see them as a team. Maybe they're making playoffs at tournaments, and historically that's where they have been. If you think back to the the Kazakhstan lineup and all of these things, making major playoffs. And then they have some changes, a bunch of changes, a lot of selling players to bigger teams. And the lineup they have now, I think, on paper is really good, but they have this Alcaraz visa situation that really put them in a shitty position throughout this whole season to be like, okay, we don't have an opera, we need to figure out, and we don't know when he's coming back, so should we sign someone new? And they're just in this limbo where they've fallen off to being, I put them and Monty in kind of same category of like tier 2 VRS farmers to some degree.
Oh, yeah, 100% agree. But at this point, it's been 5 months, guys. Youngster is your operator.
Yeah, you have to just commit, right?
Yeah, just have to commit. And I think he's doing a very commendable job considering, he is not a primary operator. So everyone complaining about opping's hard in this game. Just look at Youngster, guys. He's popping off. Look, veto-wise, I don't think anything really matters here. Obviously, Anubis is the permaban for Heroic, so that's a map taken out from Aurora. I 100% believe they would have gone for it otherwise.
Yeah.
But overall, I don't think the maps really matter here, Sam. I think this should be Aurora beating Heroic 2-0. Doesn't matter what the maps are.
Why do you say that?
They're just a better team. They're just a better team overall. They're coming in here, as Prof said, as a potential dark horse right here. And in the group stage against a team like Heroic, they should just be curb stomping them, just completely destroying them, unless they start triggering themselves, which shouldn't be happening.
But can happen with Aurora.
Can always happen with Aurora.
Yeah. I mean, I think from the map perspective, it just made sense. Like, Nuke is not maybe the best for Aurora historically. Like, the results, latest results, not the best. But against, they play some of the best teams out there, and their Nuke is not bad by any means. But I think this veto is literally what I wrote down is going to happen. Like, Omega expected. So I think both teams know what they're getting into here.
Nice patting yourself on the back right there, bro.
Yeah.
Someone's going to do it.
I am smart.
IR smart.
IR smart. Okay, so the veto is no surprises, as both of you said. Well, are there any surprises that you think Aurora can pull out of their hat? I mean, what are you expecting from them in terms of what they bring to the server?
I mean, I think the great thing about them, and not a great thing, but I think about them is Zantares in the group stage, literally one of the best players in the world. So I think that also adds to the reason why I think this is going to be kind of a straightforward game. I think there's a nice little story. Xcloud, he did stand in for Aurora in Cologne last year, also Turkish. So there's a bit of a little insight, little extra motivation from the Heroic side. But I think it's just hard to find too many openings. As much as I really like Xcloud. I really like Nilo. I like pretty much everyone on Heroic.
Look, here's the thing with motivation. I'm motivated to lose weight. I still can't, right? And that's the thing. Sometimes it doesn't work out no matter what.
I think you look great. You don't need to do anything.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. But look.
Now kiss. No, I'm kidding. Carry on.
You'd like that. Just looking at what's happening in the CD side, though, like I said, Zantara is going to be an outside player. One of the best players in the world in the group stage especially. He's just going to be such a problem to deal with. But one player who I feel has... Obviously, Wakadia is also the best player so far this season, but I think Woxic has been quietly so kind of flying under the radar, but he's been so consistent against the best teams. When your Xantares has a quiet game against a top dog team, when Wakadia maybe disappears off for a map, Woxic has just been someone who's not just being very vocal, the secondary caller, the guy kind of trying to hype the team up in a positive manner, but also just doing his job with the AWP. I think he's been finding a lot of impact overall. So I'm looking forward to see Mr. Woxic kind of have a good event here.
Yeah, I mean, also just in general, like Wakadia, I want to say the best Turkish player. I think I just want to put it out there.
100%.
And as much as it sounds kind of obvious when you look at it, Zantares has been that guy for 10 years. He's been like before Turkey had anything. He's just been dominating everyone online in CS:GO. Then the Space Soldiers lineup started making upsets. Then he went to Big. Then he came back. He's just always been that guy. And most recently, we have a new talent taking over, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing for Zantares. He's still really good. But it's necessary for them to have someone else stepping up to the
And it's
plate.
good for the scene. It's
Yeah.
good for the scene. It's good for the team as well. The youth finally blossoming.
The youth blossoming. I like that flair. Okay, it's time to kickstart PGL Astana. Let's get right into it. Harry and Hugo are ready to take us into game.
Yes, we are ready to take us into the game. It's PGL Astana. We're very happy to be back, Hugo. We had a great time here last year. And I think this time, even more of a stacked field for us to get to watch.
Yeah, Harry, and you've blossomed, you know, as a young man
I've
yourself.
blossomed.
I
The
thought
youth
that
do be blossoming.
the youth has blossomed so
as
much.
Blair would say.
As they do say. And yeah, you know, with Heroic here, you know, let's get the elephant out of the room straight away because
Okay.
while we have MongolZ on Furia, we don't have.
Do you get
you've
it?
You've just, oh,
Get
okay,
it?
nice.
Get
That's
the
a good
elephant
one.
out of the room?
That's
Come
a good
on.
one. Come on. Starting strong.
It's a bit.
We don't have Alcarin on Heroic, Harry.
I know.
Alcarin's been playing matches over on Cyber Show right now. We still have Youngstar AWPing for this team, and you know Heroic have not got their Kazakh player in this team. That being said, Youngstar has proven to be a formidable force on this AWP in the last few months, taking this role as a primary AWPer and damn, kind of performing with it. I don't know if you rate this guy right now. I've enjoyed watching him.
Yeah, you know, I think also he's like vibes merchant Youngstar. He's always a good time. I think that's something else that helps him have a bit of longevity in this team. Someone that's been hardworking too to try and, you know, get better on the AWP. They clearly like having him around because you'd like to think if there was one time you could have Alcarin at the event, it's this one.
Well, Heroic into a T-side on Nuke up against Aurora, and it's going fast outside for the main drop. Xantar is back in spawn, holding on valiantly, and Aurora shut this pistol down, dead at the door. Heroic are going to get sneaky bomb down vent. Can Chris in cover only for one? A bomb plant would be nice, but he hits his head. Oh dear. And that might just about deny it. Aurora stopped that plant. You can't jump out single door, Harry.
Yeah, it's a rough way for that to go. It actually ends up making a world of difference. No bomb plant now for Heroic to kickstart their T side. One miss jumped out of Youngstar, and it's GG.
Why do people still do that, man?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know. He did it though. We all saw it.
It was fine in CSGO. You can't do that anymore.
All right. Also kind of keen to look at Aurora here because, you know, I think we all kind of noticed the improvement these guys have had. You think into like the EPL they attended where they were able to make a good run, start to build a bit of confidence in the playoffs that have long been a problem for this team. And that was kind of a trend you were excited to see. But I want to say, I'm not like sounding the alarm bells yet, but there have been a couple of like weird missteps along the way. Obviously, they missed out at the playoffs in Rio, falling to, I think it was Na'Vi there. Yeah. And even then, Draculan, I think, falling shy of where you would put this team.
I mean, that was
like, you know, that they lose to M80 on their way through the upper bracket, puts them down into the lower bracket, and it wasn't like some mega stacked tournament. Sure.
It was an event that you were kind of wondering why Aurora even going to this one, but obviously sign-ups earlier didn't want to, you know, forfeit games.
So it's like,
DRS.
I'm not saying there's regression there yet, but I'm certainly watching because you're on kind of the run-up as well to the major now, right? We're trying to get the eye test, the form check of these teams in the months leading up to it. And so I want Aurora to kind of make a good impression here in Astana.
They're in a weird spot where it's like, if you actually look at their last, you know, if you take out Draculan here, I know it's hard, take out Draculan, their last 4 Tier 1 events, they've either lost to Na'Vi or Vitality to be eliminated. So you can kind of write that off, but those losses still hurt, and we'll have to see if Aurora can bounce back. We know this team could be, let's be honest, fickle when it comes to the mental at times, right? You see a lot of tilt on cams. We see at times Magic talking about how his players are even doubting him and the difficulties that come with that. But in terms of being a dark horse, like the desk was setting Aurora up, I can definitely see the argument. And with neither of those two teams, Na'Vi or Vitality, being here to stop them, we'll have to find out who will. Will it be Heroic in the opener here at the group stage? T-side gun round coming out now for Heroic.
Oh, Magic tried to come through with a bit of aggression to open things up, right? Push in through the hut. Spots them still set up in the back of the lobby. And they're going to get the info pretty quickly that there's nothing going on behind these smokes. Not just breaking them, but they've got Woxic on this push down through secrets. So they know that it's not the outside play right now. That's going to give them a far better bearings as to where this ends up. You start padding out the bomb sites again. Ramp is the gap right now, and that's something Aurora have to be aware of now that they know that this yard control was just a ruse. And so they're actually going to bring another player down to lower. This is them trying to, you know, plug that hole from ramp.
It's been faked.
Second wall of the smokes. That's going to cause maybe a bit more doubt to creep in. Soulfly could still go for the check, but it will be this A finish, it looks like, for Heroic. So that's going to try and lead the charge. The nade brings him down low. Still, he goes in. There's Nilo opening things up. Good wrap on a Wakadia. Doesn't even get a shot off. And that's the A site crumbling. Aurora out of position. You can't really do anything here.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players on top, not a single kill there for Aurora is awkward, but they definitely did get baited a bit by that util back ramp side. Heroic able to force Aurora's rotation. Oh, Woxic. Just exits here for Aurora would be the goal, but oof, not easy. And certainly not surviving here. So Heroic with a nice little call out of Krisen. It's going to work perfectly. We've seen some teams recently play CT sides and Nuke where they kind of leave ramp open for the most part, because if your opponent's not expecting it, you're never going to walk consistently out ramp without utility. You're going to throw nades, you're going to announce that presence. It's too many angles to just dry clear in a 5-on-5. And so Aurora bank on it. And then Heroic get a weakened A bomb site as 2 players rotate out. So nice call for Heroic to start off their T-side campaign. But AWP is out for Woxic, everything Aurora could want. And Kristen's got to keep them coming. Classic Woxic though, always in secret with this gun. They're gonna try and keep him honest, but Woxic's still moving up. Bro, just hit that site out of nowhere.
Yeah, and on kind of a weird, you know, second timing here, right? It's not off the rip. They keep it low and slow off the top of the round, and then suddenly, not even really util there to show their hand on the A play. They bust through the util. And another clean finish in at this top site. It's proven to be a bit of a problem now for Aurora. Soulfly still giving us this illusion that he wants to give the round a go, but it's not going to happen. It's a 2-on-3 here. You want to just get out with these guns, try again in the next. I like that from Heroic. Didn't have like the usual ebb and flow to it, right? Just kind of waited back in the lobby, let that early util go down for Aurora, and then blast their way right through it.
Yeah, I do love it when players just come through that vent smoke, right? It's kind of meta utility. You're going to throw it every single round on T side unless you're, going for something fast. And Heroic just with vent smoke down, Aurora no info, whole map quiet, and a deep flash sends susp in. So nice entries here from Heroic, and even got a player lurking through main as well, just to get more info. Even if you get shot in the back, it's nice to know where that yard player's gotten off to. He's not in main, he's back in garage. And so Heroic, all the info, all the entries, all the glory, forcing saves, and a rebuy coming in for Aurora. They're going to get one more rifle, but Wakadia and Magis still eco. So just bits and pieces here for the CT side. Heroic lining up roof util straight away.
I think these rounds can be deceptively tricky because you're working with less on the side of Aurora, but I think this is going to lead, guys like Xantares or even Woxic on the AWP to try and go for these Heroic plays. Heroic, they look for another top site finish. It's where they found all their rounds thus far, but Xantares has actually headed that smoke out the way, so main will be wide open on this push. There he is with the opener. Madge has even found one on the P250. It takes Nilo coming through. Big double. Two players out towards Heaven's side. Smoke actually still kind of found its way in a main. Bit of a gap on the left-hand side. It looks like you've largely gotten past this early problem. Woxic delivers one back, and now him and Wakadi are surely interested.
He saw the main push as well. Woxic has good info. He's going to
Sneaky.
jump in.
Up close, tries his hand at the no-scope. Youngstar doesn't allow it. And Wakadi arriving a little late to the party here, out through heaven, steps made, and a turnaround from Youngstar seals the fate. Heroic move into the lead.
All right, game plan is pretty clear right now. Punishing top site hits for Heroic. That's a 3-on-5 when the entries get denied there by Aurora. Nilo hits some absolutely banging shots. Felt like Xantares was on his way to a highlight right there in door. Not allowed by the young Swede. And Heroic recover against what you said yourself was going to be a very difficult round, or could be deceptively difficult. Aurora back on a 4 by now, but no AWP on Woxic. That is gone. Prime scouts are sure, but Heroic, after 3 A hits in a row, all successful, look to change the tune. Dry outside. No smokes coming in late. They're just going to cross. Exec on this top site will draw attention. Xantares is still watching this cross, though. Does not take eyes off. So info comes in for Aurora as Heroic still get that at control.
Yeah, Xantares even with the quick drop down through the vents. You're paranoid now that this was all a bit of conditioning, but here's Heroic changing things very, very quickly on the fly out towards heaven. Scaling up, it's Karrigan.
They've heard this, but there's still double B. This is a problem for Aurora. There's not enough players in this top side. They're feeling desperate to make a move. Punished on both sides.
Yeah, both ends of the map get cleaned up by Heroic. This is a really sick game plan that you're getting out of them in these early couple of rounds. The onslaught out towards A, causing a lot of paranoia for Aurora. You can kind of feel that they don't have a solid grasp on how this game's playing yet, right? The kind of panicked rotates in towards lower when Xantares gets that info. You're having to play very reactive here. Xantares still in at lower, needed a multi-kill. And even though he lands the dink, it's not going to be enough.
If he has AK there, I mean, Aurora can still win that round. There were 3 players coming in. A hopeless endeavor here for Wakadi, who you'd like to think. Karrigan has that timing on the flank available. But yeah, what a great round here from Heroic. Great on-the-fly decision to go back up after Secret gets blocked, and then they just park up in lobby, in Secret, and Aurora walk right into their crosshairs. Maybe feeling like they couldn't get back up vent with door off. And so a slight, I don't even want to call it over, actually I will call it an over-rotation, because Xantares had full block. He had smoke, molly, flash. He got the smoke down before Heroic made it in. Magic still joined him, and by that point, not able to come back up into the top side. Leaves Wakadia in a very difficult position. He has to push something, he has to get control back, takes lobby, but yeah, loses A. Bomb still goes lower after all of that. Heroic making it interesting off the top of the day. And here on a T side of Nuke, their map pick in this series, throwing questions the way of Aurora.
And I think, you know, it can always just feel rough like on this CT side kind of getting off to a start like this, because it's going to take you some solid rounds in here to kind of regain control over the game. Right now, you're having trouble piecing together the kind of meaning behind a lot of this util. You've had the fake yard smokes. Last time it was the contact walk with the fake A. A lot of paranoia in at this top site. You don't really have solid foundations to build upon right now if you're Aurora. And the money's been a constant problem, right? We're still in the early stages of this half. Doesn't really feel like they've got to reap the reward of the loss bonus or anything of the sort. And because, you know, these rounds are always kind of enough to keep them interested, that and they just need a round. So they're always giving these man-down situations a look in. It's a rough start that Heroic have dealt them.
Wakadi is starting in a new position because he's got the AK, doesn't want to be predictable indoors, so he's on ramp, but Heroic have done a great job of avoiding danger in this T side. They're going to go back behind the yard smokes. That easy cross to Secret available.
And I mean, this is the second time you've seen the yard smokes all game. And the last time it was just a fake. So you don't bite down on this, you don't overreact, you tell yourself that maybe you've been rotating too heavily, and instead they try and come through with a lobby clear. They get the info, the lobby is wide open. But even now, you know, Lower's already been taken. This vent rotate isn't a surefire bet for Xantares. He will sneak away out towards the single door. So Aurora get positioned down here at Lower in time.
Oh yeah, there's the info, the worst possible timing, but that's a headshot in the vent. Obviously, getting dropped after one. Xantares, surprise, surprise, has got an AK in the single door. And Heroic, they might want to cancel the plan, but it's too late. With X-Flow down, out in the site, up vent might be their only salvation.
Yeah, well, Susp has at least secured this on his main walk. Madja waits back in the door for this exact rotation. Here's them coming up vent side. Really needed to complete on that kill. Now you're going to get out with a bomb plant. This is a 2v5 attempt. Susp can't find his. It's going to fall to Youngstar, and he's been spammed down low by Madja. Finished off there on the cross. Finally, Aurora break through.
It was all going too well for Heroic. They had to run into an eco win, didn't they? And yeah, it feels like a bit of an overcommit. Realizing that B-Stack is out, still X-File comes in through the window. I guess that third player was the real shock for Heroic, and by the time they find out, it's too late. Love that position for Xantares. Fully punished are Heroic, and no clean kills in that 2v5 mean it's an impossibility. Goes very wrong here as Aurora get back in the game off an eco win.
You're right, Hugo. They should have planted the can.
Oh, dude.
You thought you got away with a little run
really
boost.
did.
Woxic ready for it.
I mean, he's been holding top blue every round, so not going to get easy. Xantares patiently waiting. And then they clear him, so no good deed going unpunished here. Bacardi is still getting involved. Will allow this cross. Soulfly spotting from heaven.
I really don't think you'll expect Wakadia here either, especially not with Xantares already aggressive, you know, spotted and dealt with out in the yard.
Does he play though?
I feel like this is just a position you overlook. Wakadia doesn't know it, but he has a kill on a platter right here. Missed shot, and he's never even required to play. Swings out a little bit later. Prison caught. Leaves it on Nilo and Susp. Another one of these 2vx's, this time a 2v4 out of Heroic, and with Susp cut down, it's no closer to coming through. Aurora finally starting to find their form here on this CT side, building up a bit of bank, starting to deal with some of these Heroic yard takes as well. I think Aurora are happy that they're actually getting these fights in the yard. It's been a very yard-centric CT side from them, and it's an area of the map that Heroic weren't really exploring in the game.
Yeah, not even coming really down to the AWP. It's the 1-2 punch with the rifle. Aurora now finally get a freebie in round number 9. Heroic with pistols look to up the pace. Say that, it's just X-File T-Roof dropping onto main. Heroic going to bleed out the Uto in this round at least. Get what little value they can. They should know about X-File's position. And Aurora finding comfort in the fact that they have absolutely recovered the start of this game. This was 4 well-called T rounds out of Heroic. Now getting thrown back in their face. Hello, bomb spotted, but whoa, Glock in main. Let's not let this get out of control, and that is the bomb dropping outside. So no more problems here for the CTs. Aurora keep a lid on this round. A brief sigh of relief, perhaps. Prison caught some nice early rounds here. Now he's going to have to dig deep. Aurora have got answers.
Yeah, not only that as well, just from like having more money, you know, you're able to put in a lot more util to try and deny some of these, you know, like second tempo plays in towards the top side. That's how Heroic were able to find a lot of early success on this T half. So back to the yard, this time not getting fights out there. Managed to cross with 3 players making it down. Moxic still hears these footsteps back in the lobby. Soulfly is closing in, and good timing for this. Susp is looking away. So a free 5v4 picked up for Aurora. And now getting paranoid about lower, and rightfully so, right? That was close to a clear into the lobby. Saw one guy, heard a second. You're wondering where are the rest of Heroic? You're going to see a double rotate in towards lower. Xantares and Soulfly both down here.
And they're in.
Xflat, I think, saw the barrel there, but missed chance onto Xantares. He'll go on to find that opening.
Timing of the rotation there is perfection from Aurora. It's not just the fact that they go down 2B, it's that Soulfly gets deep into the bomb site before Heroic realize the seconds difference on spotting Xantares, and it doesn't even do them a favor. It just sets Soulfly up for trade, out single door, and so Heroic, wherever they're going, it's into heavy numbers right now on this T side. They may have had some early rounds where they caught Aurora by surprise, but we are not in that game anymore. Aurora have a grip over this CT side, and it's Heroic refreshing their memory, going over their notes right now because plan falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, I think as well, like in the early game, you know, you're harassing like Major a lot on this top site, trying to kind of use that just to brute force your way in and say he's, you know, worried about putting up numbers himself as the game's gone on and you've had to kind of diversify, look elsewhere. Magi's had some time to think, some time to breathe. Rotates are feeling a lot cleaner. Now it's kind of Aurora directing the flow of the map.
And this is Maju who's had an uptick in performance recently.
Yeah.
Right? He's always going to be streaky as highs, he has lows, he comes back, he disappears. But if you remember even Pro League recently, he had some great games in the Aurora jersey. Has been putting in the work as an individual as well. So not like his site is even too exploitable right now. 9 and 5. And of course, you still have Wicardia on this top site. Easier said than done. Heroic up the ante again.
Get down the vent with 2. It's a little awkward there, but no one in position to punish.
Whoa,
Smoke break. Youngstar will get finished off. And they heard Krisen earlier on, caught by a teammate's flash there to allow the door push. And there's no winning this. You're both trapped. Spam connects. Aurora, hold position.
Is this the dream day for Aurora? Xantares is 12 and 4. Everybody is performing in their spots. Woxic hasn't even needed to do anything in this game. I thought we were going to be talking about Heroic with how these T-side rounds started, but Aurora have not just stabilized, everybody is showing up. What a great sign for Aurora fans. And a tournament that is completely open for the taking, Harry, let's be honest. Aurora are one of those top 4 ranked teams. At least off the invites. We're waiting to see if their form matches the expectation. 5v4 in this round. A great final challenge on the half. Oh, Xfloud running away. Xantares hears this all, and he's going to start moving, isn't he? He's going to get this flank on. A site is completely empty.
Yeah, that's because they've gone in hard for this lobby scrap, but it's given away a lot of room.
Oh dear.
Bomb's already crossed in too. You got 2 players at the back of the lobby that Soulfly has slipped past.
Oh no!
Didn't know about him getting past those flanks. Hilo at least gets rid of him, and so the big threat dealt with. Wicardia and Woxic, 2 versus 4 needed, and it's not going to happen. Wicardia just a shot away from death. Xfloud comes a knock-in, and Heroic able to steal 1 back before that half is over.
Okay, nice to see Nilo, stabilize there. Felt like it was going to be a perfect flank timing in lobby, but he gets off that bomb, and that is the only way the round can go wrong, is if he gets caught planting. Suddenly we have something cooking, but Heroic, a sigh of relief at the end of the half, finding a 5th, A little explosive punish. Santora's baited into pushing outside. Xfab was waiting for his former teammate. And so it's not the end of the world here for Heroic. It's just a question of, man, what it could have been with how early that game started. Losing to the Eco sent Aurora onto a streak of rounds on their CT side, 5 in a row.
Yeah, I think it's one of these games where right now, like, both teams are actually feeling pretty good. For Aurora, the idea that they really did recover this from what could have been just like a beatdown of a half. This is a map that Aurora have had their struggles on. I actually think to that end as well, like, it's a pretty good matchup for Heroic. The idea that they're kind of one of their go-tos, one of their signature maps, just so happens to be one of the weakest in the pool for Aurora. You know, the idea now that you're onto your CT side, there's 2 rounds between you and them. If you get this pistol, you know, you're actually kind of in the favored position.
Absolutely. Question is, can the rest of some of these quieter Heroic players wake up? It was a team game on that T side, but Aurora had the star power, that's for sure. Smoke's down outside, they're going to be able to cross. Close towards main, Xfloud, 3 USPs fighting yard. Oh dear.
Awkward flash, but won't matter if the pistols can still bridge the gap.
Oh, what? They got lost.
Didn't realize. Still, Xfloud doesn't get anything from that element of surprise. Nilo now takes up position. It's the 4th player out here in the yard. An awkward skirmish onto Soulfly leads to his death. And it really is just the yard deathmatch. Susp clawing back one of these kills, lost track of the player that's made it Heavenside. Cardia's got his number, and that's a pistol round for Aurora. Gonna put them one step closer to finishing off Heroic here on Nuke. And that would be a real nudge in the right direction with their map pick up next.
Yeah, because that's the thing for Aurora here. If we're going to actually talk about them as a dark horse, as a team that could win the tournament, with despite all the playoff worries we've had that are starting to get alleviated, they do need to kind of sweep the group stage in a fashion to give you some hope, some confidence. And this on paper isn't a game that they should be struggling in. Sure, head-to-head doesn't really back that up in the sense that Heroic won last time around, but that was some time ago now. And Aurora have shown improvements since that fact. It was at the event they even won back in Bucharest as well. Oh, slow down, boys. This one's getting messy. It's getting hairy. There's a team Molotov. Nilo won't commit on the flank. If they walk back in here, unlikely to full clear this corner with confidence. So Magil walks right into a 5-7. And this eco is still on. Heroic forcing up and putting Aurora in the dirt. Find that force buy in the second round. Don't celebrate too soon. And hey, maybe they didn't win the pistol, but now Heroic are in that position.
Yeah.
We talked about coming into the second
Yeah,
half.
yeah.
This game will tie up quick.
Talk about a lifeline, right? Like, you win that round, almost feel better than winning the pistol. And the fact that they even get out with a couple of those, you know, saved SMGs means that even if they, you know, it's unlikely that they lose this round, but even if they did, the buy next is actually going to be pretty darn good for Heroic. Usually, it's one of the problems with like these force buy wars is the CTs just feel so broke, right? The Ts get to do it like one step better.
They mollied the smoke outside Heroic, so they should know that no one's crossed. Kristen's going back. It's a ramp hit.
And the 2 rifles are here, ready to play off of each other. Youngstar taking contact, then Nilo going to spring on up over the boxes, gets out with his.
See ya.
And even just seeing the fact that he did that in midair for Wakadia is a little bit tilting, isn't it?
$2v5. Kristen close with Nilo baiting for him. This setup feels picture perfect here.
Dude, you feel like at every stage of this round you've run into some bait and switch setup.
Saw him. Oh, careful, wasn't covering. Now Nilo's trapped. This 2v5 is happening. Bomb plant no safety. xFloud is here. He might just swing it, fake out. They stick it in the face of danger. Soulfly's here for the round win. Woxy can't take anyone with him, and now a 1v3 with an AK-47.
All right, they're looking at Soulfly, hoping he can ace clutch this, but the nades have brought him down low. It's punishing, and the spam finishes the job before they've even got to worry.
Oh, bit messy. But a round is a round, and you said it yourself, they can sustain casualties. Heroic can't afford to buy. So they're going to have everything now, and Aurora should not be tempted back into a full force here. That would be too risky. Let this game tie up and show us your rifle rounds. But yeah, the mistake of that second round rush really hurting now. When you talk about the difficulties on Nuke recently, well, a lot of that is going to come on the T side. So not only are you even when your first rifle round comes out, but you're against Heroic on their home map. Because one thing that's kind of funny is Youngstar on CT side Nuke is like, off of the numbers, like a top 5 AWPer right now. Now you have to consider the level of competition Heroic are playing. Obviously that's going to be taken into account. But this is a really comfortable place for him to be on the CT AWP when that does come through. Compare that with Woxy. Sure, he's had some great games, but he didn't really, come into the conversation that first half at all with his AWP. Pretty sure he had like 1 kill with it. So.
Yeah, and at the time you kind of told yourself, well, he didn't need to, and a lot of these rounds he didn't need to. Started yard a lot in the early game, wasn't getting fights, and then by the time he was, the rifles were hitting hard enough. Problem with that is, though, is like, Woxer could be a very snowbally player, and he's had a pretty cold half, like didn't have to do anything, as a result hasn't done anything. And so you find yourself questioning if he's going to be able to kind of come back into this in the second half.
Well, luckily no AWP for now. That was a 5 alive round for Heroic, so guns on guns. And Aurora, what have they got?
Interested here because it's a slower round out of Aurora, which I don't think is like all too surprising considering this is their return to guns. They don't want to feel like they flush it all away on just a rushed round. But Heroic have actually used a lot of util off the rip just in case it was one of these up-tempo rounds. So they don't have a hell of a lot to slow this down. Once Aurora make their move, it's a ramp take right now. Youngstar hiding out behind the box.
Sneaky.
Off in a position that gets overlooked. And he'll swing out for his double. Woxic picked off at the back of the pack, and then the follow-up on a Soulfly as he looks for the trade. That's very well handled from Youngstar ramp side.
Yeah, it's closed now. Doesn't need a block. Aurora aren't going to be coming back in. There could be multiple players in that position, so back to this top site and doing a dry as well. Banger headshot. xFloud has the cover. He does not let that bomb make moves. 1v4, and Xantares finds the first, but takes so much damage. You feel like xFloud has got this one in the bag. 15 seconds, Xantares follows up.
Yeah.
Don't give this guy the chance. 15 seconds is going to drop lower.
Dodges the backstab as a result. Youngstar was seconds away from ending this clutch attempt. Still very little time left and leaves it to the fight. There's no winning this for Xantares. A damn good try. But time becomes the problem there in the clutch.
Oh, that got awfully close. xFloud even moved in. He was, a second more, Xantares could have taken that fight to the secret side. 3 kills into the clutch. Those were his first kills in some time. He went 4 deaths in a row without anything. But it is not enough to win the round. It's just going to keep Heroic humble here on this CT side.
And since getting onto this CT side, xFloud has really come alive. Exciting to see, right? Former teammate of some of these Aurora guys. but someone who's always kind of flourished in international squads, right? Turkish player who largely moved away from the scene outside of his time on that Eternal Fire squad back then. And so, you know, this is one where he kind of wants to flex a little bit. He wants to be the hardest hitter in the server, and he's certainly risen to that occasion since getting into the second half.
Just save that round, that's for sure. And Heroic take the lead temporarily. Back in garage, but backward smokes.
I think as well, it's just like, it's always kind of hard to dupe Karrigan on this map. It's one that he's always loved to play, even thinking back to like the OG times, one of their go-to maps there. Just one that clearly as a captain, he's always enjoyed playing. And so like, a lot of these efforts to try and, you know, misdirect haven't really landed. Xantares has made it across in a secret undisturbed.
What are you going to do with this, though? It's always awkward when there's no B rotation, right? They're going to give time for Xantares to clear these positions, take some fights, but when there are no fights available, how far can he really go? Is this just a means to an end on this inevitable top hit? Or can he actually get himself in the conversation down here on B? 45 seconds, can't wait forever. His lower hold means they're going to try and meet him at ramp.
Nice shot for Youngstar, but it proves inconsequential. Nilo able to double up. Full blind actually goes walking into the Youngstar molly. It's kind of an awkward way to lose him.
Gotta wait for
Xantares is coming up as well, so Match is just going to conceal himself in the smoke, knowing that Xantares has got the drop. Oh no, Madja!
That's an in-game leader moment right there. One more second.
Not even a second, like...
One more second. Yeah. That would have been a 2v4, and they could have run right back down B with a bomb. They would have had 2 guns. That's a real shame to see. And those are the kind of moments that probably annoy Xantares. Like, if you're going to wait for me, wait for me. Either do it or don't. Don't peek at the final second. And, well, hey, what could have been? But unfortunately for Xantares, not a single player on that lower site. And Heroic turn Aurora into mulch on ramp. And that's a bit of a streak here building, Harry. 5 rounds in a row on the city side ever since winning out that force buy.
The Woxicore making an appearance, boost up to try and put it to work. Going to be facing off against Xfloud here in the yard, and you would love to get rid of this guy early. Heroic this time as well, respecting those yard smokes and anticipating this is where Aurora are going to go looking to start their round. They've got Youngstar starting things off in secret with the orb. They are ready to scrap out in the yard. 2 players out in hell, 2 in main. Woxic opens onto Xfloud. Hell of a follow-up for Karrigan, and here come the rest of those fights, arriving out towards heaven. Keeping pressure on, didn't know about Xantares. Whoa! All right, Youngstar, that was quick. Magic gets deleted as Youngstar plays it forward. Karrigan backstab even in, up on top of Silo. You're not ready for that. And so once again, it's just Xantares. Back turned, dead to Nilo out in heaven. These rounds are getting more and more convincing. A shutdown of Yard. And I love it from Heroic, man. They have a very clear picture of what Aurora are doing. Know they like this Yard control. And they actually just go and fight it with all 5 players. That's a very unique shape of a round there.
Yeah, Aurora had so much control, right? Xantares down hell, they had secret crosses. Well, they had everything they wanted, and that's Heroic in a 4v5 after losing Xfloud first. Every other player slots into place. Silo control. Heroic kill the lobby lurk, just insta-flank. Great reactions here across the board. This is Heroic storming to the finish line right now, as Aurora have given us not a considerable round on this T side since the pistol. The only thing that has looked interesting are clutch attempts. And I say attempts no success. So Heroic home at last here on Nuke. And oh dear, watch out. Bit of spam through the smoke, puts Matra on his last legs. They're going to try and just pop through this door. You want blind players, you're not going to get them. Bomb does make it down. That's the only benefit Aurora have as they lose numbers.
X-Cloud able to stop Xantares. That's the hero gun. Dead as he tries to lurk through main. Soulfly picked up on lower, and Woxic not in a position to win this 1v5. Heroic have many a chance to close on Nuke, really powering up since getting onto the CT side and able to exploit a bit of a blind spot in the Aurora map pool. They've got a great chance to pick this one up. Just haven't had answers since arriving on the T-half. It's the trickiest side, without a doubt. And you said early on, you know, you were very happy with how like the scoreboard was shaping up. You had Xantares, Wakadia looking good, Soulfly with some impactful moments in there. Woxic that didn't really need to deliver in that first half. But things have really changed since we've swapped the sides around.
Well, that's even just, you know, the two factors. One, Aurora felt like everyone was hitting, but also I think the leading has let them down on this T side. They've not been in good positions. They've been getting scrapped on by Heroic, who are playing very loose. They had a bunch of quiet players coming into the second half. X-Fighter has risen. Nilo has over doubled his kills. Aurora just haven't been in good positions to win rounds. They have just been in clutches. Dodge, still a punish from Xantares. He is trying to save his team right now on his own. Heroic spam the smokes and still holding with the orb. Woxic looks to punish one more. Youngstar, is he patient? Spotted Woxic. Youngstar walks right in. Great communication from Heroic. 3 kills away from this win.
You know they've got Magic Trap too. Clean tap for the first, but a swing out from Nilo seals his fate.
Whoa!
Soulfly also dead out in the yard, and it's just Wakadia. You've had a bunch of these swing and miss clutches where they bring it close, but aren't able to see it through, while the game now rests on Wakadia. Here's the vent rotate. Knows he's at least cut this one off and bought himself a few more seconds. We'll worry about Secret or those vents later in the round. For now, he's going to go looking for the remaining Heroic players.
Fake steps as well. The Susp just shuts it down. Heroic, that is a sweep on this CT side. That is a monstrous streak to take down Aurora on the first map here of Nuke today. Heroic showing up and serving this dark horse for lunch.
Okay, so normally when we do a post-map segment, we'll do like a big overview, we'll chat over the highlights, and then we'll dive into a few things. I want to change it up a little bit. Let's just talk about how Aurora could not get more than one round on the T side, and explain to me why that happened.
It's really, it's a hard one. It's a head scratcher. I mean, obviously, they got the pistol, which is even worse. The only round that they got on the T side. Because other than that, they weren't even close in any of these rounds. Like, none of these rounds ever felt doable for Aurora. It was just, you know, clean. Either they wouldn't get an entry, or the trades were so good in favor of Heroic. They were always there with enough people to fight. This flick 6.
What is that flick?
That's
He's not an opera, guys.
Yeah, he's an opera.
Look, I think for me, the precedent was kind of set in that first half. Right, you have Aurora getting off to, I think it was a 3-0 start or something. They got the pistol, they looked pretty decent initially. Then Heroic had this string of like 3 or 4 rounds in a row where they just had a perfect game plan, a perfect idea as to what they wanted to do on the T side. We saw this as well with me, Prof. Like those contact plays out towards the upper bomb side.
Yeah.
Just perfect timing, and they mixed it up as well. And you could just see Wakadia, I think it was Magic, just getting caught with the pants down every single time. And right there, you win like 4 rounds, make it 5th in the first half. Suddenly, pressure's really off. Now you're going to the CT side, right? And it just locked it down. I agree with you, CT side was phenomenal, but the fact that they're able to very, very well thought out T rounds to win those two, to get that that 4-4 scoreline initially. I think that really helped helped Heroic, and also gave that a little bit of confidence, saying, "Hey guys, we can actually go toe to toe with these boys."
I gotta say, Aurora didn't really impress me in terms of. It just seems like all of their players were a bit off in some of the communication. We saw some of the things we hate to see from Aurora early on. There was that 5v3. I think it was the third A-side hit that came in. Zentaris and Major got something going. They have a 5v3. Trades come in, and then just one by one, these players from Aurora try the retake, it seems, but not really.
One guy's going in by himself.
Yeah, first Soulfly is going off one flash, even though Wikidia isn't main, but he's actually not going with him. The bomb's not going down, so they just got faked off a bomb plant. Then after that, Wikidia is making this like smart rotation to join Woxic, and I'm like watching this. Okay, they're going to go together. It's like not. One guy's like on the bottom of the ladder. The other guy's already in the bomb site
with the AWP.
With the AWP, it's like why are we trying to like overcomplicate these things? Just to play basic Counter-Strike trades. You have a good situation. You can shoot. You should be the better team. I think that was complete.
I think there was another moment as well where Zentaris was kind of flanking from the lower bomb site towards ramp, and it's like I'm sure he told Major, or he should have told Major, don't peek yet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the kill. Major's like. Beep, boop, dead.
Just feels like a bit of the communication. Weird. Yeah, I think that's kind of why the T side also felt so bad, because you need to be on your A game on T side. Nuke can be kind of difficult. We saw Navi win one round versus Vitality, and that comeback happening. But you need to be locked in. I feel like they're not locked in. So this is kind of the problem.
I'll tell you who's locked in though. I really like what I saw from Heroic, right?
Right.
Yeah, they knew they were going to be going Nuke. Nuke would be the pick coming in, and they love the fact that they had the game plan right there. Even the CD side as well. They weren't just sitting on the laurels, being like, "All right, guys, we have a lot of rounds to work with." No, they were super in your face, just poking, prodding, making them feel so uncomfortable. You juxtapose that with what we saw from Aurora in the first half. What did Aurora do? Outside smokes. All right, we're just going to wait. We're just going to wait towards secret, wait towards garage. Not real, and we're just going to be playing default positions up a bomb site. Not a single round did they start going aggro and trying to take the fights and trying to go for info plays. So fundamentals being lacking from the side of Aurora, but for the side of Heroic, credit where it's due. I said the maps didn't matter, but honestly, I was wrong there. Heroic, great stuff.
I mean, we'll see if the maps matter or not, because Dust 2 is next, and maybe it's the same case, right? But
how does Heroic play? I mean, let's focus in on that Dust 2, right? I mean, Heroic, we know they can shoot well.
Yeah.
Seeing that, can they do it on Dust 2, where Aurora will potentially be a little bit stronger?
I mean, this is kind of their best map, I would say. It always has been a pretty good map, I think, for Aurora. Woxic is good here, and Zentaris, like, iconic. I think that trio on the CT side is really good together with Wikidia. But the start is CT side for Heroic, and I think this is. I mean, we saw that one flick from Youngster. I think. He's such a peculiar case of a player that's not an opper, but is never known for his opper. Not even like, Youngster's kind of a hybrid, but they're just like, we need a player, we need someone to fill these roles.
It's like Rain opping and suddenly being good.
Yeah, and the Youngster's like, yeah, I can do that. So I think on the CT side it can be good, but when it flips to the other half, that's where it can be quite difficult to be a T side opper, and that's where the challenge is going to come from for him, because Woxic. T side, CT side. I think a T side is probably one of the better offers on Dust 2 in general.
For sure. I feel like, again, when it comes to Aurora, just the fact that you said everything was lacking, the comms lacking, and all of that. I just don't want them. It's still very early in the tournament. It's the first map, guys. It's the first match.
Yeah.
Fine. It's your opponent's map pick. Don't get tilted. They get tilted so easily. So easy that I get tilted watching them get tilted, right?
But I get frustrated with them because we see them get tilted, but they don't change anything. This is the thing. I don't want to do the IGL must go call, because I know everyone does that.
That's the culture, Sam. That's the culture of this team, and it's been a culture for over a decade right now, right? With Major and X-Plan and all the players cycling in and out. This is not something you can change in a day, in a month, or even a year, if you ask me. Like, everyone's been in this kind of like, that's the way they talk, that's the way they are, very passionate. So this is not something you can change. It's always going to be this way.
But I think also the kind of the style they play on the T side is a lot just like grouping up and not too much freedom to the individuals to do random stuff. Kind of what you're talking about on Nuke. It was very predictable where they were. If you know how you want to deal with it, you have a good plan. I think xCloud probably, with being a stand-in clone, knows a few things, and how much they have changed since then. probably some things, but not that much. I don't think Nuke is like one of the maps where they like reinvented the playbook or anything. So I think that's where they can get stuck, where just being like in these like 4-1 setups on the T side, and if you know what's going on, some pushes and like taking away the free space on the map that opens up, that's where Aurora can suck, to be honest.
So do you think Dust 2 will be a little bit different?
I think because in general you can do that and just be on, you kind of just take short and, you know, that basic map control quite easily a lot of the times, and pushes are very risky to like go out on long or go beat tunnels, but you kind of have to. I think that's where Heroic will kind of make or break this CT side.
I just want to point out, like, Xcloud, like, for him, it's a bit of like, oh, I'm going to go up against my ex-teammate, my countryman. He was popping off on you, man. So sometimes, you know, some people talk, they don't shoot the shot, but he was shooting his shots.
He was shooting his shot, something like that. We'll workshop it. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, let's find out if Aurora can equalize the series.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We're starting off PGL Astana 2026, and I've got Heroics Krisen with me here, and I'm gonna say this, it's been a grind for you guys. Everything, even from big events to some of the smaller ones and the LAN events, Heroic is taking part in. So how has this journey been? You did successfully qualify for the major as well. You still been able to push your way back up, but I can imagine it's been quite a tough period for you and the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has felt like a bit stressful throughout the last like 2 months or so. A lot of traveling, a lot of grinding has been done. And we're very happy, of course, that we qualified. It was the main goal, and we made it a bit harder along the way with some stupid defeats or losses. But it was really good. I was very proud with everyone actually how they managed to deal with it, because of course the pressure, but also just the time management, going from one place to another within like 3 days, you know, all the time. So
You have quite a young team, but you also, as a young IGL, and even just for Toby as your coach, had to deal with the uncertainty of AWPing, the player changes. I just want to ask for you as an IGL, even though I would now consider Youngster basically is an AWPer. He's officially doing it. It's not any more hobby AWPing.
Yeah.
How hard was that whole process for you of understanding what's happening next event, not knowing what's going to be the case, and like even just calling when you don't have maybe the dedicated AWPer who can have the same initiative as what other players would?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a bit tough. I think it's taken a long time since we got him like Youngster, and I can confidently say now that I feel like we're playing up to par, like with most teams now.
Nice.
I think, of course, it's tough for him having to learn and all of this. But as you mentioned, it's also tough because usually you know what you kind of get with an AWP player from an IGL side. So it's been a lot of like trying to make him an AWPer, but also at the same time remember we should also compensate for some of the stuff because of course we can't expect him to take on all the responsibility within such short time. So no, I think now I'm very happy with where we're at, and yes, there's a bit more certainty with also now the season coming to an end. So no, it's very nice.
Now looking at this, what I find interesting about the results, when I see what games you guys have played, you can put up a fight against Furia, and this was Furia when they were playing pretty well. You can beat a team like PARIVISION, who's right up there at the moment, but you can also lose to Astral. There's a whole big diversity of what happens in swinging around. Now I know you're playing many games, but what difference do you notice? What does it come down to between the best version of Heroic and the flaw you guys have?
I think a lot of it just is preparation. Like I think for us, it varies so much and you can feel it instantly. Like we are very young, so I think at least for me it's very easy to tell when we're gonna play really good or when we're gonna be a bit inconsistent. And when we have these games and when we play a lot of games, of course these inconsistencies are gonna show a bit more than maybe a tier 1 team where you have a bit more prep time and you know when you're playing.
One game a day, stuff like that.
Yes, exactly. Like, but when you're hitting like the 6th game in 2 days, you know, and it's like you're still of course doing entry and all of this, but it's also hard to keep evolving yourself through a tournament like this. I think sometimes you just get caught in these games, and I would say every time, and this is not to take anything away from all the people that have beat us, you know, in these events, but it has been on our own like conditions, you know, like it's our own fault that we're losing. And when you look back at it, it's like we don't even understand how we're playing sometimes, like, you know, like that's how bad it is.
You're just kind of going through the motions.
Yeah, we're like, so no, I think it's definitely gonna be way different here. I think we have the confidence that we can go in and beat everyone. It's just about showing it, and I think we will also do so.
Nice. So lastly, I want to ask you, this is your first big event since Cluj-Napoca. So you're back at Astana a couple of months later. How much stronger is this Heroic compared to what we saw in Cluj-Napoca? With everything you've been through, man.
I would say we're 1,000 times better than we were.
Okay.
Yes.
So that builds some excitement for the Heroic fans.
Yes. Yeah.
You ready to show it?
Of course. I think we're, okay, I'm gonna throw it out there already. We're beating Aurora first game.
Ooh, okay. Hey, I'm gonna leave it with that. That's a great ending, man. That's perfect. Thank you very much, Kristen, and good luck, man.
Thank you.
All right, Kristen's got that confidence coming into this opening game here of PGL Astana 2026, claiming they're going to take down Aurora. Maybe the homework paying off, certainly showed to be the case over on Nuke.
Yeah, I think it was honestly a game that was largely won due to Kristen's calling, right? You think back to the T side, the way they were able to kind of outmaneuver Aurora, putting up enough rounds. And then by the time the CT side rolls around, always these down to be very like brawly on the rotates and seemingly always one step ahead. The idea that wherever Aurora went, they were getting faced by, really it felt like a bare minimum some bait and switch setup, but in a lot of those rounds, thinking back to like the outside clashes, just 5 guys fighting out in the yard. It was clear that they've done their prep, and that was on a map they're very, very comfortable on. Where I think it does get a bit more interesting, and this is where we see just how much the homework, how much the brain of Karrigan, the man on your screen here, is able to run rings around Aurora. Will that keep up on Dust 2? This is a great map for the Aurora squad, one of their go-tos, in fact, their go-to. And so Heroic, it's one they've had more troubles on. I also think compared to a map like Nuke, where you can get away with, like some very quick rotate CT side, you can go for some of these scraps with grouped fights. It's a lot harder to do that here on Dust. So I think it would be really impressive if Heroic come through and 2-0 them. We had fighting words from Karrigan in that interview saying that they're going to beat Aurora. If they can do it in 2, hats off to them, man. Credit to the idea that they have been on this grind. They have been putting in the work. This is going to be a very, very different story, though. You had Aurora on like an uncomfortable map for them, map 1, and it was still, in terms of the scoreline at least, fairly close. I don't think it felt that way with how the CT side went. But Dust 2 should be a whole different beast.
Absolutely should. We had Xantares showing up in fighting form to start off the day, which is reassuring. A player who Aurora need, without a doubt, in this matchup. Would like some more from Wicardia. But yeah, let's see how deep the rabbit hole goes here for Heroic, if they can do it in 2, or if Aurora will wake up and drag us a distance in this opening game. It's meant to be a top-heavy matchup, just kind of a fearless performance out of Heroic to start off the tournament.
I think as well, Aurora did have some missteps here, thinking back to Rio's very one-sided Dust 2 games, which is outside of the norm. 13 forward twice in a row. And this is a team that we're finding a lot of success on Dust. Their most recent ventures proven to be one-sided losses.
Against Na'Vi and Mouz, though. So let's see if Heroic can show up in this pistol. Aurora won both of them back on Nuke. Keep that in mind.
Bomb has been planted.
Didn't do them many favors, though. Bomb down, 5v4, no kit.
Wicardia trying to pressure down towards the spawn. Slows the rotate and actually gets one more for his troubles. All the kills coming through for Aurora, leaves it just on Susp. And he's been dinked, surely dead now. Chipped away, finished off by Xantares. So every pistol round in the series thus far belonging to Aurora. And I like Matcha there, right? You saw him kind of tempting fate with wanting to hold that short smoke and play for the early kill. He thought about it for a second and then decided, no, I'm just going to fall back into the site. We'll play the crossfires. I think that did them a world of good. Seen some rough rounds lost when you go and try and fight that short choke point.
Surprising force up in the second here. When the dust settles and Aurora get mid-control, they're in a perfect position to convert their pistol. B is the site that Heroic are not gambling for. It's just Sus below with a smoke. Meant to be completely open. So Heroic just kind of throwing all of their eggs into one basket.
And obviously, Aurora lost this round on Nuke, but it's far harder to pull off one of these force wins on Dust 2.
Especially with this pace. And they've made the perfect read as well. I mean, even if Susp got 2 for 1 here, which he isn't going to, shouldn't be enough. Smoke comes down, Xantares with a punish, and that is the round.
Yeah, and you just save and you go again in the next if you're Heroic.
Easy.
Woxy was freaked out by that smoke.
Karrigan with the CZ. Not every day you see that gun back from the dead. Oh, surely Wicardia doesn't go through the door, though.
Don't know how I feel about the CZ on Dust 2. There's only a couple of places I feel like it would even work.
Luckily, Krisen was in one of them. Look, it packs a punch, but just not many punches. Should be Aurora starting far stronger here on map 2.
They were paranoid about a long rush, so they did that anti-rush setup, right? Molly at the blue bin, smoke in at the doors, and a flash for the corner. Even hearing that util is a good chunk of info for Aurora. You know, that likely means there were numbers out towards long. And so, honestly, I wouldn't hate seeing another one of these mid-to-bees come through. Be the knee-jerk reaction of flash play. Krisen, all right, doubted the CZ purchase, but he's made it work.
Final bullet headshot, first bullet headshot.
Another. And oh dear, Aurora, this is now a tricky spot, 3v5. And info from the early round about the long take doesn't really matter anymore. They're just going to try and follow through with this B hit.
He needs one more.
If he can answer the call on this Deagle, round is wide open. Krisen's going to come barreling through, offering a helping hand on that CZ. Xantares dead. And the CZ, man, it really works. Krisen puts it to use. The susp Deag delivering kills in defense of that B site. That is a robbery of a round. And the struggles against these forces continues for Aurora.
All right, Krisen, I stand up. I wasn't familiar with your game. That was crazy good for the CZ. And yeah, Susp absolutely saves the round. He had to hit this Deagle headshot, and he had to get the double. Without either of those kills, that is Aurora surely in a good position, but they don't even get out tunnels. Oh dear, Heroic with an early winner and 2 AKs to show for it. That is disastrous for Aurora. It could have been 3 rounds early in this T side. They do like to make it hard for themselves. Oh no, that's... Oh. Spam in the mid-smoke. They cannot catch a break, can they? Xantares loses his legs early.
And of course it happens to Xantares of everyone, right? Who's the guy that's been putting up numbers across the whole series? Your fire starter player relegated to the sidelines in this very important gun round. Out into a mid-to-B again for Aurora. Double smoke, so you won't be breaking them from CT. Means the B site has to hold up on its own, and Nilo delivers, no problems. Oh, he's on for the ace. Go on, Nilo. Hounds him down. All 5 for Nilo.
What a monster! Up in the window, left, right, good night. Just knocks Aurora out cold. They don't even lift their fists.
Day 1, game 1, ace already. All right.
A beautiful ace as well. The transfer. He's looking everywhere he needs to. That is the Nilo we've come to know and love on this Heroic team. Absolutely worth the wait when he shows up like that. Whoa. A desperate walking scout surrounded by Glocks. Make no mistakes. Heroic are here.
And dude, these are just a brutal couple of rounds. Like, it's going to be a test of the mental for Aurora.
Famously, not their best attributes.
You know, you get forced upon in the third, an ace in the next that starts with that spam kill through the smoke onto Xantares. It's a triggering couple of rounds. And now their money's broken, so things aren't going to get better.
That's an off angle. And no one's even near the scout, so can try and go back for it, but doing anything in this round. Oh, did Kristen just rob the scout out of the long smoke? That's just cocky. So Matt has gone hunting, but he's going to get caught with his pants down. Bomb in the long doors. Careful, Nilo. But it's only Glocks, right? Santares. Not his game right now. 2 low health players. And they're going nowhere fast. Heroic 5 alive. Uh-oh.
Kristen's just had a great read on this entire series, man. I've been very impressed with what he's brought to the table. Not just, you know, we heard the fighting words from him in that interview with James Banks before this map, but really like delivering it. You know, not just talking the talk; they're walking the walk right now. Just been one step ahead of Aurora in what feels like all the consequential rounds.
And now they're getting cocky. Push to the top of mid for xFloud, and Aurora holding, but don't let them line up here. That could go very wrong. The timing of the peak is perfection. Antares 4v5. It's an important trade for Soulfly. Will Heroic let go? It seems like it. Kristen's pushed his own long smoke. Don't need to go further than this. He's already got a potent position. Sees the lineup. That's 2 kills on the plate. There's one. Turn around, Connor just in time, but so much chaos caused in this round by Heroic.
And everything feels so uncertain right now for Aurora. You saw them kind of hesitate, float with the idea of going back to long. It's a good thing they didn't. Nilo's pushed all the way through. But this B site still defended, got a quick rotate ready to come through at a Youngstar as well, and Susp holding on to a little bit of util here to try and block. That's going to buy them more time, right? Youngstar gets to arrive, the B site's now padded out, you're going into the stack, back turned on Susp, Bacardi a double entry, brings you right back into the conversation. Nilo's 8-1, had an ace in round 4 of this game. Is he interested in giving the 1v3 a go? He's got a great timing out through the tunnels. But that smoke used to put out the molly is a big problem, and a re-smoke comes in. Should be the end of the line for Nilo.
Yeah, shame to see Susp shift away. You understand what he's doing, right? He doesn't want to tell Aurora where he's going. Is he car? Is he close? Is he sight? But they play second timing, and I actually think it's a really good call for Aurora to pump that Molotov rather than wait it out. Yeah, it's some damage, but they need something. They need the element of surprise in order to... Oh, they're panicking. You know they're panicking. Oh my God.
They're freaking out. They're going to die to the bomb, man. Okay.
No, they know.
It's all good.
Rockstick's in trouble, but yeah, they're fine. Whoa, that was a bit scary. But yeah, Susp, if he just runs back sight, he has his teammate in the door. He can play off him. He has U2. He has a flash. That's probably their round. But Aurora, really good call to pump the Molotov and just take the damage for the round win. Nice hits from Wakardia, 2 entries, and they do win it despite the chaos. Because remember how that round started, 2 aggressive pushes for Heroic. Now Aurora bring the pace.
Heroic have actually been playing like anti-long rush in a lot of these rounds. They started 3 players here again, but this time that util doesn't come in. They also missed the long doors smoke. They've done that twice. So just something to keep an eye on, right? Have this idea that Aurora are going to look for these fast long rounds.
Careful.
It's not lined up for them to stop at this time. Opener for Woxic on that scout. Long taken. Heroic forced to make moves elsewhere. It's Nilo on a smoke walk.
He missed it.
Backstabbed by Wakardia. As they try and plug this hole, things are only getting worse for Heroic.
Oh, I do like that Heroic are trying to be aggressive and trying to punish right now, but I wonder if they lose that confidence early in this game because it's, I don't want to say it's lost them a couple of rounds, but it's just put them in very difficult positions. Nothing in this one. Every push tamed as Aurora go back after taking long control. And so across the board, Aurora recovering from what has been a very difficult beginning to the game. Lead taken.
Break on the smoke and a double-layered peak to go with it. Nilo had his chance to even extend that advantage with players out on short. Just a nice idea to get max value out of that break. Follow-up for Youngstar. It was his death in that last round that kind of led to the downfall, right? Bested by Woxic in the head-to-head, while here he's clawed back one over him. And left Heroic in a very commanding position. Xantares finished off to the nade.
He's a magnum.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. If I'm Xantares, I'm pretty tilted right now with how these last couple of rounds have gone.
He's getting pushed through smokes, getting HE'd. Maggia might give it a go. They've got the money to sustain the loss, but 1v4 not buying it. Right now the gap is B. Heroic playing super heavy A setups in every single one of these rounds. They even started with no one inside of the B sides at this time. Both B players on the mid to B ramp, watching middle. Nice to see Youngstar forcing involvement with the AWP. Picks Woxic in this round too. But while Aurora don't yet know it, if they want to get in the game early, B is the way. And that's a nice chase at the end, so no survivors. Nilo 9 and 2 after that ace as well.
I mean, you got great B spawns. If you did want to ever explore this side of the map, it would be the time for it.
Just feels a bit crazy to throw it all in on a rush, right? You've just established your money, traded some rounds out. You don't want to just be put to pistols off of a spawn-based call, so not going to see something crazy here for Aurora, not even looking at that B-bomb site. Cardia lurking in lower, and the cross allowed here as Heroic use utility, knowing that AWP is a factor. They're more scared of the AWP B than a rush. Heroic just drop a smoke instead of Molotov. And Kristen has just been a nuisance. He has done his homework, right? That was clear from the confidence, but it's there for a reason.
He did it so quickly too, right?
He just knows they don't do this, right? He knows they don't go here. So it's just, that's prep paying off massively. He doesn't even need to go further. Short pop. Only one player here.
X-Flat alone. You have the AWP rotate through CT available. It's a drop down to try and give chase, but denied. A follow-up even from Nilo, catching Wakadia on rotation out towards short. X-Flat just concealed in these smokes, waiting for his teammates to move into position up through CT. We'll be getting 4 every step of the way. Xantares claws one back, but he's left in this one alone. Follow up there. Won't be able to hit that quick turnaround needed. And so the rotates do arrive. Might have been a one-man hold, but it certainly didn't feel like it to Aurora.
They are just absolutely everywhere, aren't they? It certainly helps when you're in a 5v3, right? That you're going to have massive advantage. Nilo, I don't know if he broke that mid-smoke or just spammed it, but found an early pick and just confirmed it as Aurora goes straight up cat. He did break the smoke. Oh, didn't matter. And across the board, Heroic very quick to react, knowing that is the final commit. And there is the money gone despite everything for Aurora. That's a Xantares Mach 10 long charge denied. And so, nothing left in this round. And no need for Heroic to give the Deagles what they want. Oof.
All right, that's really nice out of Wakadia. You wouldn't say no to another one. Again, B just left wide open.
Yeah. Very punishable right now. But if you go mid, both guns are here. Oh, careful, save some bullets. Cage was nice. And Nilo is just here to feast. Hello. Oh dear.
Dude, Nilo is feeling it, right? This is getting a little nerve-wracking with Nilo hitting so hard. Combine that with the fact that Karrigan has just been, in the head of Madja throughout the series.
Because you feel like you can never look away from long doors, right? Because as soon as you do, they're going to flank.
Yeah, I think like the kind of read of it from Heroic almost seems to be, if they're not coming long instantly, they're not coming long. Like they kind of go there, they play the anti-rush setup, and then they're so quick to rotate away. Like the second that they don't see Aurora out, Karrigan's even running straight into those long doors. And this is one of the first times they haven't started in that anti-long rush setup with 3 players there, the full blanket of util. Instead, it's Nilo out towards mid, and that's allowed a heavier stance over here towards B. They're anticipating a bit of a change to the game plan of Aurora, right? We're in the dying lights of this game.
Dude, that's a hard shot to hit.
And so they make the change. They bring 2 players over towards B. They actually even get aggressive through the tunnels. They catch Madja as he goes looking for info out in middle. Again, just a great idea as to when Madja would look to change the call, when he would explore that other avenue out towards B. Wakadia has come long. You see that as a surprise to Karrigan, right? The idea that if they haven't been there instantly, they haven't been there at all, actually comes back to punish the IGL of Heroic.
No, though. He is 16-3 right now. Bomb is on the catwalk. Xantares v the top performer, and he's on the headshot line. Nilo moves in for this final blow. Missed shot. Xantares doesn't pounce, and Nilo gets another chance. Xantares rerouting, no. Faking it. Back he goes. 25 on the clock. He just has to win this fight.
Oh, Nilo nails it. Turkish Terminator meets Swedish Connor because she absolutely destroys him. And I said she because it was the Sarah Connor joke.
Oh, you had to explain
I know.
it. You had to ruin it.
I know.
It's so good.
But look, man, I don't want Nilo to thinking, I'm out here saying things about him. Nilo's playing lights out.
He is playing great. That was a very impressive 1v1.
You got to explain the joke. That's what makes it funny.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. Dude, going wide again on Xantares. Nilo's just got... His cup runneth over.
Yeah, it is.
17-3.
His lobster's so buttery.
Oh, his steak is so juicy.
Nearly 20 kills deep on the half. 3 deaths.
An ace, a 4K,
a clutch.
And now a clutch.
Oh, he's got it all. Speed running.
Completed Counter-Strike right now. And our Heroic...
He just needs a ninja defuse. That's it. That's the final thing. Don't know when or how he's going to get it. He's got 1 more round to do so.
You know what? I don't think Aurora are going to think Nilo's saving in the last round of the half. Oh. I mean, he had his chance in that 1v3 on B. Xfloud, a sleeper banger as well, right? He's had some impactful kills in CT on rotation, keeping those 3v3s alive. It's going to go down first in this round, but Heroic trade out to a 3v3. Shout out Chrism one time. And Susp committed. Harry, look, again, B is empty. When Aurora watch this game back, they're going to be so annoyed they didn't work this out. There has been nobody home in this game, in this site. Finally, Aurora penny dropping in the quiet. And that's a bit of a punish. Wakadia catches Susp aggressive. That kill and the kill feed should tell you what you need to know. Rush that B site right now.
Youngstar hoping to plug the hole at B. Needs something on the orb. Hits a hell of a flick.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the follow-up. All right, Youngstar can't quite finish the job. It's
Final
another
boss.
Nilo clutch required. You've dealt with the minions. Now you got to deal with Gru. In he comes. It's a 1v1. Low HP on Wakadia. Bomb's been picked up. There's 30 seconds left, but this is the amount of fear that Nilo's streaking into the hearts of Aurora. The idea that you're having to leave that open B bomb site. You're trying to just avoid him. Just don't fight him. Hope you can beat him with brains, not brawn. And so Wakadia repositions around the world, back to A.
He's got to run now. 10 seconds. This is close, man. He could have taken that fight to middle. He wanted the plant, and he's going to lose the round to the clock. Too little, too late. Nice try, but it's not meant to be. Nilo wins the round without a fight taken, and it's Youngstar's AWP multi-kill to get Heroic all the way over the half. What a half of counter.
I don't know a lot of the new terminology, but I think that's frame mogging. That's crazy. He's playing so good that you're like so in your head. You're thinking, I can't beat this guy in the 1v1. I can't beat Nilo with the game he's having.
I thought he was going to walk out middle and try and shoot him in the back, because when I saw 12 seconds at Xbox, I'm thinking, hey, you've cleared tunnel. You know he's close mid doors. But misunderstanding of the clock from Wakadia. It's not been a great series from him. And Nilo, he is very much in your head. And to be fair, Wakadia could have killed him on rotation. He had knife out. Couldn't finish the job. What a disastrous half for Aurora. Harry, that was pistol converted as well. Well, somewhat. They won 2 rounds off of it.
Converted.
You shot. What the hell is bro doing? He just gave me that, huh?
Nilo, priceless.
8-4 half. Aurora have won all pistols in this series. Can they keep it going?
Oh, okay. All right, Madja.
See you, Nilo.
Give me a couple more.
Okay, yeah.
Next flat here.
They're in. This is scary.
All right, one more back for Woxic. Love the P2K.
Boom.
Gonna put that to work while Wakadia backstabs and Susp. Oh, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage, but just didn't have the ammo to get that one done.
Dude, couple more bullets. That's a 1v4.
Yeah. Also, dude, Susp is like having such a different game to everyone else on his team. He was in a B site that didn't get hit. Like, they got hit twice the entire game.
Once they ran through a molly, and the other time he pushed mid and died.
He's like seen no one, done nothing, and they're winning. It's a good feeling in a way for someone.
Nilo for sure.
And Krisen.
Yeah. All right, Aurora.
God, that was such a wild ending to that pistol. Like, he got like 3 dinks in 1 second with the 5 bullets he had left.
No kills.
No kills.
That hurts. Okay, you know, we've seen some crazy stuff, Harry. All right. Not going to find anything here.
God, dude. Susp is tall, 12 feet tall, jacked. You wouldn't say this to him at well, you would say that. That's a compliment. Dead as well, of course.
Aurora converted.
About dead.
So they've won 4 out of 4. I'm going to say they've converted 3 out of 4, even though they sort of lost the same force by earlier. None of that has proven to be enough. The first game we called deceptively dominant. 13-8 felt cleaner. And this one, well, we're going to get the answers pretty soon. Are Aurora even in Dust 2?
I mean, if you win every pistol in this series and still get swept, that's just not a good look.
No. You'd rather lose all the pistols.
Yeah, because then at least you can say, well, we didn't win any of the pistols, so how are we ever going to win? But Heroic don't have that mentality.
True.
Like, hell yeah, we did it on hard mode.
Oh no, committed. But it is Xantares, he's quick to the punch and no trade for Krisen. It's kind of a good bait for Aurora, right? Having a player up close, you wouldn't expect Xantares back there against the wall. So Krisen chases and gets 4v5 here for Heroic. They're going to walk out. Naughty.
The site's empty.
Oh, Xantares. Are you ready?
He knows the gap's been here, but didn't really believe it. And so as he rounds the corner, it's a free kill for xCloud. All right, that's huge for Woxic.
Yeah.
Like, that keeps you in this retake. Susp, backstab. Oh, flies around the corner. Soulfly living up to his name, and Wakadia there to trade. That was the exact purpose of that jump through the door.
Oh, wait, why so early? His teammate is coming in. They just get isolated. Iced out. 1v1 for Madja, taking the fight heads up, and Youngstar able to tuck in. Madja's got a Molotov. That's going to burn Youngstar out. He needs to win this fight, though, and Youngstar forces it again and again before Madja wins that round. But damn, we are seeing some sloppy Counter-Strike out of Aurora right now. What? That swing out, Cat, on your own. Are you trying to lose right there? You are giving Youngstar the best opportunity to win that clutch. Dear, oh dear. Sure, they win it, but at what cost? That could have just been a nice, clean 3v1 closed out with the trade.
I mean, it's clear they're flustered, you know? Like, you've lost rounds because of overthinking, so it's like, maybe we need to just think less and just do. But now you have to try and find that perfect middle ground, don't you? So frustrating. Look, man, they're still in the conversation. It's a one-round game. Chance to break Heroic's money.
Yeah, they may have exceeded expectations on their CT side, but the job is far from done here. Bit of a weak buy for Heroic and an AWP for Woxic versus him.
He's here on a way quicker timing than they're ready for. Easy double for xCloud, and you were gonna go B, but with that kill coming in, 2 players on rotation, you might change your mind here. xCloud is just farming. We've had an ace for Heroic already, and he's not really in the position to get one, but hell, unbelievable. 3 kills deep. Woxic AWP lies in wait over here towards A. Decisions to be made. They try and run down Wakadia, looking for the info play. Now they learn about the AWP out on long. Woxic, been a pretty quiet series for this guy. You really needed to start connecting. They've got to get a move on. Woxic's his, but misses the follow-up. Bomb will get planted with seconds to spare, and another ace, this time for xCloud.
Yeah, he said he wasn't in position, but the position came to him. Rotations cut right down by xCloud, and he finds all 5. Beautifully done. Killing players coming through CT, killing players leaving B. They are in his pocket. What a round out of xCloud. Saves them from devastation as well. That was Woxic dropping the bomb with just seconds remaining. And there's more where that came from. 5v4 for Heroic in this round. Youngstar has blossomed as an AWPer on this team. Meant to be a stand-in, meant to be a hobby. Now it's his full-time job.
Yeah, Oni Pixel type storyline.
5v4 for Heroic. Clutch round out of xCloud.
And it just feels like Heroic have really got under their skin. And now, like, nothing feels safe. You're doubting everything across the map. Xantares famous. Only good for one. Soulfly in a pretty awkward position here. Won't get the jump on them as they make their way out from mid. Trade potential was there, and Heroic have changed their mind. Back into Woxic they go.
Oh, 2 misses. You don't get many more chances. Bomb makes it in. Gun grabbed here for Soulfly, but jumping up into his death. Nice contain for Susp. And now they're just ego peaking because can you blame them? Heroic believing for a reason right now. They are ready to stomp Aurora out of this series. And Aurora that have not looked anywhere near their best today.
I think a part of, you're coming into this game and you're telling yourself, we should be able to beat this team like comfortably. You want to believe that this was one of the easier wins, one of the easier matchups, but Krizen's talked about how much Heroic have grown, how much better they feel. And I think it all turns, you just got to give them credit. They've called rings around Aurora, and their individuals have hit harder too. Xantares had a great start to this series, no denying it. But even he's been stifled a hell of a lot here on Dust. Gets his one in the round, as is often the case. Woxic's already running away to save.
And we've had a lot of these, desperate one-gun force buys in this game for Aurora, right? Be it the AWP on Woxic, be it a rifle, or even a MAC-10 on Xantares. Aurora just trying to kickstart something, trying to start a fire. Just no getting going here on the CT side. Converted pistol for 3 rounds, and now Heroic start to sweep. Look at Krizen go, man. He's just hounding these kills down. He will give them an AK.
I want to see more from Woxic, man. Like, in theory, this should be a series for him to dominate. I feel like he kind of knows this too, right? Like, career AWPer versus the guy that picked it up because he had to.
Yeah.
To, be in the team in the first place. And Youngstar's had a lot more impact.
Where have you really seen Woxic in positions? That's down to him at the end of the day, but haven't really seen him in positions to affect the outcome in this series. Times it.
That's the thing though with AWP, they're like, you create your own chances.
No, for sure. Yeah. It does feel like he's sometimes shoehorned into passive positions on T side and very supportive roles, but CT Dust too. There are options. There are openers. Right now, he's looking for them, but nothing getting given. Oh, careful. Break on the smoke. Youngstar's got the line. No way he goes through. That would be too far. Either way, spammed on the flash. And Heroic cancel the plan. Oh. Go on.
Oh, needed that cleaner if he wanted to have any chance of surviving the second fight.
It's still nice. It opens up B. Even if it's just a route to a fake, Nilo's punishing long push.
Break on the smoke. Xantares didn't see Krizen.
What?
Oh, and he's walked right through. They don't know that Krizen's here. And now there is a thorn in the side of Aurora.
Sweet.
Nilo picked up over on long, but let's lend...
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, that's pretty rough. He still gets the kill,
Go
but...
back to B? No.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a bit of... You know, Karrigan has the best position.
The 40-year-old mechanic strikes again.
Oh, no.
It was a really sick move, though, from Karrigan. I love the idea.
It's a shame Nilo goes out long, I
Yeah.
think. Like, give Karrigan the time. He's probably calling, guys, I'm walking through. I'm behind them. He could walk into A, kill long player, set up that round far nicer. I feel like Heroic don't give him the room to do anything.
Aurora still chasing this dragon of the clean, easy path to victory, and it's still obtainable, right? If they win this round, they get on to 12, and Aurora, they're in a really weird spot. They'd have 2 rifles, but that's it. You know, they're clutching at straws to try and keep themselves in the game. So if you really wanted to make this easy for yourselves, this is the round you win. You pull out whatever the best call you have is. You've got a long spawn on Youngstar with the AWP as well, so a chance at the early pick. He's actually going to run it out in the top mid. Oh, spam, risky prospect. Youngstar rails one through the smoke. But it doesn't connect. Slower start to the round here for both sides. No one wanting to get aggressive. Game is on the line.
Remember how we characterized Aurora coming into this series. The last few top tournaments, they've only lost to teams like, well, been eliminated by Na'Vi and Vitality in the last 4, but they've, aside from that, only lost to those teams, MongolZ, Mouz, squads that are on the upper echelon. This is not the kind of team we see Aurora lose too often. Aurora, a well-earned game, but they still have to finish the job. Can they do it with ease? Breaking the money now would be the perfect route to a finish. And it all comes down to Madja on Cat. He is alone at the moment. Woxic blocked on long side, feeling the pressure, going through the smoke, and they pop theirs. Madja dies for nothing. Heroica right there on the edge of victory.
And you need someone to deliver you the kill that tips the scales here if you're Aurora. If you get so locked out of this, oh, there's the nade, it'll do it. That leaves this one wide open, 4-on-4. Position's a little tricky here. You're still worried about Catwalk. You don't have that path to rotate. It's been blocked by a smoke. And you feel anxious about coming up through CT on all 3. You've got a big decision to weigh up here, right? We said coming into this round, money's on the line for Aurora. Fair chunk of time already off the clock. Walk it in CT side, right into the guns of Nilo. Blind for a second on that flashbang. Woxic with Cardia and Soulfly stealing back, and Karrigan not in position. Got to get a move on. Won't get to short in time. It's a defuse, a robbery of a round. All the kills come through for Aurora. And they're still in this thing.
Shocking round to win for Aurora. It's the high flash that gets them back in after Nilo picks the first. Good supportive utility, or Heroica about to feast on that round. We have 3 kills coming through in the blink of an eye. And, you know, fair play for Karrigan to reset there. If he goes long, Woxic was holding for him very late in that round. So the reset back on spawn was a nice try. Not meant to be here for Heroic. A very close round indeed, though. That was a 5v4 with a bomb site control. Aurora keep themselves in it. And now a chance to fight for these final few rounds of regulation. If they lost that round, that would have been game. But now they get the chance to fall back with some money and take this one the distance. It's a good gamble in a round like this. Low economy, Aurora put 3B.
It feels like Heroic are going to play right into their hands. Need the pistols just to throw the aim off, and you hope that Karrigan can deliver you a multi-kill. Nilo's got 1. Oh, there's a follow-up on the Nilo dig. He's low on health and will get finished off. Left to Karrigan now. Nilo's handed it over. See what the captain can do in this clutch. Second smoke gives him a degree of safety, but as it fades, he'll get finished off. Woo. Another close round, but close doesn't matter as we get down the stretch here. Final couple of rounds, down to a one-round game.
Was not ready for the Aurora redemption arc. 3 rounds straight. Heroic get a final full buy. And without it, they might have to eco and play for overtime. That might be the best bet. Susp, good spot. It's going to make Aurora shuffle this setup, and this is just a straight up B hit right now. They're just going to pop in.
Karrigan tries to peek ahead of it. Soulfly needs to block, needs to try and buy you some more time, but they're coming through. Zantares dead on the rotate. Follow up from Youngstar, and the B site crumbles. In the face of a comeback, Heroic make the decision to just all in this B play. First proper time we've seen one of these all-in B hits in this map. And it's an infamously hard site to retake. Gonna have a flash dropped back.
No.
But no, they decide against it. They write it off. Save call for Aurora. And so Heroic have 2 opportunities to close this series.
Oh, dude, they just go straight through that B Molotov. That was 3 players in transition there. That was Zantares cut down before the actual anchor was. A very important jiggle for Susp. He gets the info. It makes Aurora change their setup. The whole round is affected as a result. They are caught in no man's land in their positions. Nice little nade at the end. Magic got that AK thanks to the HE, but it is Heroic on match point right now, looking for a 2-0, an upset, and frankly, a demolishing win against Aurora. Perhaps even an embarrassing win when you take in, or loss rather, when you take in how one-sided Nuke was.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's super impressive. Like, they haven't won a pistol round in this series, and they're looking to get through it 2-0 versus one of the favorites to be in playoffs of the tournament.
It's all gone wrong here for Aurora. And Nilo is still showing up, 23-10. Here we go, Heroic. It's not going to get easier than this. Your chance to end this series here and now.
No way they go back to B.
Surely not, right?
No way you do it twice. This side of the map has been so unexplored. They've been blocked this time early by a smoke. Wonder if that changes things. They don't really have any control anywhere else. They weren't really set up for anything but this B play.
Looks like they just want to do it a little bit later. Zantares with quick flank, but it still relies on players holding down their positions.
Susp again with his little jiggle.
Oh my.
Soulfly up close, gets out with 1. Wakadi are also able to follow up. Now that backstab gets activated on Zantares, closing the net on these remaining 2. Here very, very quickly and very, very quietly. No one's ready for this on the side of Heroic. He's got them dead to rights. Backstab connects from Zantares, and hope is reignited for Aurora.
Yeah, no door smoke down, so Heroic don't feel comfortable crossing in dry. They wait to get one in. And it's in that downtime while they wait for Zantares in middle that he creeps in behind them. So nice reposition. Zantares starting in a new spot, punishes Heroic's move. And now they have almost nothing to show and to shut down this series. Overtime against Aurora, well, we say often the more experienced team shows up in OT, and Aurora certainly fill that category. Can Heroic hold on here as they call a timeout? Trying to end it with less. We have Tech9's Galil's hope and a dream for Heroic. How do you win this? And, you know, while we've been pretty down on Aurora in this game, it would be quite the show of resilience to recover this map and take it to a third. Suddenly, very different situation. You've got Heroic on the ropes, feeling like they should have closed it when they had the chance. This could quickly change. You just can't afford to drop the ball here.
Dude, are they just going to go B again?
Why not?
This is Magic mind games.
Xantares is not here this time. They have a very unique setup, but it won't come to matter. Ricardia, extremely potent position up close. Just don't get one banged by Tech9.
Oh, they hear the footsteps now. Rotate
Oh,
starting.
God.
Oh, there's the
Oh,
openings. Tech9's connect. Krisen cuts down the rotate. Aurora is scrambling.
Can't save here.
Antares first on the scene. Nade comes out, but won't find a kill. Him and Magia side by side, hoping to recover in a 2-on-4, but getting into B, even in an even odds battle, is so tricky. Xantares has to do something miraculous, and he's dead straight away. Magia can't do a thing. Heroic on back-to-back B hits, relentless to close. Will take this one over the line. It's a narrow victory, but a victory on Dust 2. It's a huge step in the right direction. And dude, Krisen said coming into this, they were going to beat Aurora. That's what he said in the interview. He said this team is 1,000 times better while they level up in this opening game in Astana. Aurora, some shaky signs, some troubles to get things going. That's a wild series to start us off.
Heroic takes it 2-0. Oh, boys, I'm going to have so much fun with both of you. So in the pre-show, you made some pretty strong statements. I'm going to give you some space now to defend said statements.
I just want to say, I said the maps don't matter. And clearly, Sam, the maps didn't bloody matter, because that was, listen, jokes aside, hell of a showing from Heroic, man. Some of those calls being made by Krisen were just a few calls coming in, individually popping off. You saw X-Flout on map number 1, and Nyla was just untouchable, just unplayable on this map.
I mean, this is why I always say Heroic is one of the most exciting teams to watch out of the Tier 2 Counter-Strike. Always been saying this.
Well, how's your Dark Horse doing now, Dick?
My Dark Horse is, it needs some hay, some oats. Perhaps some oats, spare some oats, brother. They look.
I had the darkest thing where I was going to be like, oh, you're a dark horse. Like, you know, they eat horse meat here, so maybe there is a future for them in a different direction. But then I was like, that's a bit mean. It's only the first game.
It was really not the greatest showing from Aurora. We really have to say the communication and some of these like team play elements throughout the series. We saw it on the first map. After the first map, I was like, okay, this is not looking promising. This is not what you want to see from them. And these are I don't expect Aurora to be like super advanced tactical things, but I expect them to be like 2-3 group packs and do well in that. I think they really weren't. So I don't know what the cause for that is, but it was troubling.
I feel like what we just said right there, it's the same thing we keep saying about Aurora every
time and time again.
It's almost like beating, some people would say, a dead horse.
Just keep those horse jokes are going the whole way.
Look, no, I agree. Like
look at these flicks though.
Dude, Youngster was the best AWPer in the server.
Which is mind-blowing because he's not an AWPer.
I mean, that's why it's one of the things where, like, going into this, I'm looking into Youngster so much. I'm like, okay, he's hopping CT side, T side, not really. How does that reflect on him? He kind of struggles generally on the T side. He's one of their worst players. In general, Heroic are the team out of all the teams here that win, like, relatively more on the CT side than the T side. The T side is really not where they get stuff done. But what Krisen did here and the way he was calling, like, I can't say it was like insanely impressive. They were doing very simple things, and Aurora just couldn't stop it. We just saw this T half now.
But they do it well.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? When he spoke about the grouping, you know, just like a 3-man, 4-man unit just working together for the side of Aurora, we saw that from Heroic.
Yeah.
They made it look good. 3 B-side hits back to back to back. One, dude, that takes ball to steal, to call.
Yeah. And I mean, the tricky thing is, like, when you think about it from a tactical, were these the optimal calls? Were they outmaneuvering, or not really?
Not really.
But doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you hit your shots. and they're the better team. And I mean, Nilo, what a star in the making.
What a start to make. Look, that ace from the window position is just absolute BS. It should never have happened, but still can't take it away from him. And he was on a hot streak. But here's another cliche for you, Sam. It was a team effort. Kristen was calling fantastically. Youngster, sure, he wasn't hitting all his shots, but when he hit his shots, it looked super cool. X-Fight again, top fragging pretty much on 2 maps back-to-back. I think, him going up against his brethren, Turkish brethren, really made him kind of fired up, so to speak. And everyone chipped in, everyone had their moment. So just all in all, great showing.
And Aurora also helped them by playing very sloppy Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really feel like we saw this, we saw them play now, and I don't remember really anyone from Aurora having some big moments. Like there's maybe like a
I remember one big moment, Wycadia not losing to the clock.
Yeah,
that happened.
Yeah. So it doesn't seem like anyone. We know they have some good talent on this lineup, and no one really did anything individually. Like these, as you said, Heroic has some nice, exciting pieces. Like Nilo is one of these players that 2 years ago was super touted. Then he came to Heroic, took a break, and it took a while to integrate in this lineup. But on paper, it shouldn't be this kind of a match.
Also, just their faces, man. They just look miserable.
Miserable, right? They're not even talking to each other.
It's day one. It's day one.
I said dead team walking. That's all I'm saying. Maybe the rumors are true. We'll find out as the event goes on. We have to move on, though, because we do have another game on the way. Talking about dead teams, imagine blowing up your entire roster just before the major, even though you make playoffs. That's what Mouz did, so we get to see what this new iteration will look like. That's coming up after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's day one of PGL Astana. We've already seen one game go down. Of course, Heroic beating Aurora. That was a surprise for Blair and Prof on the desk. Maybe not a surprise for you if you're a Heroic fan. And now we move on to Gentlemates up against Mouz. Mouz comes out recently. This is a playoff team. makes playoffs regularly and goes, okay, we're going to change everything before the major. But then at the major, we're also going to bring back our old IGL. So he's not going to play in Astana, but then he'll play at the major. And basically what it looks like to me is if there was ever a sign of just completely lying down on the floor and giving up, that's what Mouz looks like. It's like they went, oh, well, we're all done. We'll worry about Singapore and like Cologne's a write-off.
I disagree. I think this is what I've been waiting for a very long time. Like, screw it, pull the plug, rip off the Band-Aid. Let's just go with changes right now. Let's just go for it.
But then go back to another lineup for the majors, which
fine.
is definitely not going to work.
It's fine. Long term, it's fine. Screw it.
But
maybe
like,
pull something off.
I think you can either have that or you can have, dead team walking situations, which I'm more for this because it can at least, they can trial some things that might work, but might not be good in the long term. So I was kind of tired of the Mouz situation, and honestly, I think they reached like a new low. They lost
to 9Z.
They lost to 9Z. Yep. They had 3 losses in a row, different tournaments going out in group stage actually, and it's like, yeah, I mean that's the end. That was the end in Rio.
And it's not just about the losses they had. Sure, you lose against Spirit and Furia and whatnot, but it's also the fashion in which they completely capitulated. That was a completely dead team. So I am actually on Cyclone side for this one.
Okay, let me have a little bit of fun here. On paper, we obviously haven't seen them play yet, but this lineup as it stands, that's a playoff team.
This team is goated, but this guy is also goated, and I'm gonna be simping him a bit. Like, not always 100% in agreement with him, but you have to say his track record of making moves that are unpopular has been pretty good. Even bringing in Brolan, what
they won the first event with him.
They elevated with Brolan, with a guy that's never been an IGL. He was IGLing, but what is happening now is he's saying, yeah, it's not good. It's not nice to him. He's an okay guy. He did a good job. But we need to do something differently. And the idea of, I'm mostly focused on the exertion IGL angle. This is what's most interesting to me, because I believe he was, in many ways...
already the IGL.
He was calling a lot. He was having a strong influence, and that's kind of why I think Shui was out of the team, and Brolan came in to be like more of, I'm kind of IGLing, but it's Torji, it's exertion, having control of the team. And now it's like, you know what? This is not really working that well. Let's just give him another shot. Him being fully the IGL, because he's also individually struggling, and in playoffs, I would say he is the biggest issue for this team.
Yes.
Okay, we're giving you a shot. You have these now 2 events, and let's see if you can make a difference.
But here's the thing, right? This is where I need exertion to really step up, because there is that freedom you have when you're kind of secondary voice and you don't feel really like calling. You still have your IGL. He's still going to be calling. Yeah. But now it's like when the chips are down, when things are down, when you're down like, I don't know, like 9-3 or something, you don't have anyone to fall back on. It's all on you. You need to fill in those shoes. So it is absolutely going to be a big challenge here for exertion, despite the fact that he's been kind of the second voice for such a long time.
JL, interesting pickup. I mean, it's obviously on loan. To see from the way he's talking, they're dating. Like, there's some flirting and dating happening. They want to see if they want to commit to a long-term relationship.
It's not official yet. Yeah. They might be like, still on the apps, still talking to other people, just seeing what the vibes are in other places. But right now, it's just like, maybe this is a good spot. I think
JL sounds like he wants to commit though.
Yeah. I think so, but still,
it's still early to see. Yeah,
I feel like there's testing from both sides going on.
I miss that. I miss Dale looking into the camera and smiling. I feel like that's one thing that he lost a lot when he kind of benched himself in Navi and everything, where he was getting to him, right? The criticism, the online stuff, he said it himself as well. So for him coming in, shaking it off, also injecting, and I hate using this word because it's been used dead so far, but injecting a bit of aura into this lineup. And I think he is such a bubbly, fun personality. And it's a fact that he's not ignoring either. Even Cyclone mentioned it as well. Him coming in is something which could kind of liven up the team a bit.
So you're over 25 and you're using word aura. It's kind of cringe.
It is very. I am cringe, prof. I'm sitting right
next. He leans into his cringeness,
Yeah. Embrace it. Embrace it.
Probably the easiest opportunity Mouz has for a starting game, though. I mean, Gentlemates is not exactly the biggest challenge.
No, I mean, this is a team that, Spanish team, that's nice. Like, I was going
Is that like your one nice thing you have to say?
Martinez
Spanish.
is a pretty cool guy. Looks really cool.
He looks really cool.
He looks really cool, and also
the best player in the team. Easily.
Also the best player in the team has a bit of flair about his game. The hopper.
Yeah.
I like him, but I was even going back and looking at Alex and the rest of the guys. Like, they barely played any majors. Like, they barely like they've been around for so long. I felt like they had more achievements to their name, but
they don't.
They don't, and like this time around,
it's just because you remember like one deep run they'll have at like one S-tier event, and then they just completely taper off. These guys are like the journeymen of Counter-Strike, so to speak. They're a great representation of like the Iberian players, and whatnot. But that's it. That's been what they are, and that's why. And it's okay not to have too many expectations about a team. You got to have some teams like this around.
Yeah, and I mean, this year also went in a weird direction because they started off quite strong. I mean, open lands and stuff like that. They've been one of the teams that first jumped on that bandwagon. They started with a win in a second place, and in March they were ranked 16th in the VRS.
Yes,
and it was a very interesting situation that happened because I think they epitomized the thing like I took a calculated risk, but I'm very bad at math. Because at that time, the mischief guy on
That's
Twitter,
a great line.
he put in the stats. Oh, they were like 82% odds to qualify for the major, and they maybe took that a bit too literally and just skipped 1 month. They just didn't play anything because they didn't want to risk their position by losing or playing some online games or whatever. And then they came back just before the cutoff to play like a few lands and just got smashed by everyone. They just crashed out of 2 tournaments in a row and failed to qualify for the major. So for them, this year is like, I feel like they must feel so bad right now.
Oh, 100%. And like for a team like this, just having an opportunity to play in a major, right, which I haven't seen in such a long time. But at least the spirits look good right now for them, right? They're here to play. They have pulled off upsets in the past as well. But I just want to harken back to the Mouz situation because we talked about it quite a bit. This is the second most exciting roster at this event right now after a certain Falcons. For
Aurora. What?
What? Okay, obviously you can see what we think might happen on Nuke, but the truth is no one actually knows what Mouz is going to do. We have a whole new IGL, 2 new players, the role swap, we've done a like for like, but there's a very good chance this completely shakes up.
Yeah. JL did say, I'm going to be playing some new roles right now. So I'm assuming he's going to be taking some of the anchor roles which Jame used to play.
Yeah, I think CT, there's also an interview that came out. I think what he said, mostly the CT side is okay, and the T side, he said like aggro lurking, and maybe Spink's taking more of the
passive role.
Passive role.
So going back to what Apex was yelling at him, you're a baiter. Perfect.
I mean, that's his strength. He's really good at that.
He's really good at that. So I feel like the T side, there's going to be some changes. For me, it's about exertion, right?
Yeah.
Like he's going to be giving up a lot of his original roles and kind of filling in what Brolan used to do. But I feel individually he is a better player. Maybe this switch up is going to make it better for exertion overall as well.
Mouz has made some changes and they've taken a calculated risk. Let us hope that they are not bad at math. We're about to find out.
Yeah, we are. Hugo, how are you feeling about the whole Mouz situation?
Yeah, I'm actually with Sam on this one. Like, I like the idea that they're making changes. I know you wanted to see them run it all the way to Cologne, but I think that at the same time,
given how they started the year, I wanted to see them go.
Sure, I think the risk of playing with 2 different rosters is going to be difficult for Mouz to try and run 2 events and then bring Brolan back for the major. We're going to have to see. Really, it's hard to know what we're going to get from Mouz. I think that's exciting, though, in a different sense. For the longest time, we knew exactly what we were going to get from Mouz, which was a fantastic group stage, a 3-0 run right into the semi-finals, and then off to the next.
They were kind of the McDonald's of like top CS team. Like it's always pretty fine. Like you know what you're going to get.
Nah, because every country,
it's never going to blow your mind.
For me, McDonald's is different every country. Mouz are the same in every country. Semi-finals are best, but new Mouz, Harry, new opportunity, new chance, new in-game leader, JL in the team. I think there's a lot of reasons to be excited to watch Mouz today, to see if they can pick themselves back up when you consider the bar was, for their high bar, because jokes aside, they group stage merchants, they destroyed it every time. Now we don't really know what to expect from Mouz. They had a couple of poor tournaments this season coming in. I still have decent expectations of this team. JL played a few officials recently. We saw him on Liquid. He actually got better by the end of those matches as well. And of course, an academy player coming up from Zalex, and it would be dismissive to doubt an academy player from the Mouz project when you consider this whole core of Mouz came from the academy all that time ago.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Zalex. Because he had the one outing with Mouz like last year where he played as a standard. It was like the one time they didn't make playoffs. But I think that's fair enough. Like, it's a whole different situation. He was just standing in there.
Bro, it was it was not the same event, but it was Vitality who had their first outing at the beginning of 2025. It was the one event they didn't make a run in, right? That was Bounty, Zelix played Kato, or similar kind of comparison there. But I think also another factor we've not talked about is the in-game leader change, right? For me, I think Exertion was, already a very vocal player, calling shots, calling openers. We know this guy talks a lot in the team, but at the same time, I think his form kind of wavered off quite significantly in the last 6 months. So
it was also just like the guy you look to as like a big playoff underperformer, like compared to what he could give you in group stages.
But maybe this will add some stability to his role, right? Maybe it'll make it harder and we'll see him fall off more, but he's in more traditional in-game leader positions. Either way, we talk a lot about Mouz, but it's Gentlemates bringing the pace in this pistol, running right into their death. And a quick death at that.
Mouz a win in the major.
We all knew it. Not with this roster, though.
Oh, yeah, not with this one.
Oh, dear. Well, nice
like
pistol.
That whole thing's weird as well. But, I think this is like Mouz knowing that they've made moves at a weird time, like throwing as many feelers out as they can, moving forward. Because, they committed to that old roster for so long.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, it actually isn't working. We do have to make changes. Shit. Just try and find something that works. I think JL, good addition in terms of like bringing an uplifting energy.
A winner's mentality.
Yeah. Also, nice, because he was someone who, like, when he won his major with Na'Vi, he said, like, seems quite goal-orientated. And he said, like, that was kind of the goal he set for himself, and he did it.
Now what?
Like, what do you
Now
do?
I'm going to make Mouz good.
And he had some time away, but I think within that, he kind of came to realize, well, actually, he does still have unfinished business. There is still stuff he wants to do. He does still want to play. I think that's good, because you did feel, even towards like the end of the time in Na'Vi, it just kind of dropped off. It wasn't hitting as hard. I imagine the idea that you'd already achieved like the goal you set out to do like wasn't as motivated. But hopefully turn this time away into something productive to that end. Say force buy here for the Gentlemates.
Yeah, team, there's lots to talk about and a long-standing roster, even more so if you consider the core. Gonna go in for this A-hit, delayed, pushing back ramp players. One entry comes in, but then they line up for Zelix, and he locks them down. Young man with 3 kills in this second round, puts Mouz back on the board. And so converting the pistols should just be swift from this point. While we talk about Mouz making playoffs of near every event last year, it's Gentlemates, complete other end of the table. A team with high upset potential, a very team that took down Vitality back at Pro League as well, but also a team that's been grinding local lands, tier 2, tier 3 competition, playing a lot of games, not often at the big events. And when they do, not really getting out of groups either. So this would be quite the upward punch. But that's the thing about this team that I like. On their best days, they can beat anyone.
Yeah, I think the thing that's like just the biggest shame for Gentlemates is kind of their claim to fame is the squad that missed out on the major. The idea that, you talk about the grind they've been on, and yeah, that's exactly the word for it, right? Playing a lot, farming VRS. They get to a point where there was even that graphic before we go in. They had like an 82% chance of making it to the major. And it was then that they decided to be very risk averse, and be just kind of say, look, hands off the wheel, right? We're probably already going to the major. It's going to be fine. They stopped playing in events for a bit. They tried to sit on the VRS and ended up coming back to haunt them. No, it was pretty devastating to the Gentlemates guys.
I mean, this is a team that I mean, as Prof was saying, right, around for a long time, but not a lot of majors, even when you consider adding them all up, right? Like, a couple of these guys have never even been to one.
I was talking to them in Rio about the whole major situation, and they said, like, obviously, it is devastating, right? Like, the idea that you were right there, you were so close to being able to go. But they said that, in a way, it's, like, removed some of the tension in these final couple of events, right? The idea now that, you know, you had Rio, you've got Astana, just chances to kind of go out there, play. You no longer have like the huge weight of the VRS implications on the line because they're looking all the way ahead to Singapore. So, you know, that can be nice. Just having that element, that huge element of pressure removed. Get to go out now and show the CS you're capable of at the last few events of the season for them. And that's a really nice way to get this round going. Sorsal secures a 5v4 for the Gentlemates.
Yeah, lots of smokes down, but we've already got lower control here for JL, so he knows not to worry. And Gentlemates announcing presence back on top site. Lots of pressure being put on. Spinks holds strong. Sorsal comes through the Molotov, and Gentlemates do control A. Ooh. Are they riding it off? As long as Gentlemates don't push out and give another entry back to Mouz, this is a save. Nice fake though. 2 sets of smokes outside for Gentlemates, and they still go for the A pop. Spinks needed at least 2 to keep Mouz in this round.
I think one of the things with Mouz that I don't know if Exertion is going to bring this around, but like he could, considering, well, he's always been a smart player, he's always been aggressive too within that, and it's like the Mouz under Brolin previously felt very risk averse, right? And they wouldn't really take a lot of risks till the game was already late, and then it felt like it was coming out of desperation more than anything else. They like to play by the numbers. You know, they would always lean into a save. Like, if it's a 3-on-4, why even bother giving that a go, right? Like, just get out of there. I hope Exertion kind of injects a bit more risk-taking. And if there ever was a time to take risks, it's now, while the squad's kind of in flux. Figure out where your limit lies. It's again the yard control for the Gentlemates here. With 3 players making it across into secret, Mopos still lurking back in the lobby, just looking to deny any aggression, cut down players in rotation if Gentlemates get this bomb down at lower, and there's no one here to stop them.
Yeah, sooner they go, the better right now. 1 smoke available just to get out that door. JL still watching ramp. Xertion leaves him. This Molly tying just to min-max his B plant, and so Gentlemates looking to clear positions, but soon to learn that there's nobody home. Bomb makes it down. Mopos looking for kills on lurk. Might just backstab. Is this Mouz already conceding the round? They've been blocked out of ramp by double molly. If this kill comes in Huts from Mopos. No, it doesn't. Now Mouz can consider this. Gotta go quick. It's too late.
Yeah. Well,
it's definitely too late. This is over. Gentlemates with that first kill, drop the kit, and it's just exits here for Mouz. So, yeah, nice kills on the way out, but only 1 survivor, and that is Gentlemates on the board. 3v4. It's awkward as well. The first kill that comes out as they come out ramp is the kit, and so Mouz lost it immediately. But that bomb was already over half gone. If anything, maybe the kill from Spinks baits him into a round they don't really want to go for anyway. Torsy's going to get his AWP out once again. That is a missed smoke.
Well, won't come to matter as they're rushing ramp. JL overran.
It's a ballsy
Side
call.
taken, moving in now with a molly at the double doors. That secures you a bomb plant, so you'd like to think. They take the space away too, putting pressure on Spinks. It's exertion, causing a ruckus, running out through the single door, catching the bomb plant, and keeping Mouz in this round. Very awkward now for the Gentlemates. Low HP on Sorcel. G might have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Man with the rifle. But they're not being offered anything. Mouz have got this bomb drop to play around, and they can just wait, right? They can wait till you plug in the numbers. They know at that point they've got a 3v1 chance just to pounce and punish Sorcel when he goes for the plant, or hunt G. Oh, they actually let the bomb go down. Zelix, little delayed there on the peak. Figured it was a fake, not the case. G suddenly has a bomb to play around here. Hopefully that doesn't come back to haunt Mouz. Crossed in on the defuse already. He's in no real position to give this one a go. Needs the instant kill ramp, and it won't come through.
Well, those are the risks you want to see taken there. Exertion storms out single door, and I mean, it has to happen. We got double mollied off, a 5v4 and B control, so if Gentlemates get that bomb down, Mouz are in another ugly post-plant situation. Big rush for Exertion to drop that bomb and find 2 kills. And, you know, Zelix may let the plant happen, but as soon as he hears that bomb goes down, he is there to swing to make sure the gun is not back out. So essentially guarantees the kill, and Mouz are able to slowly trap that final player. 4-2, Mouz showing good face right now, control of the game. They're going to break the smoke, or molly it at least, to force a gap outside. It's a gap the Gentlemates are yet to know about, one that Mouz are watching easily. They know this B-cross is impossible. Gentlemates look to punish JL, pop him on ramp.
Fade away, Torshi takes up the line. And good to strike on the AWP. Catching Mopoz. 5v4 and ramp room taken for the Gentlemates. But looking into lower, not as simple as you might think. JL's already down here. Spinks has even moved in as well to help him. Doesn't have to take that instant fight, but spotted out behind Silo, trying to bait them in to JL. Oh, that's clean. There's the follow-up, and here's JL with the element of surprise.
And maybe there's some unfamiliarity there, right? They get the kill on Spinks, but not realizing, hey, ramp play is still up right now. JL is that guy. There's one hell of a lot of firepower having Spinks and JL play in tandem off each other on this team now. And there's a step made, so that should be the round conceded here by G. Very key double out of Spinks. Mouz, full control, no sweat.
The other thing that's kind of exciting with JL is, like, you know, we talk about like the idea that Mouz in kind of the high pressure moments, they would be so prone to crumbling, and like JL just wasn't that type of player.
Yeah, the opposite.
As demonstrated by his major run, right? Someone who kind of lived for the big moments, lived for the pressure. And who kind of, the moment he lost that, decided he was done for a bit. But he's missed this.
Oh,
look at this guy. Having a little Starbies.
Other brands are available.
I know, but we all saw what he was drinking. You know. I would say the worst drink to have while you're playing Counter-Strike.
Why?
I don't know. I just feel like it's going to get spilled. If he spills it in a couple of rounds, like...
You've prophesied.
Yeah. Like, because it looked like it's under the desk, too. That's already like a huge red flag, bro.
Oh, well, watch out for the PC shoot.
Also, he's having to like drink it sideways because of the mic.
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
Get a straw. Get him a straw.
Get him a straw.
Request straw.
Make that happen. What do you reckon he got? What do you reckon his order was?
Kind of like a iced coffee.
It looked iced, right?
I don't know. I don't.
I'm thinking he's like a caramel macchiato guy. A little bit of sweet, a little bit of milk. Break on the smoke out in the yard. Davy G coming through espresso.
JL is here. Caffeinated, ready to go. Sprays the first, and that's a good trade. Down the vent is cheeky for Zelex, but it's covered from the other side, and so Mopoz should have made this round theirs. That's unless Torshi can hit a couple of bangers here. He's getting played with right now. They're up close on the ramp as well. One shot fired should force the swing from Alex. And so Torshi doesn't know it, but walking away might be the best move. Zershan's got a 1v1 outside. Sorsal giving him nothing. Bomb down, doesn't need the fight. Sorsal just going for it right now and puts Zershan on his last legs. That kill should just allow save though. So Mouz walk away. All par for the course.
Cyclone wants to weigh in. Calls a timeout. Always like to have his finger to the pulse. Keen to get involved early. There are some coaches who kind of stave them off as long as they can in case the game goes long. Yeah. And Cyclone's never been like that. He's always been someone who likes to try and be proactive, right? Get ahead of it early in the game. I've always wondered if the idea was, you know, if you're kind of winning hard, your opponent are going to have to start burning some of theirs too in the late game.
Right now, it's gone pretty par for the course here for Mouz. A couple of saves in these post plants, but that's going to keep the guns coming. Another orb for Torshi outside. JL keen to concede ramp at any sign of danger. Exertion outside, keeping the pressure on, trying to break these smokes, but Gentlemates are coming right through. Nice break. Torshi got one more where that came from, so maybe another pick. Don't know if he saw that cross. It doesn't matter. Xertion did. And so 5v3, more HEs. I love how Mouz are using these grenades, making it very uncomfortable, but still Gentlemates find the gap. They've crossed in.
Dude, if you're Gentlemates, you must be mind-blowing. You're thinking, how many of these nades do they have? Have they been squirreling them away over rounds? That's 4 HEs out in the yard to break these smokes.
If Alex just peeks, he's a free kill. Torshi has no idea a player could have made it when you consider how many grenades were thrown. It's too good to be true. Alex is moving in.
Oh, Torshi hit his head, and Alex will punish him. 3v5 attempt here for the Gentlemates. They've got Mopoz trying to gain some ground out towards main. Heaven wrap on the cards as well from Alex. And Mouz are feeling this pressure. They know that Heaven's wide open, so a bit of a push out towards the hut. Just to give themselves a fallback option here.
It's a nice setup.
They haven't completely abandoned the top site, staying close by. Ready to fight for this Heaven swing. Exertion knows where it's coming from. Ready for this hit. They attempt to chase down the planter, but it gets denied. 3-on-3 now, down to the retake.
Oh, Zelex, he had a bit of a window there to strike when they took their eyes off, but now they're in their post-plant positions. They'll expect everything. Flick back for Mopoz required. Nice check for Zelex. Double kill as he comes in quick on that top site, and he hits the perfect timing. Teammates by his side, not even required, as Zelex gets on with 2 more, and Mouz pick up that post-plant. Nice shots for Zelex. You love to see it. Young academy prospect in a Mouz jersey. And it would not be the first time for a Mouz NXT to find success. I like that bait for Zelex. That was nice. I mean, you know, he could have swung off desertion, but there were so many eyes on his position. He lets Gentlemates pick their spots, punishes them later. She's trying to stay proactive. New position now. Smokes do come down. New break, but miss. It's Xerxes who comes up secret to keep the pressure on.
Oh, and I like that. You know, he was greedy. He was looking for a couple, right? Yeah. Recommit into the fight out in the yard. Gets away with a good chunk of damage and the 5v4. And here's the thing, you might have got a player in the secret, but not all it's cracked up to be. That's the bomb on the back of Martinez, a lone secret side. No more util left to get you across to him or get him out. Spot for Spinks, but he doesn't overstay his welcome. Zelex can't make it a double. And so Martinez still trapped down secret side. Spinks is closing in on him. I mean, he's at least been able to get out of the little corner they had him trapped in. Chance to link back up with Mopoz, but time's running low and it's a big problem. A site is open, but Mouz are more than ready to clamp down upon it.
Baited by that ladder, it's all a fake. Wait a sec, cover is good. Mopoz 1v3, he's got a Mac 10. Let's be realistic here. This should be a trade at worst case, and so JL does secure it. Mouz getting another retake on the board here, as they look very comfortable in these late round positions, with some early saves in this game as Gentlemates took some B hits, but on this top site, it's Mouz's home right now. Nicely done, 7-3 lead. Some reassuring rounds for Mouz, that's for sure. Spinks playing a great game right now. Exertion not holding back. It's getting desperate. Circle's forced up.
Maybe just a fast round here, right? Fake smokes out in the yard while the rest of Gentlemates all head in towards the lobby. Problem with these smokes, I think even when you throw them, you know they're not really going to serve the purpose you want. What with how much Mouz have been breaking them, they'll be able to confirm that no one's crossed, and now you get funneled into the Torshi orb on the ramp side. JL arrives to lend a helping hand. Torshi's done a lot of the heavy lifting. Ooh. And he's just playing to survive. Knows that as long as he's alive out here at the orange box, he's a big problem that they've got to deal with. Another tag put down range. Finally, they will get past Torshi. Exertion now takes up the line. Spinks is found on a vent drop, and suddenly this is all coming together for the Gentlemates. Now they're low on health. This won't be a comfortable post plant. They have a bit of time to get set up. Zelex has to brave the vent rotate, try and get past Mopoz. Timing's everything here for Zelex, and he's just left the angle. He's decided against going down. This is the standoff that really makes or breaks the retake. And Mopoz backstab denied. Zelex picks it up. We're on.
Oh no!
Doesn't have the time, surely it's so low. And even though Gentlemates are all wounded, Zelex doesn't know where to look. Get a little lost in the sauce there. That Torshi double doesn't come to matter.
That's a straight up 3v5, and they got time to pull back and reset there. Torshi feeling like he's stuck out on ramp, just tries to live. JL takes a fight. Suddenly Torshi's alone, re-peeking with pistol. It all comes crumbling down, and they didn't know the player already got down behind that vent smoke into that lower site. This started so well for Mouz. Comes completely unraveled. And an ugly post plant. Where each of Mao's players caught off one by one. So Gentlemates, look, it's not a lot on this T side, but it's enough to stay alive. Looking for a fifth to really sweeten it. As a risky investment, pays off massively. Might get better, but not just yet. Zertian pushed up in the yard, finds a 5v4, and JL this time does fight for ramp. Him and Zelex put together a hold.
Oh, even hangs around. Overstays his welcome a little with Alex allowed to get the trade, but he's done enough in this round, or so you'd like to think. Because how much further can Alex really take this? Staring down the barrel of a 1v5 ace clutch. It's a hell of a demand to make. Is Alex up for the task? Low HP on the next player he would face up in heaven. Spinks hasn't gone any further than the lobby either, just watching for this fallback. Prerogative here seems to just be don't give him the fights, but he's got a series of 1v1s in front of him.
Oh, hearing Torshi drop off is temptation though, knowing there's no heaven player now. And so Torshi announces the A side is open for business, and Alex says, you know what, it's last round, let's give it a go. Up he goes, 15 seconds. Torshi misses the shot, it could all go wrong. Ooh, 10 seconds. One bullet would have done it, but Spinks just swings in, saves the day here for Mouz. Lovely ramp hold come the end of the half. Zelex and JL do their job. And they're laughing their way to the bank. 8 rounds CT side here for Mouz. Cannot really complain about that.
No, in early days, bro, eye test on Zelex looking pretty good.
Yeah.
He's had some high-impact moments in this game.
Had some thinking moments as well. It's not just been good aim, right? Knowing which spots to clear in these post plants. That round where he decides not to trade Zertian and just go for the bait play, it was perfectly read. Full package right now for Zelex.
Did Jails just bring the coffee as a prop? Because he is like nursing that thing.
Yeah, he was like licking the tip. Smells nice. Too much?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll rein it in.
Yeah, rein it just like 10% less.
Okay.
Or 20% more. I don't know. One of them. It's a sweet spot. You got to find it.
Oh, it's sweet. It's got that caramel macchiato. Pistol would go a long way. Fake A pop into ramp here.
Oh, that actually worked for Mopos.
Yeah, in the event.
Oh,
hey.
Well, the ramp hit's gone swimmingly. JL and Exertion with the openings.
Oh, they saw him.
And Mopos has been spotted. His time is now limited as Mouz close in. Exertion double entry to make this one happen.
Julies. But bomb not for him. No kill. No option. Would love to just get given the fight, but now with info for Mouz, they can jump into control. They have full control of this post plant. JL's trapped. That's all they've got. The Gentlemates aren't getting given the kill they want. Davy G, final bullet, does connect the kill. 2v3 though, and Dink comes in. It's getting brutal here for Gentlemates. Low health, not a problem for Mouz to convert the pistol.
Nice run,
The vibes are back.
Nice boys, let's go. Guys, it's perfect. I have the DOS one.
Guys, it's perfect, he says. Exertion feeling good about this.
Look at this, yeah. Matters not with double entry.
I heard Exertion say he has the door spawn, so I'm curious. Is this going to be one of these up-tempo type of anti-eco rounds out of Mouz.
It's a ramp rush. Uh-oh.
Into the stack, catches the nade.
Oh!
5-7 is brutal.
Oh dear.
And it's a full 5v5 at ramp.
Now a 2v4. Can you get out of this? Yes, you can. Fragging their way back into this very difficult round.
No way. This was meant to be over. It's also got 2 on the 5-7. Stellar set of openings. They went into the stack. They went where you wanted. Zelex and JL, the new blood in this Mouz lineup, might be about to 2v4 him.
Blood thinks JL's new. This is a major winner. Have some respect. Alex does, cowering in the corner. Hell control. Will Mopoz even get the whiff? Can they just get up the ladder for free? Oh, the timing. The timing. He knows at least. Grabs one. Zelex can be presumed to be upper.
Oh, Dink on the first fight as well. Brought down low, just gets sandwiched. No chance. It's a 2v4 denied. The force buy works wonders for Gentlemates. They're able to capitalize.
We saw Aurora with a similar round after winning pistol earlier on Nuke, a full topside rush. They had similar results. Lisa was the opportunity here for Mouz in that 2v4, but these up-tempo rounds against the pistols proved to be fatal. Also hurts that that nade full-on hits Exertion. It completely stops him. Without that, might have had a bit more pace, a bit more punch to this ramp position. Instead, Gentlemates put guns in their hands. Whereas only Spinks can muster up an AK.
Going to be in the captain Exertion. You're going to be the guy throwing the util. Gets those smokes in out in the yard. All a bit of a ruse as once again they look for the ramp play. Only Sorcel here and rotates a little far out. Martinez would be the next guy to try and help him. Do have Alex already in at lower, so a path to fall back is there. Instead, he hangs around, sticks it out to try and fight. Martinez will move in on the ramp side and quick to commit to that spray. Nails 2. Now with Alex closing in from lower, should just be a cleanup, and bomb dropped ramp side, Exertion all alone.
And nowhere to go, they've heard him. He's got just a Tech 9. Martinez doesn't need the fight. So he won't go for it. Lets his rifles reap, and Gentlemates lock in that round. Fully breaking Mouz now. This game can close up. Giving themselves the opportunity here on Nuke. But it's still going to have to be one hell of a CT side for Gentlemates. And at least a half where Mouz, it's not just going to be converting the pistol that wins them the game, it's going to be multiple gun rounds. We get to see what this new Mouz looks like on the T side. New roles, new endgame leader, and a lot of questions.
I mean, doing it CT half is one thing, but calling yourself out of a whole T side on Nuke, this is a real trial by fire for Exertion. Still have yet to really see Orpas dominate on the day in Astana. So going to be looking at Furia and Martinez, see what they can bring to the table. Counter-terrorists win.
Could see that orb now. If Alex wants to throw it over. Triple kill against the pistols. He will arm Martinez. Torshi not quite yet. And a test of Mouz's metal here in round number 17.
Good timing, yeah. Alex hangs around.
Didn't see Zelix though. Don't think you're ready for one more.
Oh, and Daviji just died in main, so a path has opened up for Zelix. Bit of room now to go and take this space. He would have a free kill if he's a little quicker to that angle.
Oh wait, it comes to him.
Might still get it, and there it is. Mopoz shot in the side of the head. That's the A site open for business. No one nearby. And so Zelix going unaccounted for ends up being a real problem. This AWP's only just come out for Martinez, and his first round's just going to be saving it. No chance to play. Didn't even get the opportunity to fire it off.
It's really awkward when you get that kill outside and you see absolutely no one. But Zelix was right behind the smoke, just concealed, rather. And so Alex probably calls, yo, yard clear. And then Mouz just get a player who walks right into main. Even if Daviji wasn't picked, that would have probably still been their round. Like, yeah, such great timing, such great position, and no outside player to stop him. Zelix set up to succeed, and succeed he shall. It's Mouz's first gun round locked in.
Let's do the first buy now, okay? Yeah. Double link B into double hut.
Well, Gentlemates burn their final timeout. This is where, you know, the threat of the leadership change and the roster shake-up in the Mouz squad is that you don't really know what to expect. I think that last one, Gentlemates probably felt like they were in a good position. They had a good solution, right? They got that opening kill out in the yard. This time again, trying to force the fight in this position. Martinez AWP won't get to fire off, doesn't see a damn thing as there's no silo player for Mouz. Second volley of smokes out in the yard, trying to keep Gentlemates paranoid. But it will be an A exec, a finish in towards the top site. Doing this pretty early days as well. Util to burn out a bunch of the common positions, but Davi could get overlooked up here. Drops off as the flashes leave him blind. Whoa. He'll get out with a blind double. Flick back to the hut to find himself a second, and Davi G's kept the Gentlemates in this map.
How are you transferring while full blind? He had no info there. Takes the first and still gets that second guy coming out of hut. Beautiful transfer and enough to send Mouz packing. Just don't re-swing and give Spinks anything. You know he's always waiting. So Gentlemate shall not. Eighth round collected, and essentially the worst possible scenario for Mouz, winning their first gun round and immediately having it sent back the other way. They might just choose to rebuy Torshi, drop a gun, get some rifles in. It's going to mean we won't see this Torshi T-side orb for some time.
Counter-terrorists win.
Probably be better to eco though. Mouz will hold their timeout. Or maybe not. There it is. It looks like they're going all in. Spinks drops Galil. Torshi still has 2,700. This could be a 4-rifle buy. It's just going to be lacking util.
Looking like it might just be a running back of this A play again. The double mollies to try and tee yourselves up for it. Flash out. There's the Martinez AWP to get the ball rolling. Spinks can't trade, and that means Martinez gets himself set up back of the site. Deals with that A hit convincingly.
You do wonder if the small detail matters, but Exertion didn't get his flash out. He switched off before it left his hand, and so Zelix died with no flash in play. And yeah, ultimately it was a massacre, but that first kill matters so much on a site hit like that. So when Martinez hits 3 shots of the AWP, you would have loved that flashbang to actually come in. Beautiful sequence from Martinez, but Mouz did not give themselves much of a chance. And so suddenly this game tightens up. What was a dominant opener for Mouz, an 8-round CT side with a pistol to boot. That little force buy has propelled Gentlemates to what is about to be an even game.
And knowing what they're up against, no one fighting close out in the yard. You got Martinez playing the range game on this AWP. Heavy G does get found back main side, and they are closing in on Martinez. There's a teammate nearby to help him though, and Sorcel arrives just in the nick of time. Back-to-back 3Ks out of the Martinez AWP.
He's back in the game. Doubled his kills. And these are the points where nobody wants to be an in-game leader, because 10 to 10, you've lost your momentum. Cyclone's already spammed 2 timeouts, so Exertion's got to dig deep here.
got the util to go for this double wall, so they don't have to commit around the first.
Oh, what a read.
She finally able to claw one back over Martinez, who has really been let loose on that AWP in these last couple of rounds.
Oh!
Knew the fight he wanted, just didn't take the shot, and then Alex springs up out of secret, always a nuisance in this position.
Doubt for Torshi on both those fights. He looks away the worst time.
Davy G walking right into them.
Oh, something feels wrong, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, Zelex, crazy cover. Don't know if they said they felt like they were walking into him or what in those smokes, but Zelex has just bailed Mouz out. Davy G was in a powerful position.
Bomb has been planted.
Job's not done though, and they've lost Spink straight away. It's a retake a lot of squads wouldn't even attempt, but money is so plentiful for the Gentlemates at this point in the game. 2 on 3, far from impossible, so why not give it a look in, see what you can get away with. There's the clear on a JL, but can't connect the shot, and so Mouz will see it through.
Yeah, I think both players or both teams knew that they'd walked into each other right there. You know, Davy, or not Davy, whoever it was, it was Davy, looked right back and checked main. That's what gets him caught from heaven. And presumably Mouz the same, telling Zelex to watch that position. Why else would he be there? So, a sigh of relief for Mouz. At 10-10, take that lead, and it's going to be Barys until the end of the game here.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's like Mouz are still the team in the lead, but it's going to be a hard time here. It's going to be a grind if they want to try and close this one out. Said it leading into the 2 on 3, but the money is so established for the Gentlemates that you're not breaking it. So a real grind to close this one. No free path to the win. Again, they go back to Yard. They've been burned by Alex in secret many a time on these takes, so likely to be paranoid about it, but he's not down there this time.
Risky secret cross, but they get down. And unperturbed as well. So right now, Gentlemates may have 5v4. Winning a ramp fight, they don't have a clue. The Mouz have 3 players with a bomb down secret. Sorcerer's going to get stuck in dark. Really strong position. And progression to be tamed. Martinez does not clear, and Exertion, does he want to squeeze this one for all it's worth? Takes the kill, and now sets himself up on ramp. There's still 2 rotations coming down B. Then gets denied by that Molotov, but that's a big entry, and Sorcel swings out early. Too early, in fact. That's bomb planted. That's round 1. I mean, there's not even... This isn't worth saving. Gentlemates have more than enough money. I'd at least like them to go and trap guns in here, try and take Mouz down with them. And that might tempt you back in, but you gotta go quick.
You're just not ready for Exertion here.
Ooh. Yeah. Nicely done. Mouz walk the walk and they talk the talk, down secret, silent. And Gentlemates, despite 2 players in B, nothing to show for it. Would have loved a bait there for Sorcel. No way they'd clear it.
Cyclone even sitting down in that final time, taking a load off for a minute, as he feels like Mouz are in full control over this one. Might have been touch and go for a minute there in the middle. with that streak of very clean rounds out of the Gentlemates, but these last two have firmly belonged to Mouz. Now with 2 chances to close on the Gentlemates map pick. And it's a run and gun out in the yard. Contact cross out towards Secret. They are brawling and scrapping, hoping to find that opener, but nothing's come through yet for either squad. Damage done onto the Mouz roster. They come out worse for wear in this scrap in the yard. But that's Exertion, made it across on the Secret dash, catching Mopoz in rotation. 5v4 delivered by the new captain.
You get what you pay for, right? Shifting vent. They knew that Mouz had already made it down. That is a quick position taken by Exertion, but still a mistake made by Mopoz. Gentlemate's going to recollect a B from ramp as well. Sourcel coming in. Mouz are far from committed. They're taking the bomb back to lobby. And okay, Gentlemates, good read. Going to use all 4 players to fight lobby together. This is going to be a bloodbath. Anyone's round. But Gentlemates just depart. They completely depart. They have missed the timing by seconds. And that might make them lose the round. No one's even considering Hut right now.
JL entry, but Davy back of the site. Teammates closing in from heaven. Ooh. Job's not done. Whoa. In come the rest of the Gentlemates, and they're going to swarm over this bomb plant. Torshi locked in the 1v1 now, and it comes down to this. Doesn't know where Alex has gotten to. Suspicious of heaven, but maybe not suspicious enough. The backstab is in, and the game continues.
Oh my goodness, the last place he suspected. Bomb just down. With that Molotov, Alex realizes he has the drop. Here's that plant, guaranteed round, staring him down. And a very scary position, because despite Gentlemates not having a clue that Mouz are about to upper hit completely, it's still backside Davy G that gets his 2 kills out of it. That felt like as good as done. But from 3v5, the surprise. Gentlemates stare down overtime as Mouz have a little bit less. Spink stuck on a Tech 9. Xertion will be able to get an AK. He's having a great game as an individual player. 19 and 14. Top of the server. We've seen great moments from Zelex and Spinks alike.
To this yard control, it's been where so much of this game is hinged upon. Contact smoke there for the second, so 2 players make it down. Mopoz had dropped down the vent earlier, but since that point he's come back up, so it rotates in towards lower will be slow. It's Davy G getting the round going. Spink's dead, but he was the guy only rocking a pistol here. Now left looking on, hoping that Mouz can claw their way back into a 4v5. 3 players down here at lower. Exertion on the lurk. Door swings wide, and Sorsel feasts upon that hit. Missed shot for Torshi on the AWP. Will make up for it the second time around, but the odds against him. 1v4, he's got 30 seconds to play with, and all of the Gentlemates on their way to close in on him. This one will get settled in overtime. Gentlemates able to collect themselves for the final couple of rounds of regulation.
All right, big respect to Gentlemates, ready to write this one off as Mouz hit map point rather, but they dig deep for a couple more, despite some good form out of Mouz, I'd say, in this game. Yeah, a little slow in that second half to get going, but winning rounds from difficult positions. Gentlemates still refuse to go down. In a neck-and-neck OT game to kick off. Martinez has been quiet for some rounds now, found those back-to-back 3Ks, hasn't struck since. And this should be no exception because it looks like Mouz are going straight towards the ramp. Martinez is rotating early though. Peeked outside, saw nothing behind smokes. He is here in time. He just departs CT. Dropping down B, Sorcel. And Martinez plays to contain. Mouz get ramp at what cost?
And they're moving in quickly. They've spotted Sorcel on the close line. They're going to try and chase him down. Cover not there from Dabby G, and that's 2 entries in towards lower. They're already blocked off by the util. Rotates as slow. Gentlemates down to give it a go. Mopaz plays it forward.
Love that.
Hoped he could fade away after getting the kill, but not to be. And so it will just be the save. Reluctant to do so. Even willing to give that 3v5 a look in. But this one's too far gone.
Very cheeky, heroic play, but nice trade from Mouz to keep this round theirs. And they won't allow it to be a regrettable round. Keeping it basic, just popping ramp. The balls to call that against a full rifle round where there could be an AWP here as well. It's just unfortunate Martinez doesn't believe in that rotation. If he's out on ramp, able to support, that could have been a bloodbath.
And dude, I think like, firstly, that's just a really convincing round. But dude, if Mouz are able to win this, that's like a huge positive sign. I think this is like as clear a punish pick as you could ever have if you're Gentlemates. Mouz only played this map 3 times this year, if you remember. Like it largely, you know, it largely like departed the pool in a sense, right? Like never cropping up in Mouz games, one that they'd stayed away from. It's also the idea that it's a new team with new leadership. Yeah. Like this is meant to be the map you're able to exploit these type of squads on. And right now, Exertion playing a great game and had some good answers down the stretch as well. A lot's been demanded of him. Putting himself as a real focal point in this one is Exertion.
Yeah, last season alone, they only played it 12 times, finding 5 wins. Was certainly not the go-to here for Mouz. Can Martinez be the problem again on this CT side? Nice opening shot. Escaping might be difficult. Does he even want to? Teammate dies, and that's the signal to go. Martinez drops into lower. Going to commit to holding that B-bomb site, allowing Mouz a chance to reset the round, and they will take it. Searching out the door. Davig top hut, susceptible on this smoke fade. And there's the shot that Xerxen needs.
I overlook main though when you see Davig in the feed. Mopaz actually dead as once again Zelex comes through with a couple of round-saving kills. In these kind of make or break moments, man, Zelex has looked really quite stable in this opening map.
He's bailed them out with some very difficult positions. Impactful kills is what you can say about Zelex. Triple here, stops that AWP save. And Zelex making a case for himself right now. Mouz with some big changes, but still looking for the same results in a group stage, which will be a concise victory. Team that are wanting to redeem their very poor season by their standards. We just need one more academy player. Zelex proved to be that guy right now. Okay, dude. On the jump spot. Hello.
Oh my goodness. Farms that for all he can. Torshi, is he up for the task of this late trade? Yes, he is. There's the sequence, 3 kills deep. Torshi hits hard in the yard. And that trigger discipline from Alex might not come to matter. Exertion and Torshi, 2 of the vintage Mouz players. one-sided by Sorcel, so he's at least lent a bit of intrigue to this one. A 1v2 clutch needed, but you've got Spinks and Exertion to get through.
This reset takes so much time off the clock. He's going to have to run. Surely. This just leaves him with no room for error.
Kind of just have to, like, yeah, you have to like live and die by sneaking here. If you run, it's not a good position. You don't know where they are. They can hear you.
I don't think
you'd be giving too much away, but you're dead on. You've traded that secrecy for time, and so let's hope for Sorcel. He's able to hit hard at the first turn, making his way into the site, looking for the opening, and Exertion is quick to get rid of him. Flawless in OT on the T side.
Well, hey, Gentlemates dig deep, but Mouz go even deeper into overtime. Flawless, as you say, and Torshi with a hell of a sequence outside. Players let pass to find a free double for Alex, and Torshi's triple makes Mouz survive. Thrive, in fact. One single round needed to end this map. A punish pick from the Gentlemates. And one that Mouz are looking to just laugh off. Breaking a 4-loss streak, dating back to the major. A map, you said it yourself, they've only played 3 times this year. You wouldn't be able to tell. Everybody showing up.
Yeah, this is like meant to be nightmare mode for a new roster. T side of Nuke, you go flawless on that. You're feeling blessed right now. Got the better half. This is where they actually hit harder in regulation as well. That was with ample opportunity to steal this map pick away.
All right, down secret goes Davy.
Even then, how does he link up to the big picture here? Because the rest of Gentlemate's back in the lobby, lobbing in this A-side exec.
It's a fake though, right? Or at least a double pump. You're not going off of the util. You're either going to try challenge ramp or come back into a late A hit. Based on the fact that a player's going back roof, probably the latter. Gentlemate's trying to get tricky with it, but Davy left till later right now. Close player. Tries to get the clear and Spinks holds on. Davy moving in. Might actually have timing up vent. Is that really that helpful though? He's completely missed Exertion, who's pushed a smoke. Exertion has absolutely threaded the needle.
It's impressive how these two have continued to miss each other in at lower. Bomb might try and come down to link up with Davy in at this bomb site, but Exertion is the vent drop, knows they've made it down. He's completely unaccounted for here. Exertion, this is the round in the palm of his hands. Gotta deliver. Bomb plant denied. Buys him a few more seconds and the follow-up. And Davy G, the one that let Exertion get away. They slip by each other and it has massive ramifications. Mouz get away without a scratch in overtime. Not a bad debut for the new Exertion-led roster.
Well, you heard it there from Harry. Not a bad debut. That's what he called this. I'm curious. It's deep dive into the Nuke. What did we think of new look Mouz?
I think it looks solid overall. I think we got to like preface everything by pointing out what Sugar brought up on the cast as well. They've only played this map 3 times this year. The funny thing is, it's not a map they necessarily ban out. We've seen it like as a deciding map many a time. It's just that they've never really had the reps, even with the previous lineup. So there were a few question marks. But for me, I said it earlier as well. I was curious to see what the positions are going to be. We know where they're going to be slotting in Zelex, where JL's going to be playing, and I do believe we have some answers here, right? We had JL slotting in and the ramp position where Jimmy used to play back in the day, or rather a couple of weeks ago. And for Zelex, young player, just put him on the upper bomb side, right? Just let him play a simple spot, just do your job over there, and they went with that, and it looked good. Sure, T-side looked a little bit rough, but they're able to close it out.
Yeah, I'm happy we got so many rounds, to be honest. It gives us a better, more insight just into how Mouz are playing. I think, yeah, CT side was good. Nothing too crazy. We saw Zelex. I think for someone his position, you know, on playing floor, upper bomb side. He was actually still rotating quite a bit, you know, when needed, kind of playing off of his teammates, which is nice. It's not like he's just, oh, you can just be in this one spot the whole time. So some proactivity there for a player that, you know, was the star in Mouz NXT, obviously. So that was nice, but the T side was interesting because it felt like they had very set ideas of what they wanted to do, and none of them really worked out. First, it was like, hey, bomb site hits for 2-3 rounds. Those didn't work out. Then it's like, okay, we're going to take outside, and it's proving difficult in the current meta with all of the nades that are stacking outside to get to lower or to create any space. And then that wasn't working because saw Martinez had like a little individual clip. And after that, they were like, okay, we tried inside, we tried outside, going slow, it doesn't really work. And they just found success on ramp towards the end, which was like fast-paced, slower pace to get some picks and then rotate towards the victory, where Exertion also individually delivered, so 27 kills. Right?
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, Cyclone probably chipped in as soon as overtime came around. I was like, all right, guys, let's try to mix things up a little bit on the T side right there. So, look, a commendable effort from Gentlemates. You know, it's their map pick as well overall, but I think they did really get tested. And I wouldn't necessarily say for Mouz they came out on top with flying colors, but it's a learning experience overall. But as you said, right, the CD side looked very, very solid altogether, but the T side, it's good to see that they didn't completely run out of ideas, right?
Yeah, they were able to adapt, right? So that's a good side.
Yeah.
But obviously, like you said, it was a bit shaky in the second half of T-side. But in overtime, flawless T-side, though. So, like, I mean, I do think there was a conversation that happened there, maybe, and figuring each other out. It isn't spectacular. I mean, I think if I was to take something that I was really impressed with, it's Zelix, because this is a young player. We had a lot of question marks. He's very impactful in key moments. He handled that pressure very well.
It's funny because when you go back to the first half, there were a few moments where he's right behind his teammate dies, and he's in position to just swing out wide and trade. He didn't go for it. He was playing, I guess, a little too safe, a little too passive, going for the retake, even though in those situations you expect him to just swing out and take the fight. But he switched over to the T side, he was looking much more confident going for the trades. You saw I think, the overtime as well when they went for the upper pop, for example. He was like insta trading out, right? And so it felt like he kind of grew in confidence as the game, you know, just continued on. So it was cool to see him kind of evolve so quickly in a span of like, what, 24 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, on the T side, it is the entry duo was Exertion and Zelix is on the executor when they're trying to get map control outside, which, I mean, that is one of the issues, I think, for Mouz. And previously on the T side, it was, you know, it was Brolan and Exertion, and, you know, Brolan maybe delivered more in bigger games, but in general, that combination wasn't maybe providing enough for Mouz to get into these rounds. And we'll see more of that on Mirage in the next map for sure. But no, Zelix is great, and like his academy, how would I say, CV from the academy over the last year was just so good that I think the promotion was pretty much warranted and deserved. Like, if it's a guy that legit just averaged 1.20 rating, every event they go to, he's in the green, I think you just have to give him a shot.
Especially when you're counting in, I think, over 150 maps played, which is a metric ton of Counter-Strike to be played over the
obviously not many like top 30 opponents or whatever, but
the sheer numbers, right?
The numbers are there, and then the good teams that he did manage to play, it's not like he fell off a cliff either.
Sure.
So what happens now in Mirage? Because obviously this was the punish pick, as Harry and Hugo have spoken about non-stop. It didn't quite work out for Gentlemates. Now we head to Mirage. Are we expecting a stronger showing from Mouz?
I mean, yes, look, Mirage, again, you got to remember, like, the core of the team is still here, right? It's still there. They've been practicing for quite a while. At least from what we saw on Nuke, especially the CT side, it makes me believe that they should make things comfortable here, even though it's going to be a debut game for the lineup. But I'm kind of curious to see, you know, where some of these positions are going to be. Obviously, for Exertion, is he going to be playing some of Brolan's roles here, or is it going to be JL going to be the anchor? Because we saw him starting for Jimmy. So for me, every new map we see a Mouz playing, it's about seeing who's going to be doing what on the T side, on the CD side. But one thing I think we've kind of figured out from Nuke is Zelix, they're going to be keeping him in some of these simpler anchor spots. Just do your job, don't have to overthink, don't have to rotate, don't have to be the aggro player, just hold on to a bomb side. So I think we figured that one out. But the question is for JL and for Exertion, what are they going to do?
I mean, I think it's going to be obviously more difficult for Gentlemates. They had a decent showing. Want to give them some props for the CT side and being able to read what was going on and having these little plays to find information. So it was good, but unfortunately not enough to win a map. think it shows some promising signs for the rest of the tournament, and at least for their Nuke. But definitely Mirage is always a pretty strong Mouz map, and you know, if Exertion is playing like this, it's going to be quite
I will say this: the Martinez did wake up on that map, right? So if he's able to get his hands on the AWP early on, CD side, and starts popping off, maybe things could get interesting.
I just find it really fun that we don't actually know what to expect from Mouz, right? We're talking like, oh, well, this is a strong map for Mouz, but this isn't Mouz anymore. It is. I want to say this is a complete change, because yes, it's 2 players, but with the new IGL, everything shakes up.
But here's the thing: it's not like a fresh new guy. It's not like Karrigan coming into Falcons, right? This is Exertion. He's been in the team for a long time. He's still working with the same coach at Cyclone, and he's always had a pretty loud voice in the team as well. So it's not like such a complete foundational restructuring as a lot of other people would do. You're getting in a young upstart, a really good guy who's being put into some of these anchor spots. You're getting a JL, a highly experienced guy who's bringing an injection of enthusiasm, of joy in the team as well, who's also very happy to play whatever role he's asked to do. And considering his pedigree, he also should be able to adapt very easily. So I personally don't think it's that big of a deal.
You don't think it's too much of a change?
It's not too much of a change.
They just needed
it's
a little
a good
bit of
change.
aura. A good change.
They got JL, man.
Prof, is JL enough to
JL.
turn Mouz into the aura-loving team everyone wants?
No, but it doesn't matter.
It needs 3 more JLs.
You know what's Aura? Aura is winning, and he can help.
You're not wrong. That is the truth.
He knows how to win.
You can be the most boring team in the world, but if you're winning, that's all we really care about, Mouz. Cyclone. Remember when he called us all out for complaining? If you win, we'll never complain on the analyst desk about Mouz again. There you go. We're moving on to a second map, but first a quick break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Gentlemates are coming into Astana, and there's a weight off their shoulders, but there's also some stress around all of this again. Alex, the IGL of the team, we've been through this before. I spoke to you before Budapest Major, so close. I spoke to you now here before we get to Cologne Major, so close. It's going wrong at the last minute, despite we know you can play well and grind into good position in the VRS and almost be there. But keeps going wrong. So just talk me through this period once again for the team and how you're handling it.
I mean, we are handling the best way we can. I think it's tough times for us because we have been working really hard since we make the team. But I think like every time we get closer to the cutoff of the major, we start like struggling. And I think we are like, we didn't know how to handle the pressure, I would say, like in so many important moments and also important games. And I think it's because maybe experience, is maybe because we are not performing well. Like in the end, it's about performance, you know. It's not only, of course it's mental, but for me it's more, it's a mix of both, I would say. Like mental and performing in the game.
Yeah. What is it that you're noticing though that goes missing in the mentality? Because one thing I know is when a game's good for you guys, everyone's loud, screaming, you have that fire behind you. But then when it's going wrong, maybe is it that where you can't reignite it, you can't get yourselves going?
I mean, it's not like that. I would say we're hype every single game, even if we are like losing.
Okay.
In the last event we played, we basically, I think we did a really good comebacks. But I think when we are like with pressure and the game starts not the way we want, then we start like struggling. Like it's not about being sad or being quiet or whatever. Is like nothing is working, and you know that, and then you start playing differently as a player. So everything is like, I don't know, is a mess, I would say.
And you guys have also been grinding a lot, like from the tier 2 events to then we see you every now and again at an event like this, some of the other S tier events. You had EPL and Rio in there as well. But that's often where I see you guys are unable to adapt in like the tougher events. Is this down to it's easier to play against your style? Is this just you guys struggle against the tougher teams? Because when you face the tougher teams in some of these smaller events, you do well.
Yeah.
But when you're at the big events where it's this kind of a setting, something changes. So can you pinpoint that?
I think it's because we feel like we are worse than them. I mean, some of us, I would say.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I think we are like playing differently because of that, but we are trying like to get better on that point. And I think as soon as we manage to, I don't know, reach that point, then we're gonna start like playing the same in every single event, you know?
It's like a little switch, right?
Yeah, but I think that's mental.
Yeah.
It's not pressure because we have no pressure here. Like, of course, it's a really good opportunity for us to make it great in the ranking. It's really good, really important for us. But apart from that, I think there is no pressure at all. So let's see how it goes in this event. I think, as I said before, we have been working hard, even if these results are not the result we wanted, but we still, I don't know, working, you know.
Now, many times you've said to me when we've had interviews before, consistency was always the thing you said you were lacking. But if you're not allowed to say consistency, what is the one thing Gentlemates is missing that needs to happen in this tournament for you guys to do well, to show your best?
I would say believe in us. Like believe in the group, believe in the team, believe in the work we have behind. Yeah, I think is that, like, I don't see any other like point or we have everything. We work on everything. Maybe we need to work more on the mental side, but yeah, I think we're ready. I say this in every single tournament, you know, because I really feel like we are ready. But in the moment that we sit there and we start like playing, maybe it's like, I don't know. Of course, you can lose against better team on paper, but the one thing that we are looking forward is like to be competitive.
Yeah,
at least.
100%. Well, make sure you don't let them stop believing. That's the main thing, right?
Yeah.
Keep pushing for it. Alex, thank you very much for the chat.
Thank you.
Good luck going into the tournament, and let's see what you can do. That belief needs to be there.
Thank you.
Well, Mouz, a map up after stealing Nuke away. maybe, you know, we hear there, don't stop believing, but maybe you do at the arrival of Mirage. Hugo, this used to be a great map for the old Mouz teams. This is our chance to see new look Mouz take to it. But with wind in their sails, a win under their belts, I don't know, it feels like it's full throttle, full steam ahead for Mouz in this series. They've got a hell of a chance to 2-0.
Yeah, a bit of an exertion masterclass back on that first map as well. 27-15 across Nuke, and while calling the whole way along. Great to see Zelix perform too, and JL, I'd say his CT side was admirable over on ramp. Didn't really get to see him too much in that second half, but no real warning signs right now for Mouz in that opening game. Sure, this is still a team that we hold to a high standard versus a Gentlemates that, you know, missed out on a major or grinding tier 2, aren't really in the same box as Mouz, but I think it's the fact that they recover, they dodge the choke, and they do it all with Xerxen at the top of the board. So some good signs for Mouz. Let's see if they can now pick up the pace, up the ante, and stomp out this second map of the series, I guess.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous as well, because for Gentlemates, this has been a bit of a strugglesome map in the last 6 months. Best team they've been able to take down was scored just inside of the top 30 in M80. Been a pretty rough go at this map outside of that for the Gentlemates. So, you know, Mouz, surely this is one that they've been keeping a keen eye on. You already have really solid foundations as well, right? Like, Nuke was a huge question mark. It's a map that they'd barely played this year, and they still came through with the dub in spite of the roster changes, in spite of the fact it's one of the most punishing maps for kind of new teams. Mirage, a lot more stripped back, a lot more basic, and already really good foundations to build upon. So, didn't really have any expectations for Mouz coming into this series with Nuke as the opener. But here on Mirage, I think I do have expectations, and they are that Mouz will win.
Yeah, and hopefully more clean than the last map if you want to have some faith in this team in this tournament. Coming straight into a pistol round. We got deep positions for Mouz, pushed up on Sandwich as well. Alex is going to figure that out the hard way probably, as a lurk-up connector is felled. Mouz getting messy. JL bells them out. 2v3 here. Gentlemates with Kit, Smoke, and Spawn. So Davy G still very much in with a chance. Good tap. But they come swinging for Spawn. And now Mopos with the full pickup waits to win this 1v1. Will Spinks give him anything? Nice shot from Mopos. Holds on to the pistol here for the Gentlemates and denies a clutch the way of Spinks. Back on Nuke, we saw both pistols for Mouz. Only one converted. But this one will be allowed as Gentlemates take their first. Full eco.
Martinez also saving to bring the AWP out straight away.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a solid move. It took a long time for him to really bring one out on the first map. But the moment he did, boy, did he make it work. He had those back-to-back 3Ks, big part of the streak of rounds that Gentlemates were able to put together.
But other than that, he had almost no impact on the AWP in the entire map, right? 2 nice rounds, but not even really kills in any of the others. So, no consistency for Martinez. Back on Nuke. Without a doubt, we'll need a lot more.
I mean,
why not?
Surely doesn't get more exciting than that. JL, another on the Deagle. Oh, JL getting it done. Deag is hitting, and it's hitting hard. Can he find anything else? Player in the sight's gotten around him, gotten past him, and JL eventually brought down, but boy, did he do big damage on his way out the door.
Yeah, my God, good chase on the bomb plant there. If that goes in, suddenly JL is primed to win out that clutch, but Gentlemates do flood the site. Very well placed Eagle headshots here. Make this interesting. JL, nice to see back in the server. Still with some sting on that pistol.
You even saw that reaction from him, like, we saw the shots, they were fantastic. He knows that he had hot hands, like, anything was possible once he's 3 kills deep. You weren't just thinking about damage, you wanted the round. All right, Mouz, come through with their guns. And it's a much slower tempo here to start things off. Eyes on mid. Gentlemate's giving it up in the opening stages, instead playing heavy down towards the connector and short.
Hoping Exertion's coming out lower right now, him or anyone really for Mouz, because Martinez is the only eyes. Instead, Mouz going to walk up catwalk with this smoke, faking out a mid to B right now. Gentlemates, will they fall for this? The entry could set that up well, but smoke block on short is going to change the tune. Up on ramp instead, bomb here as well, so information starting to be sent down the way of the Gentlemates. Alex inside of the smoke. Do they realize Xerxes can't walk forward, so he shoots, taking down that 4v4. Zelix still lurking, they've got time, 30 seconds, but this bomb is committed to the ramp side.
VG, good catch. Exertion slowed down on the run out through Con. Follow up for Martinez. And this round brushed aside nice and easy. Gentlemates do not fall for that fake out towards the short side. And they get out of this one very, very cleanly. 3-0 lead.
It's a huge smoke on short. If the smoke doesn't come down, Zelix is going to commit. And if he finds that 5v4, suddenly Gentlemates are panicking. They've lost B info. It looks like a B split. But good block. Keeps that round slower. Gentlemates stay eyes on the A site. They figure out 2 ramp off of the spam. And that's all the info they need to not over-rotate. In fact, they pull the B players the other way. So 3-0 start for Gentlemates. Just what they needed after Nuke. Both players with a chance there need to connect. Stalemate. And of course, as soon as he turns, but still recovers the fight. Mouz walking on B. JL, maybe some Deagle antics here. Sourcewell gets a spot though, sees him running his way, just going to back up and try to play the delay. That's a nice kill from Torshi, but they are in the site.
Zelix, Deagle, able to weed out Sourcewell. Deals with that site player. Low health now for Alex on this retake. He'll get deagled out too. These Deagles are hitting for Mouz. Started with JL, but now everyone's doing it. And even coming in for the hunt at the close, the AWP. Will it get away? No, Torshi able to deny that save. Will he get to the AWP in time? Yes, he will. So a free upgrade for Torshi too. That's Mouz on the board.
Oh dear, Deagles do it, don't they? Fully overwhelmed. That backside player caught by a young Zelix on the Deag. Nice to know he's got it in him. And early timeout for Gentlemates, as that was meant to be a freebie round. This could have been a 4-0 lead before Mouz get their guns back out. Well, now, Torshi's orb and everything else. Ooh. Look at what that's done to Gentlemates. Pistol for Mopoz. Famous for Alex. What's worse?
Good flash. Martinez and Davy just play it forward on the back of the flashbang. Torshi has snatched one back on that AWP. Exertion's beginning his walk in through the apartments. Bomb now retrieved.
He shot his family.
Try and link up with him. Exertion doesn't check the balcony, and so Mopoz gets off that 5-7 and onto an AK.
Yeah.
Bomb was moving around to try and link up with Exertion.
Don't overface here. Gentlemates want to go for the mid-crunch. And that is exactly what I mean. Alex punishes the jump spot. It's just a unnecessary move to give Mouz a bit of room in this round. 2v3 on that B site. Only one player sits.
I mean, look, the old Mouz would have thrown in the towel at the 2v4. They would have looked to save, but here, we're witnessing them giving this a go. 2v4 as it begins. You get that red carpet of a kill rolled out over in middle.
It's a nice off angle, though.
Steps heard, rotates making their way over. Mopoz, you'd love just one from this guy. Tucked in at the van, has the drop on Torshi. Given a chance to fire off that orb, but it won't connect, and they clamp down upon that B play.
All right, nice to see them close on that. That was getting a little bit scary. After Sourcewell jump spot, and Mouz actually get deep into B, but they don't clear car. And it's Mouz early timeout. You mentioned it last map. Cyclone's timeouts often coming as soon as possible. And to be fair, 4-1 down, it's definitely gone wrong here for Mouz. You can write off that pistol. One did come down to a clutch. But Mouz being unable to break Gentlemates when given the opportunity is going to make this a very hard T side to recover now. Back 10 for Exertion. JL on the dig.
Just a little set piece to try and reignite this T side. Util in, but it's missed. Oh, that's kind of brutal. Davy G on a tear, and in comes that rotation. The Martinez AWP just able to peek out wide over the stairs with the missed util. Thins the herd even more so, and now JL, while the dig's been good, just it's a numbers game there, 1v4. Ooh.
Oh, careful, boys.
Nah, I like it. Yell at him.
Mouz with nothing to respond with right now. Just that one single round. And they broke as well. Martinez calling some shots here on the CT side.
It makes you nervous that like the best rounds you've had if you're Mouz are the Deagle rounds, right? At the 3K from JL.
Well, I got good news.
Yeah, okay, sure. They got the Deagles again. Let's see.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of missed smokes right now for Mouz.
They like didn't miss a single drop of util on Nuke, but Mirage, that Had a couple of missed smokes.
No, it's a con smoke. It's a con smoke. We didn't want a smoke window.
Oh no, it's a fake smoke. It's a Toshi. Come out lower.
Back.
There you go. That's why they missed the smoke. People got to pay attention to these things.
Alex also gets tagged up. Oh, that was a finisher.
Dude, never my guns. If they win this round, it's Deegs only from here on out. As Alex is dealt with. But Toshi has found a gap.
They're aware, though. They are more than aware. Bomb drop back in kitchen and 1v3. Spinks can't save. He's got to go for it. Well, now he could save, but I'd still like to see him give it a go. Backside Sorcel. Gap. Maybe taken. Sorcel does go wide enough, so that's that. 6-1 lead to Gentlemates. What's happening with these maps? Mouz win their punish pick against them. A map they've only played thrice this year. And Gentlemates looking to respond on a very unlikely Mirage.
Yeah, and it's just been no contest thus far. I think, you know, if you're Gentlemates, you just got to focus on kind of riding this high, right? Get through the half as cleanly as possible. You're in full control right now. Just don't give Mouz a way back in. It's time to take out towards middle, and JL has found an opener. Martinez dead on that AWP.
Spammed.
So finally a 5v4 for Mouz. They're keen to try and deliver something from this opening. And so they'll slow down on the mid take. Gentlemates are moving in, hoping to contest for middle. Smoke fades, and that's when Toshi strikes. Next up is this play out through the connector. Snatching back one of the kills, but JL playing it forward. Throws the chaos push, the connector push into chaos rather. And Alex just gets deleted. Never even knew what hit him. Clean tap for Spinks.
Oh, that the chaos
Job
push.
done.
Just saving now. Some clinical shots out of Mouz. And good patience to let Gentlemates walk right in. Maybe Mouz realizing that they're somewhat overconfident right now as 6-1. Just started yelling. So Mouz let Gentlemates walk right into the round. And it's JL comes up with 2 huge kills, holding under for Martinez's AWP, and then a clinical headshot into connector. Never too late here for Mouz on this T side. But it won't get easier. Gentlemates with good bank for now.
I have a spot to cross that one.
Yeah.
You can do it.
We are not gonna get a drop.
Well, another chance for Mouz to break the money of Gentlemates. Suddenly, this game would really close up. Back to mid on this lower tunnel routing. Exertion in a familiar spot here as he walks in through lower. Reaction for Gentlemates going to have to come on the extremities, right? Maybe a palace push for Mopoz once they feel like they've lost the grip over middle.
Martinez might miss this entirely. That molly is well timed. Mouz can move up connector now. Gentlemates are very close towards A, but there's not a lot going on right here. So it's jungle they got to worry about. Good kill from Alex. This is a hard trade to find now with low health over the stairs. Good swing with the flash. Torshi follows up, and it's Davi who's ready for Spick Steep on ramp. Still Mouz believe in this round. Almost on the orb, but not today. Sorcel stops them in his tracks. And 7-2 up to Gentlemates. Sending a message to Mouz. There is that timeout.
Yeah, frustrating here, right? At all these chances you've had to kind of get the round that breaks the money, that brings you back into the game in a big way, you've fallen flat. And this is just another example of it. Yeah, there's been chances in this half for Mouz to have made it very, very competitive, but these swing rounds, the ones that really matter, just keep eluding them. Now the timeout burn for Mouz, they've got one left.
Oof.
And we're still only in this first half. Now that's not uncommon with Cyclone at the helm. And believe me, you're feeling like Mouz do need the help of those external eyes right now.
But it is annoying. It's coming down to very small details, right? Like we're getting hits where Gentlemates have isolated players, not even necessarily the strongest crossfires, and they're getting out with multi-kills. Mouz unable to trade. So it's hard for Mouz to pinpoint one thing. I'm going to try and keep it more basic in this round. Just go for a B contact. Just JL peeking, but 5 players walking in. 3 for Gentlemates, and there's the pop.
You know, Zorp on the line, lands the tag. That's already softened them up. A good clear for JL. Follow-up is in, though, for Mopoz. A quick double. Eventually dealt with. It's Martinez left scrapping. The rest of his teammates trying to barrel through these smokes to help him, and they're going for the all-in. They're going for the fight here for control over B. AVG sent to his death. And now just trying to buy some time for Alex, who is hot on the heels of Mouz on this backstab. Torshi just takes the line, but won't get there quick enough. Nade's going to deal with the man at Van. JL blowing out of the water. And so it's just exertion. 1v2 required. Does have a backstab on Martinez. These smokes make them miss each other.
Good patience for Martinez. And it's going to pay off. Perfect position, holds down market, and Gentlemates are storming forward on this CT side. 8 rounds on defense. Mouz can't break in, and again, it comes down to very small details. Missed orb shot for Torshi matters the most in that round. It leads to a cascading double on the Apps flank, a nade that finds JL. And despite the downtime, the silence, Torshi just too late to turn.
I also just like that, you know, originally it was obvious that like WG wanted to get there and help Martinez, right? Barrel in, defend the site, but Alex, I imagine the whole time is saying like, guys, I'm very, very quick on the flank, and Martinez actually just falls back. Sure, kind of hangs WG out to dry, but in the long run, it's the right move. Lending Alex all that extra time for the backstab. Very well handled.
God, wow.
And Alex is having one of these games where it feels like he can't do anything wrong. 13 and 6. Keen little transfer there for the double kill. And even though this scrap in mid is made a bit more interesting from the exertion double, Bomb's still out in the open, and Gentlemates are relentless. They continue to clamp down on middle.
Okay, that's too far, isn't it? They're getting cocky now.
Giving Torshi an orb.
Is that the wisest move? Are you going to give him one more?
It's also nearby. Could just end this with the backstab from short.
Yeah. Well positioned. And at least he takes the kill. Don't let him turn on you. Alex, huge triple though, and yeah, he got sort of caught. They just ran too far to clear him, and then converts a nice transfer to 2 kills. And this is Mouz just banging their head up against the wall. Another close late round that they cannot get their foot in. 9-2, man. Beautiful half out of Gentlemates, no doubt about that. But far from the counter-strike we got from Mouz last map. That's something.
Alex, perfect timing just to be there, ready for that trade.
Oh,
still they've lost Martinez, and with it the A site. Not ready to count off Sorcel and Alex. Even in this 2v4, these are the two heavy hitters right now for the Gentlemates. Second AWP not known about. Alex trying to play it forward out from CT. Now they are split up. Someone's got to get a move on here, and I'm looking at Sorcel because Alex, desperate to play it forward, is fed to Exertion. And now they know where he is. Everyone's gun on. Exertion brings the fight. It's something for Mouz to hold on to. 3 rounds is all they manage. Every one of them just isolated, unable to ever break through the Gentlemates economy in that entire first half.
Yes, what a recovery for Gentlemates. Could not have forecasted this after on their go-to map and Mouz's bottom that they come through with a win in overtime. And now Mouz, almost nothing to show in their entire T side.
You know, you almost wonder, like, is there something to that? Like, Nuke being more of a blank slate, maybe that was helpful in a way, right? Like,
put extra time.
You almost like have to build it from the ground up with this version of the squad. Here, you know, do you feel like maybe you're stuck between what you used to do and what you want to do now? I don't know, but it's not worked out swimmingly for Mouz. Certainly as well, some missed util in that first half, and even that just sucks the wind right out of you, you know? Like, they had that chance to break the money, if you remember, on the back of an A play, just a set piece to bring them in. They leave stairs open. Had the missed window smokes too. Some uncharacteristic errors, let's say.
Pistol round just puts Gentlemates in that third map, it feels. Sound like smoke kit. Gentlemates, plenty of util. Might just be a storm out middle here. Double smoke down. They've still got a Molotov as well. Jumping around the corner. Spinks is only good for one. Uses all his ammo on that body shot. Ooh, it's looking pretty ugly here for Mouz on this B site.
Oh god, they're closing in. The Glocks are getting closer. JL needs to do something miraculous. That double has given you something to hold on to here at least. You know where both the remaining players are. Want to try and isolate one of these fights, and Torshi's done exactly that. AviG 1v2 required. Both peeking, they're out in the open. He's anticipating that they will just try and swing and fight him, but he's able to ice out that one fight on a Torshi. Alex didn't get there in time. And so this one on a knife's edge. This is really for the map. If AviG can pull this off, then map 3 waiting in the wings, and AviG gets it done. A 1v2, 4K in the pistol.
And that's just cold, man. Mouz just wiggling and jiggling back sight. They get picked off one by one. No trade, no swing, no move, just Mouz cowering back of B. Only JL giving us something in this pistol round. It is Gentlemates with an outstanding Mirage. Mouz just forced desperation, swinging top mid. AviG keeps it coming. Triple kill, throws them under the bus. And Mouz have gotten mauled here on map 2. Ancient is our decider. Seems like a certainty. Could the problems keep on? Mouz may not even see a rifle round in this CT side.
Ooh, just brutal. They don't even let you save the SMGs, man.
Well, it feels like both these teams have put work in on their weaker map. Mouz on Nuke. And Gentlemates on Mirage. We don't even have to really dig deep on their T side because it might be over before Mouz, as I said, get guns. And look at that, they buy again. Worth a punt.
I mean, the individuals from Mouz have really struggled here. Like, the only bright lights really have come from JL. And even then, they were like often inconsequential. Spinks really struggled, honestly, in the first half of play. A lot of the lurks kind of failing to materialize. Zelex has hit a bit of a brick wall, and I think you're seeing that in how he's approaching some of these situations. It was him who, you know, didn't swing with Torshi in that 2v1 in the pistol. Maybe a little bit scared in his head somewhat. What with this being a rougher game, JL's Deagle, man, it's always trying to keep us enticed by the prospect that Mouz can win one of these rounds. It's another time where he's been able to extend this advantage on the Deag. Oh, ooh. JL! Look, fell short of the Deagle highlight in the first half, and you saw he was taken aback by that. He really thought he was onto something. Let's see if he can do it now. Is the second time the charm. Both low. Don't even need headshots anymore with the Deagle. Oh, just bodies, yeah. Just tags will do it, and they're leaving in bags. Bomb looking to get out of there. And there is a gap open, but 20 seconds left. Davy writes this one off. It's a done deal, and this time, JL's 3K on the Deagle is enough to win the round.
And Mouz will get guns somehow, some way. AKs are right there for the taking, and it's JL who finishes what he started. 4 frags off the Deagle and the FAMAS to finish. Is he the world's most overqualified B jumper? No sweat for JL. And he even hands off the AK.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you might think that's being selfless, but it lets him play with the Deagle more, and that's the real reason for it.
It's also role, right? You know, you are watching B apps. You don't necessarily need the AK, rather in a more active spot like on Spinks. Also, just the fact that you need your team to get activated if you're going to win this game. So while it's so far away at this point, you need Spinks on this CT side, so JL arms his teammate. And let's see if that Deagle round was actually worth anything, or if it's just delaying Gentlemate's eventual outcome, this victory on the second map. Con kill, Davy. Some serious damage. Does get dunked on, though, and that's when Mouz comes swinging.
That's a 5-man mid-brawl from Mouz. And now quick to adjust and move everyone over, right? Just being next door out there in mid means you're very ready to go and pad out this A-bomb site. Torshi, first to fall. So now Mouz have to ready themselves for a retake. Flash out towards the spawn for both squads. Flashes on flashes, exertion, good for that opener. Sorcel with the lineup, and oh dear, it's gonna come down to Spinks, gonna show us why they gave him this AK in the first place, but look in the wrong way. It's a 3v5 from the Gentlemates.
Oh dear, pack it up, boys. Put us on that third map. Gentlemates, not much of a delay at all here on Mirage. lock it down with that spray from Sorcerer. And we've just had triple kill after triple kill from different players of Gentlemates. Davy G's had a go. Sorcerer's in the feed. Alex was a monster on CT side. And Gentlemates respond swiftly and painfully. 5 M4s to keep this game alive for Mouz. Throw in a final timeout. Can't hurt to try.
I think JL, expressive as ever, did a good job of like summarizing the feeling in the Mouz camp. You know that that's not a round you're supposed to give away. And with it, you've likely foregone the map and any hope of the comeback. Davy G leads the charge on this Mac 10. JL, he hears them moving around him, trying to make moves of his own now, in behind enemy lines, hoping he just goes overlooked with the timing he's taken through this smoke. Hell of a catch on the first, ready for Alex on short, but there's no further. You needed a multi-kill. With that not coming through, Gentlemates are teed up for the win on Mirage.
Where did Mouz go? Disappearing from this map after clutching up on Nuke. They fall through the floorboards into the basement and into Ancients. Gentlemates closing this game with ease. And Zelex 1v4 that is not getting going. They are blocking him, throwing everything they've got. A far quieter map from the rookie after a fantastic nuke. Mouz are going to have to dig deep come that third map because Gentlemates have woken up here in Astana and they are here to play.
Well. What do we think of Mouz now, boys?
Oh yeah, Prof. Let me know what you think about Mouz now.
Well, not the best showing there from Exertion. Starting on the T side, having a slow start and just finding sporadic rounds. It just felt like a map where Mouz never really got going, never connected, had any momentum, and overall like a really impressive, solid showing from Gentlemates. I think they managed to stop these like A splits quite successfully, and after that, there's nothing else really.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the T-side woes for Mouz on Nuke, right? And
yeah.
Coming in over here, even the rounds they won one like half by round on the B bomb side, then a couple of hero rounds from JL, right? His Deagle was popping off. He had a couple of cool rounds, but apart from that, even individually speaking, there was nothing. It's almost like Mouz. Forget like tactics and whatnot, individually they seem to disappear. Near the end of that map as well, saw 3K from ticket position, never should have happened. Like, there were no trades, individually everyone was flat. Zelex looking like just a shadow of what he was on Nuke. So yeah, apart from the highlights, nothing from Mouz.
Yeah, I mean, some worrying, like I would say, lack of this situation. I mean, okay, first kill, now a double swing.
JL, come on, bro.
Yeah, that took a while. That took a while.
Yeah, that's a yikes. That's a yikes. And it's especially funny because if he had a Deagle, he probably gets to kill.
Fair point. Why do you think it was just so impossible for Mouz to do anything?
I mean, Alex had an insane game, 5-0 in opening kills, and I think that's kind of the. This is the Mouz that we saw many times, where Exertion goes out mid, they're trying to find some openings. They have their plays that they want to do, but they're not really getting the kills or the space, and that's pretty much it. That was for me most of the issues for Mouz, and it doesn't really help that they lost both pistols, and essentially on the CT side where maybe they could have had something going on that one round. That's also 3K there is what makes it impossible.
It's also the second pistol round. I forget who it was from Gentlemates, but he was stuck in a 1 versus 2 on the B bomb side, and you could see how tepid and how timid the Mouz players looked in the situation. Just run him down, right? Instead, they kind of jiggle, just wait, and they allow the fight to come to them, and then it just get wrecked, basically. So it felt like individually they played very well overall for the side of Gentlemates, but also, as Pro pointed out as well, just on the CD side, they were just so annoying to work with. They were just like taking these fights and basically playing like the top dogs. In all honesty, they played like the favorites in the second map, and yeah, Mouz really had no answer there.
I think it goes back to like what we were talking about in the pre-show about like what this Mouz team is and what the point of all of this is. You know, you're not maybe so excited. For me, even seeing them fail is good, because I think this exertion IGL thing is kind of an experiment. So it's better to have it play out and be like, okay, this actually sucks. We need to, you know, leave this idea of him being like secondary caller, main caller, whatever. Maybe we just need to find a new player, because obviously they worked Cyclone and Exertion forever, pretty much from the academy into the main roster. He's still super young, can develop, but if he's reached his plateau in my Mouz, maybe just needs something different and this can't work, then, you know, they have these few events to figure that out. So, you know, I'm not happy to see them fail, but in some ways it's something they need to figure out.
You can always learn from failures.
Can I have a little confession? Can we have a little confession time? Watching that map, I went, same but different. That's how I felt about it.
Yeah.
To me, I looked at that and I was like, well, what? You changed 2 players, you have a new IGL. Kind of looks the same, except now you're doing it against, before you were doing it in playoffs against big teams, now you're doing it against gentlemates, boys.
Well, it's the first game with 2 players coming in, Sam, like, you know, which is why I'm not being too critical, and I was one of the biggest critics
You
of
want to
Mouz.
make a change like this before the major, I'm going to be critical. And
I'm okay with it, but this is not the major though, right? And I'm okay because now we can see where things can work and where we can see cracks. For Zelix, for example, great map 1, right?
Yeah.
Very solid. Here it comes to disappear. Again, it's just debut in, you know, at this level of competition, so to speak. We saw JL, what did we learn from this? The guy still has it, right? He was having so many hero moments, you know, he was a top fragger for his team, even though it was a losing effort. A couple of rounds that they managed to squeeze out was because of his heroics, as opposed to all the other players on the team as well. So I feel like we are figuring out and learning how this Mouz is going to be, and they are doing the same thing as well. That being said, yes, losing the map in the fashion they did, that was rough. I thought at least it would be a close affair.
But I think just to agree with your point, it does feel like the same, because it is the same. Like, I think it is the same in terms of, like, the players are different, but the thinking behind the roster, it is Cyclone plus Exertion having and Torji probably having the most say on how this team plays, and I don't think that changed. So that's why we are seeing the same thing.
And that's
so hear me out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hear me out.
So you make this change, which feels like a Hail Mary before the major or a blow up of your roster. You know that you're going to change this roster again going into the major. So you don't really change anything in terms of how you're playing and what that system looks like. You're slotting players into roles, and now it's probably going to be a worse version of what you had. Why did you change the roster?
In the short term, yes, it's going to be rough, but
you're going to change this. Come on, we all know this roster's
But also the hope
again.
is that maybe just a new player can change. You know, Zelix can come in and deliver in, you know, this system that they have. Just add more firepower to the opening duo. Unfortunately, the opening duo of Exertion and Zelix, they kind of sucked this game. So didn't work out. There's an idea there.
It's a sample size. It's a sample size of one map, guys. I never thought I'd be a Mouz defender, but I'm being forced to be a Mouz defender here. It's a sample size of one map. Nuke was looking pretty good overall until, of course, the T side was a bit of a struggle. They still closed out in the end, right? They did,
but they didn't have enough rounds on this one, you know. I'm just, actually forget what I'm saying. They had the whole T side, but their CT side.
Before anyone feels like I'm being a bitch, I'm just doing this because I would like these two to come over to Harry and I's side and just for a moment be like, oh, maybe they shouldn't have changed the roster until after.
I mean, I prefaced this entire game saying like there's not that much of a shakeup. I said that, right? It's just like you're slotting in a star, you know, this young up and comer is going to be playing some simplistic positions, you know, and then you have JL, experienced guy. He can be anything. He was even trying to be an analyst at once upon a time as well, right? He can do anything.
Can he do anything?
With varying degrees of success. He looked good here though. He looked pretty solid overall in his roles.
Definitely
better.
Yeah. Better at this job.
Definitely better at this.
I do think, I'm going to defend Mouz now. I kind of like the way that.
Stop flip-flopping. You can't flip-flop.
Yes, course, I can do whatever I want. I kind of like the way this lineup looked, right? When you look at the players, but I do think this isn't a slot 1-for-1. You have to change things up and use them. And this is what I'm worried about: is the changes happen and there is no time to make those swap arounds, and also because you're going to bring Brolin in 2-3 weeks' time. The swap arounds can't happen. And that's what my worry is I feel like people will look at this, like I just did, and go, well, this isn't working. JL's not good. Zelix shouldn't be here. But in actual fact, if you had time to sit and workshop this lineup,
what if it's good?
It could be good.
Yeah.
I just don't think it was the right time to make the change.
I think it was the right time to make the change. I think everyone's been asking for a change for a very long time, and suddenly it happens. Everyone's like, whoa, not now, guys. Wait for the major. But I agree with what Cyclone said. I'm just gonna kind of paraphrase him where he said, it's not fair what happened to Broline over there, but suck it up. This is life, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to do it. And sure, he's got the situation. Major thing is kind of rough. But if this is, every event is valuable time. It's time being wasted. And that's a lot of time that's been wasted by MongolZ over the course of about a year right now of them not getting to the next step. They want to win events. They want to win championships. And if this is what it takes, ripping the Band-Aid off, I'm all for it.
How do you think this decider goes now? Because Gentlemates looks pretty good there. They're going to be coming in with a lot of confidence.
They will be coming in a lot of confidence. Also for Ancient, kind of like Nuke as well. MongolZ have only played this I think 3 or 4 times in the past few months. Last time I played was EPL, which is almost a couple of months back, where they did destroy MongolZ 13-1, right? But again, very, very small sample size to work with. And now with the changes coming in, you kind of feel like it will be swaying the way of Gentlemates a little bit here.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting him to go to Ancient. Because towards the end, there was MongolZ removing Inferno, for example, which I think generally is one of their better maps. I guess also for Gentlemates, but going towards Ancient, 33% win rate right now. It's not something that MongolZ has played a lot, but this is also why we have no idea what they practiced, because this team definitely didn't practice 6 maps fully. They practiced 3 or 4 maps a lot, and then 1 or 2 kind of. And I feel like maybe Inferno wasn't one of those. They felt really good in practice.
I was a little surprised with Mirage, especially, was because obviously, when you have 2 new players coming in, Mirage, a little bit more of a puggy map and whatnot, you feel like that's where they might be able to, even though 2 new players came in, I felt like they'd be able to close it out on this map, right? But it looked quite grim. But then again, like I said, we saw good mouse on map 1, we saw bad mouse in map 2. Yeah. I really don't know where to go with this.
So we have no idea where we are.
No, I mean...
we really don't.
Yeah.
Bad mouse.
I also think about JL. I think of Ancient oftentimes.
Yes.
Oftentimes think
great player in Ancient.
Copenhagen Major had some nice rounds there, so that might be nice. I noticed on the T side, Spinks swapped positions.
Yes.
He's doing the A lurk instead of B lurk, kind of, so more...
I think it looked way better on the lurks, actually.
Yeah.
Going back to what he used to do back in the day. So I feel like, look, you can have all the scrims you want. When you actually put it in practice in an actual game, you will find the cracks. It's not as easy as, all right, guys, this is how we ran into scrims. It's going to work exactly the same. And it worked in Nuke. It didn't work out in Mirage.
Well, Harry and Hugo kept saying Nuke was the punish pick, right, from Gentlemates. And it didn't quite work out as a punish pick because Mouz closed it out at the end. So maybe this is one of those situations as well where, because it's a map that they don't play that often, they've allowed their new players to kind of have a little bit more freedom and move around a bit more, and maybe that then works in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just locking in on the T side to see how it develops, because we saw a few different things so far in the first map. Being able to adapt, going for something kind of, I want to say, risks or reads that didn't work out, but finding a solution towards the end when on Mirage it didn't really happen. So that's the part where I'm most curious to see how this team develops, because a lot for me is about the exertion angle.
I feel like obviously it depends on which side you're going to be starting on. But on the T side, if MongolZ on the T side, for example, here, I feel like Cyclone's going to burn through all those tag timers in the first half itself.
So whenever these roster changes happen, we always love to say that you need to give the team time. That's our favorite line. But I've decided for PGL Astana, MongolZ and Falcons get no more time. We want results, and we want them right now. We, however, need some time so we can refresh. So we're going to a break.
Wow, Sam.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, every move.
Well, against all odds, we've gone the distance here, all the way on to Ancient. The series started with a super close competitive affair, ended flawlessly in overtime by Mouz. Then Mirage, meant to be a safer bet, you'd like to think, for this Mouz squad, they got annihilated. It wasn't even close. And now as we arrive to Ancient, the winds are blowing in the direction of Gentlemates. They're feeling quite good, right? They got some pep in their step, runaway success on Mirage. On paper, the highest ranked team they've beaten on the map in the last, 6 months. I imagine they're feeling pretty good right now, and vibes seem great in the Gentlemates camp.
Yeah, good track record on this map as well, but if anything, that's been, a bit topsy-turvy in this series so far. Both teams winning their quote-unquote weaker map. We'll see if this is one that Mouz have put some time into coming into this event. Clearly, their Nuke improved, but T-sides today have been both the question and the problem for Mouz. While they showed up in overtime on Nuke, back in Reg, it was slow, it was shaky, and back on Mirage, it was non-existent. So we're going to have to see if Mouz can dig deep and close out this series, or if Gentlemates are pining for an upset today. I certainly think they have the possibility here after a very one-sided map of Mirage. Ancient are decider, Mouz similar to Nuke, and we haven't seen them play at all too much this year. This will be their 5th on-record game on this map. And of course, first with this roster, one of many rosters that Mouz are bringing to the table right now. No, this is not the team you're going to see at Cologne due to roster locks. We, of course, have Brolin coming back in, but Exertion is going to remain the in-game leader. Right now, JL is getting trialed. How would you say he's doing, Harry?
Good, I would say. Pretty good.
Hit some deagle shots.
Not the GOAT or anything yet, but
he's jumping B Mirage.
Exactly, right? How good can you do jumping in the apartments?
No, not that well. But he held his own, and back on Nuke as well was a...
But his deagle's been great.
Yeah.
That's why he's so memorable.
Always was great, wasn't it? Many deagle moments, including on this very map, including at a major. But enough about JL. Let's see what GM have to show for us on this T side. Lots of nades coming in and off towards the B site.
All right, I know you wanted to stop talking about JL, but they are coming his way, Hugo.
Fine.
So
if I must.
We'll go back to it.
Here he is, back on short side, and execute, not coming in. Those are decoys, and you just got baited, Mouz. Get him. Smoke gone. Ha!
Oh, dude, Gentlemates are so, they can't believe that worked. They're thinking, these idiots.
now we're actually coming, guys.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Util in, and here's the push. Oh, Orshi, full blind through the smoke, rips the head off of the first man in. JL does burn alive though, and that's created a way for the Gentlemates to get through. Bomb gonna get planted, end up in this 2v2. Where the hell is Spinks? Other side of the map.
Oh, many such cases. Davy so low. Martinez gets out. Info down towards the ramp. Davy stuck on default. Martinez gonna flash him back in, but a bit soon, perhaps. Good try. Both blind, but Exertion recovers in time, and he hits both headshots, running back up short.
Give me one more, man.
How's he done that?
Boys, we need this fucking pistol, guys. Sick, let's go. So good without Kevlar.
So Mouz with a pistol round locked in. But a bomb plant, you know that's going to tempt the Gentlemates. I want to see that Exertion double. Boom. Nice work. Galils are back on the board.
Lane take and Exertion forced back from Cave. Seems to be, man. If you're the IGL, you're the Cave guy.
It's true.
Well handled for the first, but quick trade to follow up.
Ooh, smoke is so scary, though. They can walk right through.
Yeah, it's a bad smoke, and now they kind of have to react, right? For exactly what you're talking about. There would have been a gap both sides of it, so gonna try and make matters better by creeping down the ramp. Have to get ahead of this Cave timing, need these kills quickly. There's the backstab, and Torshi's ready for it. One back for Alex, and low health on both these players remaining for the Mouz squad. Bomb dropped out here at the doors, so a tricky round ahead of Alex. Smoke might help him in this endeavor. He's asking himself the same question we were last round. Where the hell is Spinks? This time he's right in front of him, and not even a requirement. Zelex quick to deal with him. Force Spy gets shut down by Mouz.
One thing I'm enjoying is how much they're setting up Zelex, right? We saw it on some of the Nuke T sides. You just see it there, like Xertion going first, letting Zelex trade him. You know, this is a young guy with limited experience, and, you know, Mouz is still giving him a great chance to succeed. So Zelex comes up with 3 big kills in that round, that final one on low health, and Mouz are able to stem the bleeding, stop that force buy from getting picked up on B, and Gentlemates go back to pistols. So Mouz, a reassuring beginning to this game. Until Davy G hits a dig. Xertion's walked through this smoke, but in a blink of an eye, Gentlemates just run right through it. Now he's on the wrong side. Flash finds no info. Bomb spotted. Xertion run down, recovers. You wouldn't be ready for still here. Zelex right below. So that bomb does not get to reunite with Davy G in the A site. Instead, they're going to go back, try and fight him together. JL has cover. Mouz very mobile right now. Very active. And it's doing them a world of help. Even for a moment, Xertion's smoke cave push looked like a problem. It turns out to be the answer here for Mouz.
Torshi and Martinez both bringing out their AWPs fast as possible. Still have yet to really feel like either AWP has gone on to dominate this game. Little mid-skirmish here. Spinks getting stuck in. all in mid-crunch with support from the cave. They do pick up exertion, and that might be an invitation enough to go B. Torshi here on the line with the AWP. Can't afford to miss. They're already through this util. They've walked the smoke. He's not aware, but he might get given the fight anyway. Mopoz right into the crosshair. On plant out in the open. Alex getting spammed, and a missed shot from Martinez. This is going to be tricky. Alex playing it forward is deleted on that swing, and Martinez wanted to save. Spinks won't let him.
That's weird that they heard the burn of Torshi coming through that smoke. He ticked once in the Molotov, and still Gentlemates don't even look his way when they come around the corner. Mouz given a little bit too much ease there in that B hit. Gentlemates, they had their chance. Martinez missing that cross shot. Sinks him. JL looking very comfortable. This was always his best map in Na'Vi. Remaining a problem on that B-bomb site. Oh, Molly hits, but doesn't matter when Martinez comes in with a shot like that. Good grenade, but JL for the meantime has no support, and that is the B site gone.
I mean, barring a miracle, you're already out of this round. You feel like Torshi and Zelex are both here, so gonna hang around and see if they can get anything. The smoke down on long. Zelex going wide, open a 2 on the ramp side. Got to be a save now.
AVG. He's behind you. And Torshi is going to get out of there at least, or for a moment, spotted on elbow. Gentlemates not making this save easy. Should be guaranteed.
There you go, right? Winning that one opening fight kind of sets in motion a chain of events that force Mouz into some uncomfortable positions.
Bit of a fascination in this B site right now for Gentlemates, finally paying off in round 5. So obviously a hard game for Gentlemates to prep for, not knowing exact positions or tendencies of these players, right? There are some presumptions you can make that JL would get his old spot back, that maybe Zershon would take Brolins in cave, but in terms of the actual moves that Mouz are going to be making, Gentlemates have to find out during the game and read on the fly. They get out middle in this round. Mouz finally conceding it.
Looks like they want to try and come through with more of this lane aggression. This time they've got the Torshi AWP to back them up. Didn't see Martinez make it across. For the missed shot, JL is sacrificed to that early swing. Another opener for Martinez. I'll double up in the cave. 3 players stacked over towards this B site. Spinks alone out towards Donut. They are going to start moving his way. Need a multi-kill here. If he goes down with just a 1 and done, you might be out of position and out of luck. Spinks falls, but thankfully Torshi was able to grab 1 in the downtime. So you're more than interested in giving this a go.
Oh.
Awkward team flash there. Certainly a chance to punish as they looked for the bomb plant. Timing goes askew, and now you've got to earn this. Torshi finds himself another. Exertion rings out with a kill from the spawn. You're looking at Sorsal, hoping he can clutch, and unable to get a beat on Exertion. Him and Torshi pull it off. 4 kills between them.
Yeah, I thought that chance was gone when Mouz lose the timing with the flash play. Could have punished Gentlemates in the bomb plant, but they're able to go back into position. That's when Torshi punishes holding. And Mouz, simple post plant, pick it up. Nice shots for Exertion. After a very quiet Mirage from, well, him and everyone else. Far better look here on Ancient. 9-3. Already chasing his previous map performance in just 6 rounds. Martinez Orb back into the conversation. Solo B with it as well. Sphinx gets very aggressive. Oh my, put down low. Do Gentlemates want to jump? The early info for Mouz with deep position means they're going to cancel the call and go back. But Mouz know what they wanted to do. So as Gentlemates set up for the recommit, it shouldn't be a big surprise.
As a clamp down on middle, and with how Mouz are positioned, I wonder if they want to try and force something in through elbow here. They've cleared deep into mid. Only Torshi to defend the A-bomb site. Does have teammates making their way over. Doesn't get a chance to fire yet. Tries to recommit after the util, after the flashes, but the shot just sails on past. Here's this backstab for Zelex, right? A result of that mid-aggression. And with his teammates finding success in the downtime, all the attention's looking forward right now for Gentlemates. Zelex is looking for a multi-kill. Won't be able to get it, but still more than enough. A clamp down out of Mouz. And this is a really good-looking CT side right now.
Yeah, what? So much pressure put on A there from Mouz. They never stop spamming and stop coming through those smokes. And Zelex just has full cover on the AWP as well. So nothing that Gentlemates can do. They can't even get the bomb down, despite having the site there.
Really interested to know a little bit about like how Mouz have kind of worked on, you know, implementing this roster, the changes, the change in captaincy, because I don't know, the vibe right now feels like they've put time into kind of what their weaker maps were. Maybe leaving the ones that felt like safe bets that you already had a good foundation on and just going, look, we already know what we want to do there. Because, dude, like, Nuke and now Ancient looked really solid out of Mouz. Mirage was such a departure from the level that we're seeing right now.
Yeah. How's their dust too? That's what I want to know. Oof. Ouch. Up cave side. With ease. This one is a lot more spread for Gentlemates. And it was looking good until Spink smoke spammed Davichi out. He crossed red room. Zertion getting baited for here by JL, third player in the B site, to allow for this fake. 2 players swinging in, nice trade, but JL still needs his kill to stop the round from crumbling. Spink's just got pocketed into position, and I think Sorsal saw him cross as well. Alex moves away, and A is open for the taking.
Yeah, Zelex first on the scene. Here's them closing in from Donut, smoking his way. Doesn't try and challenge ahead of it. Ollie, he'll hear the tag, knows the player's made it into the site, and we'll hear that bomb plant too, so rotate starting for Mouz. Torshi is potentially a bit of an awkward fight here, right? Has to try and get past Alex back in the donut. Ooh, he brings the fight to the AWP, and Torshi thanks him for it. One more man donut side. Martinez will be a harder clear on this AWP.
Torshi can just hold, the pressure's on the site.
Sorsal with the swing, need this trade. JL focuses on the donut fight. And Sorcel spamming on the Glock, gets them off the bomb at least. This is getting awkward. Torshi's the guy with the kit, gotta commit, and JL's dead. Sorcel spam, just off the mark. Mouz steal it away.
Did Torshi drop a flash and that defuse it? Bungle Sorcel on the spray, he can't find it. 3 kills is still not enough to win the round. And Mouz, lovely post plants. Torshi is winning out these rounds on this A site just by holding down Donut. Gentlemates looking very uncomfortable in these post plant positions. Getting whittled away. This is a 7-1 lead right now. From a Gentlemates that just dominated Mouz on Mirage. This is a very different beginning. And now they're getting cocky through the smoke. Punished finally. Still mid-control. And they come to punish. Alex with a tap. It's going to put Gentlemates again in an advantage, but one they can't afford to squander. Torshi, the squander child, coming in on Heaven. Trying to ruin their birthday party. Nice shot. JL's by his side, and now he's got an AWP as well. No stranger to this weapon. Who's on the line first? JL with the shot. Bomb loose. Sorcel a long way from home.
Always this feeling with Spinks that he could really be anywhere, so it's also going low and slow, but that's exactly the type of fight JL wants. 2 kills to the good already.
Barrel might give him away if he turns.
Sorcel's got this. Oh, and so really trying to milk it for all he can. Down to this 1v1. Spinks has been closing in the entire time. Ready to get up through the ramp, and that would be the way to deny this. Sorcel doesn't know where's safe, and Spinks getting here on a perfect timing. Backstab connects. Bomb plant, but that's the end of the line.
And he had that idea as well. Sorcel was looking to cave as the last player as soon as he got off that bomb, so realized Spinks was probably flanking with the way that JL was looking. But Spinks, one step ahead, goes further on the flank down the ramp. He is so annoying to clutch against this guy. You are never quite sure where he's gotten to. Very nice try. But Gentlemate, I mean, safe to say at this point, they needed that round. It is 8-1 down. And without, you know, the last 3 of the half here, we are talking about a very one-sided third map. Mouz returning to form by the end of the series. And what a great round out of JL as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, at times I think with Spinks you're seeing some uncomfortability out towards the donut. But you know, put him in a retake, chance to go back towards that B site. He feels right at home. Kind of another round of what I'm talking about there, right? On the wide swing, goes out with the flashes, but they're just way further ahead than he's ready for. And so again, it becomes a bit of a problem, a chance for Gentlemates to get into A. Sorcel playing on a very forward timing. Zelix might just die thinking it's clear, and yeah, walks right into him. Exertion with a pretty keen pickup, ready for the Mopoz swing, Heaven side, and gets this spot on the jump across. Keeping them boxed in and not allowing very good post plants here. It's claustrophobic for Gentlemates.
Right through the smoke. Exertion with the punish, and again, one by one, Mouz just whittled down Gentlemates. It's Martinez who needs a moment. One hell of a moment, smoke in his face. JL creeps forward. Teammate with the kit, doesn't matter. They're just going to win it off the fight, so they think, until Martinez comes up with a clutch. 3 kills, saves Gentlemate's souls in this post plant. A must-win round to stay in this game.
And just a beautiful sequence, man. Like, not flustered after he's missed that first shot. Able to compose himself, nails it the second time around, and then that follow-up. You know, you get one chance to hit that. It had to connect. Martinez with a beautiful 3K. Had a couple of them in this series.
Bit of pace.
Oh, I think it's got to be a way in. You got to exploit Spinks. He's not comfortable.
He's getting punished, isn't he? 5v4 and sight gone. Mouz looking to save for the last round of the half. Gentlemates have done what they must, and that is find a late resurgence in this T side to give themselves a chance. Slim, but enough.
I think, you know, early days as well, right? With like the Mouz changes being so recent, like this is what a lot of playing them is going to be. Like, find the uncomfortable guy who's changed positions, who's playing a new spot. Let's go and try and exploit them. They're not going to have all the answers. They're not going to have all the info. You know, to kind of accommodate JL's addition, letting him have his position over towards B, with Exertion taking up Cave. Those spots were taken. And so Spinks in like a run-of-the-mill game might be feeling fine, but he's getting a little targeted in some of these rounds. And I think that's exactly what Gentlemates have to do if they want to recover this T side. Still in with a chance of a 4-round T half.
Would not turn your nose up at that. Given how this was 8-1, Gentlemates are hanging on. Final swing right out middle here for Gentlemates, getting all the way out. Zelix in donut this round. Spink starting triple B.
Quad B even.
Indeed. But Exertion is committed. In fact, they all are. Looking to take fights down ramp, will get punished. Oh, the team flash! It might not even matter. It almost does. Exertion gets out with a double. Push down the ramp, denied. Sourcel crosshair in the right place at the right time.
They want to bait you into the B hit right now. They're kind of saying, look, you've dealt with all the usual names. You've seen Zelix out here in mid.
Oh.
But now Spinks has played his hand. They know about him on this push down the ramp, and it's just a mission to avoid him. Bomb going all the way back to A. And so much time will have elapsed that Spinks is going to have to clear everything as he begins this rotation.
A little too slow for this one. Hoping for a mistake. They're giving him nothing. This will be Spinks where he does his best work, but no smoke for that bomb. He's going to have to win both these fights. David spotted. Spinks can walk up on him. He has nades. He doesn't want it. He wants the kill right now. Spinks is going to perfectly pre-aim this shadow. Oh, gave it away, and Davi holds on. It's just the shadow that stops Spinks. As Gentlemates come up with 4 on the half, it could be a lot worse.
Yeah, you know, I mean, when you're kind of 8-1 down, it can feel really bleak, it can feel really rough, but yeah, finding your way in with 3 rounds at the end of the half, you've got a fighting chance here, right? It's the thing with the... It's one of the cool things of MR12 is the idea that this is actually like a very palatable scoreline.
Yep.
You win a pistol, it's a 1-round game as long as you get the conversions, and you're right there. You're right back into the conversation. So yeah, it was looking grim for a really long time. 8-1 down, no one feels good about that. But able to kind of figure out where you could exploit, where you could look to go.
And
seen them through to a workable half.
Here's where it could be a problem, right? Because Nuke was 8-4 first half, and that went into overtime. And yeah, to be fair, Mouz closed it on T side with 3 rounds straight, finding the 4th follow-up on CT. But it's been T sides where Mouz have looked the shakiest today, and that shouldn't be too surprising. But let's see if their T half of Ancient will follow in that stead. Straight out mid.
Love that for Sourcel. Just strikes one from the tally, gets out of there. Navi G's done much the same. About a rougher start to this pistol round as Mouz could have hoped for. Navi G gets JL mid-air. And what's Zelex really up to? Is he cooking? 1v5 attempt as he hides out. Oh, Zelex making it happen. A new name, but try to give us something to remember here. Zelex puts distance between himself and the Gentlemates, looking for that B-bomb site. And they're hounding him down. They're giving chase. By no means going to have all the time in the world, but plenty to get the bomb planted. How much further can Zelex really take this? Oh! One away from it! It was right there and up for the taking!
Oh my goodness, the rookie almost rocks him there in that pistol round. A straight up 1v5 pre-plant, and he puts down 4 kills. What an incredible attempt. They just teabagged him on the way out, just to give themselves a laugh. Gentlemates almost fumble the bag in this pistol. And Zelex, you got to keep your eyes on this guy, because proving today, he is a guy to watch out for. He's had some great moments across this series. But that one will be forgotten. And now confident again. Gentlemates returning to form.
I mean, you imagine Zelex pumped with adrenaline right now.
Can he use it? I'd say maybe hand a gun over here. Got a gun below you. You'd like to see Zelex throw Torchy that AK and take it. Obviously don't want to be timed. Maybe JL does something first, coming in from heaven. Torchy's got that gun. Peek in middle. Torchy has the cover, and now Mouz, good read of the situation, but it's still a bomb down here for Mouz.
Martinez and Mouz closing in. CT side, Zelex low, and the bomb's planted for him.
They're in.
Torchy scrapping for the site. Backstab will clean him up, and Zelex another chance to clutch. Mouz SMG giving chase. Zelex hits the turnaround.
He had to run him down there. There was no kit, but there was enough time if Mouz found that kill. Zelex holds strong on 22 points of health. Just one bullet him.
Right, and you're meant to be kind of jittery, kind of nervous, right? You just come off the back of a near 1v5. You're throwing into another clutch, low health. And it's an SMG chasing you. Like, arguably, that's more scary than a rifle.
Yeah.
You know, Mouz can be so mobile. He can be jumping. Hell, you know, even when he rounds the corner there, you're nervous the entire time. But Zelex just domes him. No issues, no struggles, no problem for Zelex.
And no conversion for Gentlemates. Pistol and then bust. Mouz find the force buy. So Gentlemates back to 5-7s. Mouz, this could be something to celebrate now. If they can just push Gentlemates into the mud. Oof, oh, monster in middle.
He's really feeling it, isn't he?
Yeah. Be careful, don't get ahead of yourself, lads, because Gentlemates have a man up. And that smoke causes a lot of chaos. Surgeon will use it to take long control.
Bomb has been planted.
And they have to hold on to the site. Spinks is far away, only now moving into heaven, so couldn't afford to get rushed down here. Now they're set up in their post plants, and with Exertion converting on that, you're not worried for Mouz anymore. The window to retake that site closed so quickly. G wants that rifle, expect him to run in for it once that bomb goes off, but the round is lost.
Terrorists win.
I need a Nuke from Adam. I'm pissed of playing Mac 10 now.
Guys, they have a shit by again. He saved what, MP9?
And that's Mouz, full control, man. Breaking money, winning a force buy this late in the game. Does not give a lot of room left for Gentlemates in this CT side. Going to have to take an eco now. Nothing retrieved, just the armor for Davi. And Mouz, full rifles themselves. Looking to minimize mistakes here. Oof. Another opener for Zelex. He is not slowing down in this T side.
Well, outside of the Martinez scout ace, this one firmly belonging to Mouz.
Respect Sorsal.
Oh, God.
Sorsal USP ace.
Oh my God. 2 quick kills, even
Dude,
a
he
follow-up
dinked
dink. They're all kind of low. Spinks is the only guy with health.
Why not?
Martinez on this scout poses a bigger threat
God.
than you were ready for. They're all low. Everyone is a shot away from death.
Martinez.
So he pulls the USP. Looking to do this one like Sam Fisher. Smokes down, block him off. Mouz look to play for time. And the fact that this is even such a nail biter is just wild, but there's the swing that seals the deal on that round.
That's so scary when you're speccing your team there. They're all low. You're just sitting there, bated breath. Way too interesting of an eco. But Mouz are good for it. Spinks does shut that down, peeking into a pistol. Sigh of relief here for Mouz. No devastating eco win.
This is the one rifle round Gentlemates have got. If they do want to try and recover, they've got to win this one.
And then all the rest. 8 straight to the finish line.
You can focus on all the rest when you get there.
Yeah.
If you don't win this, the map, the series, it's over.
A forgiving format, at least here in Swiss, BO3. For the longest time, it was all about Mouz in group stages being indomitable, being dominant, being unstoppable. Well, let's see if Astana follows. This would be their first of 3 into the playoffs.
No, it was a good idea getting you that thesaurus. Zelex, another opening.
Let's
Makes
go.
it a double. Davi G whittled down low in that engagement. And here's the reaction. Mopoz aggro down through ramp. Mouz have got their eyes on this, ready for the push, ready for that reaction. Spinks has even dealt with Martinez out towards A. You've got a 4v2 here in the most important round. And with only 1 HP on Davi G, he is in no position to do anything here. Even the save feels terrifying.
Nowhere to go. Bomb on B, Spinks on A, and they're running into spawn as well.
Just what a performance from Zelex, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's map 3. The pressure's on.
Oh, dear. Done for. JL hunts him down, and this is Mouz. Right there on the tip of their first win at Astana. A new Mouz, a temporary Mouz, but a Mouz in a group stage looking to return to their former glory. And Zelex has just been the guy come this third map. He's been reliable across Nuke. Mirage was a scratch of the record, but come Ancient, he's been taking all the attention here. get him out. Xertion will oblige.
Just great there from him, right? Turns back around, doesn't commit to the heaven climb instead. JL says they're rushing ramp. He's got a molly out. He would have been a dead man. But Xertion turns on a dime, helps him out, and delivers this 5-on-3. Mouz with one hell of a course correction here after getting dominated on Mirage. You wouldn't know it based on how they've played across Ancient.
They go, final punch here. And Xertion's looking for an ace of his own to end this map right now. 3 kills deep. Captain collapsing on them. Waiting a bit is Spinks. You may know where he is. Dealing with him is another problem. And Martinez, a final 1-4, but we know where this one's ending up. This is a new Mouz with new goals. Zelex to finish off. Fantastic performance from the rookie. And Mouz make it through in 3.
There we go. We've had a chance to see 3 maps. So this is our sample size of new Mouz. 2 of those maps are ones that they didn't play very often, and yet they looked really good on them.
I think after this we need to decide, are they going to be the best team ever, or are they absolutely shit? And
Okay, so answer your own question.
I think they're the best team ever.
Best team ever.
Yeah.
Blair, where
New
do you
era
stand?
starting today.
Okay, yeah, I'm swiftly moving on.
No, we're not moving on. You're going to answer the question. Is this the team that beats Vitality? According to Prof, best team ever. That's going to happen.
Listen, I don't know what he's on. Like, he's been on a lot of substances, Prof, right? You know, if you look into his eyes, he goes bags and stuff, so I'm not going to touch that. But look, to answer the question right now, like 1640, map number 1, close game. Map number 2 gets completely dominated, and here, this is the Mouz that I wanted to see. This is the Mouz I'm like, this is, if it clicks, it's going to look super good. Sure, it's against gentle mates and whatnot, but you can see everyone pop off, right? That Zelex look freaking good as well. In fact, I want to say to you, Sam, you know, how you like them apples now?
I think that what I said at the beginning has just been proven correct, which was I was concerned that if you tried to take the Mouz of old and the game plan and just shove the new pieces in, it wouldn't work, which we saw on map 2. But if you allowed the new pieces a little bit of freedom, which we saw on map 1 and now here on Ancient, this is actually quite a nice lineup. That was my way of trying to defend what I was saying earlier.
You're just flip-flopping, and it's kind of embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you.
Well,
I'm the desk host. I can flip-flop as much as I want.
Is that the Spanish blade right there?
That is a Spanish blade.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he back? Is he back? That's. I mean, obviously, Gentlemates made a code change before this, and
the launch.
Their analyst now is behind Rep something like this. No HLT profile, but he's behind them. And I think that might be Blade that coached back like in Movie Star right in the day. And he was kind of goated. I like that guy. But not goated. This T side really didn't give them that much. I want to say Alex was making some plays. He was getting some openings, but they really Mouz just looked super comfortable in the retakes, in the action on the bomb sites, and they were just locking this down on the CD side so hard.
Yeah, and especially in CD side, sure, a couple of rounds kind of slip out of the fingers there. The 1v2 versus Martinez on the A bomb side comes to mind, for example. But overall, first I want to touch upon this. Like, I love this round for Zelex. Right? 1v5 almost gets a clutch ace. 1v5 clutch ace, which is super, super rare. But I think he had a lot of moments on map number 1 as well. So it's cool to see that he's kind of hit the ground running despite a bit of a stumble in map number 2 overall. But yeah, just harkening back to the CD side, you can see how aggressive, in your face, and varied and dynamic the CD side was from the side of Mouz. You could see, like, you know, heavy mid control, and you have, like, I think it was Xertion pushing out towards Cave, JL poking towards Ram. It was looking so very cool. And you did say in the green room, Prof, you know, I wanted to lose a few rounds. I want to see more of the T side. Didn't get to see much, but from whatever little we saw here in Ancient, it looked good. It looks like a map that they're working on right now, to answer your question. Maybe why they banned Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like some map that they're comfortable on. I mean, Zelex, he didn't have like a super strong CT side. It was okay, but like after swapping to T side, the pistol almost ace, and then after that he was just either getting an entry or a double kill pretty much every round on the T side, and then it's him and Xertion on top of the scoreboard. Then it's like this is what we want to see, what we hope to see, but it's against, you know, gentle mates, not against a Spirit or a Falcons. But there's something to be, you know, positive about, and the overall fragging of Xertion, you know, second map not good, but first and last amazing. So that's also positive.
I think we're going to do like a report card for Mouz, you know, first test, right? Okay. It's the first exam it's had so far. Let's look at the positives. JL can still frag out. Like, he looked good. He looked very solid. He had some huge impact rounds. Even the loss in Mirage, you know, he was finding a lot of impact over here as well. We saw some classic JL Deagle moments, picking up the AWP as well. Super fun player to watch. Exertion looking comfortable while leading, at least in a couple of these maps over here. Zelex on the T side looks super comfortable. You know, coming as a pack player there alongside Exertion, as we saw on Ancient, we saw on Nuke as well. CD side, maybe a little bit more learning to your left for him, but overall great showing. So despite that capitulation in Mirage, I think I would give this a solid 7 on 10 performance.
7 out of 10 for Mouz.
Yeah.
I liked Zelex. I think if I was going to take a positive away from new Mouz, I'd be like, I really like what we're seeing here from him. I hope they give him a bit more freedom to play the way he likes, because I think he can be quite an impactful player. For you, the positive takeaways from new Mouz?
Yeah, I mean, I would give it like a B overall, with a D in the category of calling and the.
Are we
T
just
side.
not going to use the same ratings?
No.
Okay.
We are different people.
He said report card and then they gave 7 out of 10. Like, what are we talking about?
That's like kindergarten
I don't know
report
any country that uses 1 to 10 rating for school. I mean, someone's going to DM me and say it exists, but like I've heard about it.
It does.
It does, right? There we go.
Where?
Outside of Europe.
Where?
In Africa.
In Africa?
Yeah. I'm presuming India.
Yeah. Do you use it in South Africa?
But it's more about 100.
Specifically for kindergarten.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, that's where Mouz are.
70 out of 100 sounds terrible, all right? I'll give them a 70 out of 100. 7 and 10 sounds better.
Yeah. See.
Shut up, Prof.
See. We can. It's okay. We'll see how they develop by the end of the
Mouz gets a C, and we'll see if that continues throughout
I'll
the
give
rest
Prof
of the
a D.
event. Prof gets a D for his first
And he liked that.
according to, he does like getting the D from Blair. And on that note, we are going to be moving on. We're leaving. We're going to have Maui, Dust, and Richard in the chair. And Falcons is going to be playing, and you get a chance to see them led by Karrigan. I did that whole thing without cracking a giggle. Look at me. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The unexpected move and something to get used to, as Falcons Karrigan now sits in front of me. 36 years old. You've been wearing the Batman mask for ages, but you finally grew some wings. So how's it going, mate?
I mean, it's been long 2 weeks, right? With everything changing so fast, coming into now 2 tournaments, bringing some of the system I know, and I guess they were looking for. So very excited to start this journey in a Falcons jersey.
Very different, like, demeanor than I've seen you in previous events, and feeling straight away coming into it. But how did this come together? How did this move happen?
Yeah, I mean, there's been rumors. Obviously, I'm gonna talk deeper about it in another setting, but basically there was 6 days for this transfer to happen before a deadline for Cologne.
Yeah.
So it was something that happened really fast, and I didn't know it was possible, as I had just re-signed my contract a few months before that. So it was not an easy transfer, and it was not something that it could have not happened. Let me put it like that, because of the time frame. But in the end, it happened, and But very stressful days at home, not knowing if it's going to happen, being excited, but also being sad. Been part of FaZe for a long time. So now I'm here and I'm obviously very happy to have met the guys and play with the guys.
Just closing on like this FaZe situation, there was obviously a lot of speculation of you leaving FaZe, people talking about teammates not saying goodbye, Twist saying it was sudden. Can you give us a bit of like your side of all of this?
Yeah, as the time frame is obviously it was sudden, but let me just put out there, before anything was leaked, before anything was known to the public, by the time I had a feeling that it could happen, management of FaZe already told the players. And so I was not the first guy to tell the players because I wasn't sure what was happening.
Okay.
Kind of communication broke down in the negotiation because obviously I wanted to change the Falcons. That's what I needed to do in my career. So I wish I was the one to tell them before management told them, if they give me a heads up. But in the end, they were told by management, not by the public. And I also wrote individually with every player. Them not saying goodbye on Twitter, I cannot control that. And I can understand if they are sad, upset that it happened. But I think this is the first time I've done something with myself in a career where I have a good feeling, and this is what I needed because it was rough times the past 1.5 years in FaZe.
Can you give me a bit of insight just what it was like on your first day or across the first weeks and moments you had there?
Yeah, I mean, we just go straight into it. Obviously, I have a system, so I had to kind of break down what I'm going to implement for the team. And in my opinion, it's better just to start with me being comfortable, understand the players, they like freedom. Let's find the balance together as a team. And obviously, over time, we have to figure out how to win the biggest trophies. That's why I'm here. And that's why they also brought me to try to bring something else into the team. And as far as these 2 weeks have gone, I am very happy. I am also very, very looking forward to these challenges. The first week, a lot of confusion for me because I played with same spot names for 5 years in FaZe. So a lot of spots, I could just not say the names because it is so ingrained with 5 years in the same team.
Different callouts.
Yes, different callouts. So that was a struggle. But I will do mistakes during this tournament when it comes to callouts. But that's something over time that comes. But I'm very impressed with individual skill, the chemistry they have, but also seeing some things I want to work with. And that's part of the challenges that I'm looking forward to. How can we improve on that? But it's always going to go up and down in the beginning. These 2 tournaments we have, purely figuring out more freedom, less freedom, more structure, a little more set on T side, and obviously the CT side has been fantastic. So I'm just hanging around and being the anchor there.
Enjoying life for a bit, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, of course, I have to ask this. First conversation with Nico. Give me it, give the world it from the realistic side of things, not the drama that keeps being built up for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about this, right? We were, in my opinion, still trying to mature as players and as humans. We have deep respect for each other. We understand each other. And I can just say the conversations we have about the in-game is really good. He has really done a great job to perfect his secondary calling. He's offering a lot in his leg positions. He's giving me a really good macro perspective. And then I understand it and I can follow his idea, or I use his information to create another idea. And that's the mixture we have. And he knows if I'm not using the idea he has, it's because I have something else. And for me, it's just important that he knows he can speak freely, constantly in the rounds, because he's very smart. Obviously, we have Ilya as well, who is talking a lot. So it is a balance to find an official game, when to listen and when to follow the view I have in the game. And we're going to have disagreements, but that's the only way you improve, right? We cannot all be on the same page thinking same Counter-Strike. We are going to do mistakes. And for me, with Nico, there's always been a very direct, honest conversation. And I think that's where you work the best. If you can talk direct and being honest on how you see things, that's where you improve the most as a team.
Did you come in and want to adjust positions on some role stuff already, or you left as is? Like, what are we looking at with this Falcons?
I've seen the side, not much have changed. I guess some few positions have changed, but for CT side, Nico has been calling great CT sides. Falcons CT side has been fantastic. I have not touched that. My main focus has been on T side and let Nico do the calling on CT side together with mostly Ilya, I would say. With T side, obviously, I'm a different player than Kazakhstan, but there are still some roles that are taking the same. but I'm leading differently when it comes to mid-rounds, right? So there are some scenarios where people have to adjust, and with my system, everybody has to be more flexible. Sometimes you lurk, sometimes you enter, depending on where you are on the map, how you ended up in the group or not. So there is expectation of every player to be more flexible and more experience in these mid-rounds. That has been the main focus for me, to let them know how it can also look. And we're not a finished product this event yet, but I'm just looking forward to see how we strive under the pressure of official games.
Now, many tournaments back to back, we always hear from you. Whenever I sat with you on an interview, we're FaZe Clan, we're coming here to win the trophy. What's the expectations here now? You're Falcons.
I think, I haven't talked with the guys, but I think expectations are high in Falcons. I'm not gonna sit here and say that that's the goal and ultimate goal right now. I think for me as a leader, there's 2 events where I get to know the guys. In the group stage, in the playoffs, wherever we are, what do we need to adjust. But getting into Cologne, I want to win that trophy and lift that trophy and bring major home for Falcons.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you very much for all your words, Karrigan. Good luck going into the tournament. Let's see what happens.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome back. The PGL Global Tour continues. We're in Astana. I'm here for the first time today. I'm excited. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. You must remember me. I've been around for like 20 years. These guys, not nearly as long, although maybe Dust is just behind me. We're going to be talking about, Dust Murray. Everyone's been pronouncing his name wrong for like, I don't know, 20 years.
I thought it was Follow Dust.
Yeah, that actually was his first Christian name, yes, Follow. And you are Maui Snake, I believe?
Some may say.
Some may say. Right? Great segment.
God-given name.
We're really loving this bit. We should have workshopped it. It's fine.
Yeah.
But what we're going to be talking about, first of all, obviously, is, of course, Falcons and their new addition. We will talk about their opponents probably very briefly before we get into the game, but the big talking point is Karrigan, formerly of FaZe. I love that he just wasted no time in like, right, guys, we're not at the major, so I had a phone call by... Can I has the bag?
Yeah, I think Moses had the sickest line as he jumped off of a sinking ship and swam over to a yacht.
Yeah, exactly.
And for multiple reasons. One, obviously, the bag, as he said in the interview with Banks there, like there was a significant buyout that had to be made to make this move happen. He had just re-signed with FaZe, so FaZe actually smarting up. They've let some players go for free, not this time around. And obviously, we know Falcons pays their players well. So from that perspective, you see the yacht reference there. But it's also the pieces he has to work with, right? It's a much finer ship, I guess you could say, that he gets to sail in this tournament with that many weapons at his disposal.
I see Karrigan as one to resuscitate a Falcons team that was just almost DOA every time they entered the playoffs. So I'm really excited to see them at this event. I would consider them the favorites along with Spirit to win the whole thing, and that's even with a brand new roster.
That's interesting. I was watching a certain podcast where it sort of went off the rails a little bit. It was like Jason and Chad were talking about whether or not Falcons were under any pressure at this event. I kind of lent more towards Moses' opinion, which is I don't think they are under any pressure at all. I think this is... I actually think this entire move is manufactured to just win the major. Yeah. I think that's what they're... I think everything else is peripheral. So whatever they do here is like largely irrelevant. This is like a boot camp in a way.
What's interesting though is that the way Karrigan sees it, that he's more aimed towards Singapore. Like he feels like he's going to need that much time. Now, whether or not the community will agree with him or not, that's going to be up for debate. But yeah, basically you can see Karrigan has talked about like how big opportunity this was. He kind of compares it to when Rops joined FaZe, and I think that comparison is just about, again, what type of weapons he has at his disposal and the potential that this team could have. But the problem is like it's always been potential on paper. The last time this team won a tournament was in Bucharest over a year ago. Right?
With Dexter.
With Dexter. So it's one of those things where they've had a lot of potential, but they haven't been able to strike gold yet. And, this move for Karrigan was the big-time play to try to change that.
And one of the aspects that he talked about in the interview also was just that he's going to be more of a captain. That Kixan on this roster, I don't really feel like he ever took the reins fully from them. I feel like it was more Zonic and Nico that was really the head of the project. Even though Kixan was the tactician for the team, I almost kind of see it like what what Muterus was doing, for example, for BC Game. Like, he would sure call the strat, but it wasn't really him that was motivating the team to lock in every single playoff game, because you're always going to defer to Nico and Zonic, who have boatloads more experience than you do.
I mean, I'm just going to say this, right? Like, again, I don't care. I'll say all the things people are thinking. They can't cancel me now.
Okay.
It's been too long. They'll try, but it'll fail. I'm still here. I just think, first of all, like, what's different? What's fundamentally changed that you're going to listen to Karrigan now? The whole problem was, Nico, you already played with Karrigan, and you decided somewhere along the line, apparently he wasn't the IGL for you. And you went and you had a career that has been punctuated by underachievement. And now you've decided, in the twilight of your career, oh, actually, that Karrigan guy, pretty good. And I should definitely play with him. I mean, look, this is how far back they go. Look how young Nico looks there. He's like James Banks. He's so smooth and young. It's like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was his big opportunity, right? Coming from Mouse Sports, coming to FaZe, kind of forming what people thought could be just a team full of talent. And they had a lot of success together, basically playing with each other from kind of early 2017 until very late 2018. You can see all the titles there, plenty of other top 4 finishes as well. But they did have the big misses at the majors. You know, the Krakow major was a really poor one. And then obviously we all know what happened at E-League Boston, where they should have won that grand final and ultimately fell in that Inferno game and walked away without a major, which Nico has yet to now claim one. Because
and that's what I mean. That is the haunting major. That was the freebie.
Yeah.
And that's the one that obviously led to them dividing, that you could never regain trust after that much of a capitulation. I feel like people change, though. That's what I give Nico credit on. I feel like he has actually probably matured quite a bit since 2018. He's not going to just let it be bad blood and that's going to sit and linger. He's going to try to see Karrigan as someone that's going to reinvigorate this Falcons team. And I hope that he sees it with an open mind, because even though Karrigan's been having some difficulties in a lot of just closing out tournaments, and also obviously the most recent season of FaZe, the results speak for themselves, that Karrigan gets teams that have no business playing well in big tournaments to get to grand finals bare minimum.
I'll also say another thing that I think people need to be cognizant of, and that is, if I was Zonic, I would be worried about this move personally, because I think a lot of people, like Zonic, he's got the 5 rings. He's got the Thanos gauntlet. He's done it all in CSGO. In CS2, maybe his coaching approach has been a little bit lacking. My worry for him is that we've just watched Karrigan essentially not just be an IGL for FaZe, be the GM for FaZe, maybe like essentially be the owner, moving all the pieces around. If they don't get off to a good start, maybe they go, do we even need this guy around?
I'm going to be real. I'm not worried for Zonic at all. This guy has put on a masterclass in bag getting. He has really had no reason to be on the roster for the last year. Nothing has shown that he deserves to be there whatsoever.
Bring in the heat. Love that.
Whatever he's doing already with the Falcons organization has worked wonders, and I expect him to be on the roster for the indefinite future, because nothing he's done has merited his inclusion on this roster still.
Well, this is what we're talking about, right? You want to talk about underachievement relative to spending dust. I mean, with maybe the exception of the FaZe Super Team, I think Falcons, they're number 1 for that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that is on paper so good, but that's just a problem. It's only on paper. I mean, the funny thing is this team actually has a pretty good head-to-head against Vitality. They just can't get there, right? I mean, there's been so many times where they're getting knocked off by teams that they shouldn't be losing to, you know, and so there's a lot there. And this one's going to be interesting because we're taking a look at K27 now, just pivoting for just a little bit. This team is kind of fun. You know, it's the youngest team in the tournament. Their average age of the squad is 20 years old. One of them 18, 2 of them 19. I think their in-game leader's the oldest at 22. And they're a team that, you know, Rich, they kind of remind me a little bit of Passion UA when they kind of came up into the Shanghai RMRs. A team that was very young, but played very, you know, pacey, but well-constructed, like, execute style CS. And this team does like to play with a lot of pace, but they have really good utility layering and really just good spacing and scaling. Like, they actually look really sharp. I don't know if we'll get to see it against Falcons, which how much firepower they have, but it's something to keep an eye on this tournament.
Sure, well, let's also point out they've got 2 donk lookalikes. which, you know, that's important in this day and age.
I mean, they also have a guy that's trying to be the next donk. I mean, the guy I'd say to keep your eye on, there's probably a couple guys you could look at, but the Quinky guy just actually topped the Faceit leaderboard as the number 1 player of the most recent season. So he's a guy that I think a lot of people have high hopes for. But if you actually have been watching this team closely, Cashlet has probably been the guy for the last, I'd say, year and a half or so that has just really been showing to be a great opera. I mean, Zito's also a great talent as well, but this team, they're trying to reverse their fortunes. They were actually at one point on one of those VRS Cologne prediction graphics that Mischief put together. They were above 50% to make it to the major, but they capitulated at the recent ESL Challenger League event. They lost a couple series that they probably shouldn't have lost to teams that were ranked beneath them, and now they're trying to pick things up with Fame in tow.
So we're going to get into the veto here. I don't think we're going to see any crazy surprises. Obviously, standard bans coming in.
Yeah, standard bans. We're just kind of wondering, does Falcons change their map pull up a bit with Falcons? And it's obviously, we know that Karrigan's the master of the pick ban. So you kind of wonder if there's going to be some wrinkles in this. But so far, nothing really jumps off the page. That was the same permaban Falcons has always had. Obviously, K27 go with their permaban. The Ancient pick coming out. Again, like, these are all kind of things that were in the realms of expectations.
Yeah, and that's a strong... I mean, that should probably seal the series for Falcons right there, assuming that they get Dust 2 over the line, because K27 themselves, not too proficient at Ancient, so I'd be surprised if we even get to the third map in this one for a variety of reasons, but the map pool is already one that it works in
I will say this is interesting because Falcons, obviously before the Karrigan edition, was actually really struggling on Dust 2 lately. They used to be such a good Dust 2 team, but they had lost their last 7 out of 10 games. It was looking very dodgy, so I'm kind of wondering what Karrigan's going to bring to the table to try to course correct that map, as it is going to be coming up first. Ancient, I think, is a very strong pick for Falcons. It's been one of their best maps for a long time. Then Decider of Mirage, yeah, that's kind of the middle of the road that you expected.
So just dialing in a little bit more on K27, because I don't want to be disrespectful and not talk about them at all. Where do we rank them in, let's say, terms, if you had to compare them to, I don't know, Foot, for example? Whereabouts are they relative to that standard?
I don't think they have as much distributed talent as Foot has. But again, what I like about them is how they play together as a team. You know, again, they play a very pacey style, but they really just have nice, heavy utility usage when they go for stuff. They play very fearless Counter-Strike when you watch them play. The curious thing will be, can they bring that same fearless CS in a situation where now you're on LAN against Tier 1 opposition? You know, that's the big thing that sometimes, you know, happens to younger teams where they get a little bit too timid. But they brought in Fame. I think that's a big addition for them on loan. A very experienced guy, obviously. He kind of fits the role of Relax. He left behind 1 for 1 for the most part, so they had to change a lot. But it's just about how do you perform against this much firepower.
Well, speaking of Fame, we got 2 of the hottest casters bringing you this one. It is, of course, Launders and Scrawny.
I've missed Richard's sweet kisses just like that. Thank you, Rich. Yes, sir. We got another game on our hands. We got Falcons in the server. Obviously, talk of the town, Mo. Falcons, Karrigan. And I think like a nice, easy appetizer for the onboarding of Karrigan and now Karrigan's Falcons. There's no world where K27 should be too much of an issue.
Yeah, hopefully not. I mean, even in a debut. Now, because of the expectations, we either get the greatest debut of all time or the worst debut of all time. It's just everyone is right now expecting, I think, the most that they could. Like everybody, either people hate Falcons, they want to see them lose because they've, again, made another roster move that was to bring a star onto the team, or they're cheering for them because you're a fan of one of these superstars that are incredibly popular and talented and want to see them win more in their career. But love them or hate them, they're going to be trying their hardest, and they come in with a lot to prove today.
No vitality means no boogeyman for the Falcons. Try to set it up. K27, of course, the pickers of Dust 2. And so, we'll see what they bring to the table. You got a lot of game tape to go off of. You got a lot of preparation. You wouldn't think Karrigan can change too much. Especially when, again, frags are the name of the game for the Stars of Falcons. So we'll go for the flash into the cat peek. Dual Berettas spot somebody top Xbox for a second. Little does Nico realize far more than just one player around that corner. You're going to get 3 players off their own flash trying to make this happen. Kvinky gets the entry, and that's going to push Monty down. 46 health, trying to bank on Karrigan in the bomb site, who's actually dropped with nothing to show for it. Oof, but Monty gets away. Famed opts not to go for that peek off the CT side just yet. They're happy with their 2 frags and the bomb plant that comes with it.
Bomb has been planted. Retakes for a retake now.
It's right here. SS swings, headshot's good. He'll find himself a second, and Monty's got the cleanup on the bomb site. So sure, you give him the cat play, showing a little bit of prowess themselves to get up into that A bomb site. The Falcons handle the issue.
they dealt with it in the end. At first, the aim came in. It looked a little shaky. And smiles on their faces, obviously, as they pull off a retake and get bailed out of just an okay sight hold, going 2 for 2. All the T's approached onto the site. And ultimately, again, I think, Karrigan knows it. You're coming in probably a lot of emotions right now, very little preparation. You have the biggest excuse in the world, right? So if you lose, this is just a roster move that happened so suddenly. At the end of the day, it's not like you could actually throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, oh, it's a bad map. Oh, this team's never going to work. If they came together a month ago and had a bunch of scrims, they'd be expected to absolutely stomp K27. Could you argue they should be still today? I mean, maybe. But we've seen what it's like. Go look at the HLTV top 40 to 50. This is a team in the 30s. Nobody is a walkover these days.
Sure.
They all know how to play.
Honestly, going to be on high alert. That stomp towards him lets him know exactly what's coming. It's going to keep Falcons split 2-2 for the time being, but a well-placed grenade puts Kvinky down to 33 health. Makes it a little awkward as he picks up that MP9, a second weapon for K27 to try to utilize. Again, it's a double-upping catwalk, a piece per the perimeter. Still trying to play both sites as well with this passive Zygev setup inside of the tunnels.
When you drop your dessert, you say Kvinky down.
Okay. Oh. Well, Kvinky's real up at the moment with a headshot on Nico. Gets the MP9 into the move, and Tesses is on another cleanup. We saw it with the Berettas last round, finding big impact, but now Fame's lurk from A long. And again, the secondary lurk, as that walkout through the B bomb site comes through, could have caught Kyosuke off, but he ends up getting pinched and still deals with it swimmingly.
We still don't know what the reason was that, FaZe were struggling so much. The weirdest part about it all is our last performance we see from FaZe is everyone else seems to be playing a lot better. And I know for a lot of people, for me as well, I look at them as like motivation clan, and they need that. And I think for a while they were kind of just riding until the wheels fell off, but it was only eroding slowly. There was never like a pop and, oh, suddenly we've got a lot more belief now. And it felt like a roster move was sort of what they needed. But the weird part about it was that Karrigan was really playing his literal best CS on a couple of those maps as they were trying to qualify to the major in the end. So it didn't really add up that suddenly they'd be better without him. But sometimes a change of pace can actually help both teams. We've seen that happen in the past. And in this circumstance, obviously, if motivation's ever been an issue for Falcons, or they felt like they were kind of spinning their wheels, even if they didn't change that much, with the amount of superstars on this roster right now, we'll see great rounds. You don't really have to teach them much more. They're still 4 out of 5. They still had a system in place. And as Richard pointed out, as we know, Karrigan has played with Nico for a very long time.
Yeah, I think you just want Karrigan in the server in those big moments, right? Those high-pressure situations where we're just looking for Falcons to make sure that they can get to the constant grand finals, where we know their head-to-head versus Vitality is as impressive as it is. I think the big talk of the town is what will he be able to get out of Kyosuke come playoffs as well. These are the kinds of games that Falcons should just be able to kind of tiptoe their way through. Karrigan shouldn't be needed. But he'll dunk that nade in between the two. Monty dropped after the one from the SMG frag. Karrigan on a triple kill here versus the sprinkled-in pistols of K27. It is still incredibly awkward for me to see Fame without Flit by his side, by the way.
Yeah, like how close is Jame, and it's very strange.
But we have to get used to this new world, Mohan.
I'm kind of down. Maybe a change of scenery could also help him. 9 seconds, and he's running to try to die as best he can, but nobody wants to kill him.
No.
There won't be a plant, and you can enjoy this deagle. You might even die after time if you're not careful, Fame.
I'm surprised they don't all in this, but he'll get away with it. Still incredibly awkward. $1,800 here for Fame. Not ideal, so he'll be on the Deagle Kevlar yet again. Here's that Karrigan dunk for the double kill. And the MP9 swing that made sure Falcons kick this off for the 3-0 start. Monty immediately into the op. You've got rifles across the board, including a free AK on Kyosuke.
Yeah. I wonder if I mean, I assume Nico's going to continue to be that mid-B rotator. We saw Karrigan throwing nades last round. them working together is a pretty powerful combo, I think, over on A. Yeah, Nico will move more into mid. I think of all players, Nico's got the best HEs off Cat. I think for a while, you know, we'd talk about like Alexi V, but I really think Nico's got that perfect sense of timing when it comes to doing damage to players defaulting.
And I think the talk of the town with the nades, you see that graphic with Apex and his utility? Just literally off the charts.
Oh, yeah.
Felt fake. Honestly felt fake. Because we do always talk about Alexi, but I think Apex is, he's there now, Mo. He's the new king.
Yeah, it really is. King of New York.
Yeah, how funny. Him and Mezzi go off watching, or off enjoying Michelin star restaurants.
The Statue of Liberty.
They've been talking about British versus French food for years now. Decided to go to New York City to settle the debate. Walk out middle. Zagev, awkward spot with 40 health. We've got Nico on the other side of a smoke that's feeling real thin. Kashlid through the edge of it, drops Nico. It's the only thing that they really get going, and then Tesses is allowed to just lock in his one. And a little assist from Kyosuke on arrival. So, I mean, as far as first gun rounds go, perfection, dare I call it?
So it's starting to lean towards like greatest debut that you could ever have.
Yeah, we're getting there.
It's a good first round matchup versus them. It's a lot of unfamiliar faces to people who are watching, obviously. But yeah, this is about as good as you'd expect. It might not help K27 that they want to take Falcons to Dust 2 in their opening map, because I'm sorry, but like even, you know, too much prep can make you worse at this map, I swear. And with the players that Falcons have got, they've got a lot of individual problems. I mean, no sites free. Monty is going to be, you know, he's going to be hard to find, like in tier 2. Who's the guy who's playing Dust 2 like Monty is? Now you're going to prep for that, really. So that's a huge issue. But this might be a nice call to slip through it all. Monty's rotated out. Looks fast and efficient here as the mid-B smoke comes through.
Finds the pick off a well. We do have Fame trying to run that bomb up. Nico's lineup damn near gets him. Tesses made awkward by the flashbang. Will get busted down by the Tech 9. Opens the door for Kyosuke to try to recover this. Oh, and if only Fame is able to get that kill. He's already got the bomb inside the site. A weapon to work with. Zagev. Oh, two backs turn. Now a gun to be picked up, you'd think, but more pieces in place to deal with it, and still bomb possession comfortably here for the Behold. So Kashlid out through tunnels. P250 versus Platt, supported by the flashbang. Great team play here from Falcons to make sure it remains majority alive.
Another good round overall. Excellent kill from Kyosuke, dealing with the problem in the B side instead of hiding from it until maybe that split got a little out of hand. And even when I thought Monty wasn't going to be a problem, op shot through the smoke. Perfect timing on that mid-B split to support. And that's sort of what your responsibility is if you leave your post and you don't think that they're going to be coming out mid. But call was solid. Low buy for a K27, and now back to a rifle to see if they can make this round a bit more interesting.
We haven't seen a red flag from Falcons. We haven't seen a yellow flag from Falcons so far. This is...
No injuries?
No injuries. No timeouts.
No fouls.
Smooth sailing for the first 5. Yee. Well, there's a red flag for you.
Now coming up from the top of mid. Got Karrigan really tucked. He can stay committed here as long as they don't molly this spot. It's nice, and there hasn't been that many long plays, if any late long, so once the timer crosses, he can actually start to push out. This might speed him up, in fact. Nice entry here.
Oh, insta-kill back for Kyosuke, still through the B doors. He'll be freed up to continue dueling, but the spray is going to reject him, and then we get that pinch perfectly into the B bomb site. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
K27 making it happen into the B bomb sites.
I mean, even though Karrigan's in this really interesting spot, surely we can't really attempt this, right? There has to be a couple of mistakes that happen, and they haven't even cleared out mid.
I think maybe one of those mistakes could happen by way of a Monty pickoff, but K27 looking cemented in their spots, or so they did. There's your first mistake. Zgev walks out through the window. That's going to draw the mid player to peek Monty, and he doesn't see it coming. So Kashlian able to get the trade back, keep an op on the side of K27, and for the looks of things, hold on to the majority. But we'll see what Karrigan wants to swing in with. Surplus of cash for the Falcons. Ooh, almost able to clean up one more, but it will be 3 survivors for K27 getting off that bomb site. And, you know, there's been this self-belief in an ability to get to the B bomb site. This is one where it finally works, and I think it does also open the door off of the Kyosuke commitment to the spray down. You know, you're dueling with a player on the edge of that wall, bottom middle. You try to commit to the mow down, you lose the duel, and that B site can't hang on.
Yeah, he felt some pressure to squeeze outside the site. I mean, his obviously they both go down without a kill when they're trying to defend, and it was a brave duel to take. But you know, if it was anyone else, I'd be more worried. Kyosuke definitely just hits that spray anyways most of the time.
Here's the group up. Let's see what he can spray down if there had been the commitment, but his smoke will stop things for now.
Yeah, I wonder if that's... I mean, that might be just super favorable here for Falcons. You don't have anybody on the left side of mid. Kyosuke had a nice line to defend if they decided to run through, but, you know, likely he gets 2 or 1.5. Just slightly off the timing. But it looks like they're just going to try to dress this up a little bit differently and maybe go in for that mid-B again because it worked. Let's see if they can convince Falcons, yeah, to overstack. And it looks like they have, man. Full commitment. You're 4 on A. And another B hit coming.
What's the response to the mid-smokes here? Falcons not moving a muscle.
Kyosuke versus the world.
Sometimes that's how it feels. And this round is how it is. Flashes come out from the tunnels. He'll drop 1, 46 HP. It's 1.5, like you had alluded to. And unfortunately here for Falcons, nobody else to stop it. So that's going to be K27 yet again committing to what worked this time. Completely vacant mid-play. Despite the double smokes, no bodies behind it.
They officially outcalled them. I mean, they got them to rotate 4 towards A. That's hard to do versus any team, especially a team with as high of a court IQ as Falcons have right now. So that's a nice feather in the cap of K27. As they take a second round, they also do it the way they want to, which was that mid-B. They also didn't rush the situation and try to rush B through that smoke that Kyosuke had thrown down. If they had done that, they probably still would have won the round. So it really does speak to their discipline, how comfortable they are on the map. And I think for a team who doesn't believe they're going to be capable of winning the game, they might have rushed that situation because they're more willing to gamble and keep things simple. So that actually speaks to the confidence here at K27. It's very well done. B split. Really respected the fact that they came in with a disadvantage on their first attack.
Falcon silver lining 4 alive. Easy rebuy. Still cash in their pockets. And a chance to deal with what has now been this back-to-back targeting of the B site. It's a heavy alien spawn.
I wonder if this is going to end up being a read here for Falcons because they're like, all right, well, K27, they've just gone for a mid-B like 3 times. Will they make it 4? They didn't believe it last round.
Yeah, you have to play that long peek, huh?
Probably going to have to fall back off of this hold. You don't have 3 here at long. Kyosuke's seen enough. They still have cat control all at the same time, however. It's kind of a great setup to call out that they're not going to try the fast B. And now because sometimes when you do the 3 long and you have to fall back out of it, you don't have cat to defend with either. And in this setup, you wouldn't have vision on anyone coming up cat. There's a huge gap. But instead, they've kind of covered their bases and they took a small risk by leaving Kyosuke alone over there.
Karrigan mag dumps one.
There's a tunnels lurk, but it's not coming around to check the back of long again, so they've got to be responsible for that. Instead, Finky could be a player who lurks out mid and tries to kill them in CT spawn if they go for this attack. But, man, they're down to a single smoke now.
He gets there. Karrigan taking Zagev off the top of the boost, but we will still have this walkout from Fame ahead of it. Bomb stays tucked in behind him. Monte sees an arm, doesn't decide to snap that shot down, and Fame's now got a chance to entry, but Nico has other ideas with the instant headshot on the ramp. Awkward cross there for Zito, and then Kvinky late activation in mid, still hasn't gotten his duel. Eventually we'll find it, but it's simultaneous to the Kyosuke A long flank, which really ends this round.
So wasn't a bad tactic to find the first kill in the 5v5. Like you desperately want to hold on to that 5v5 until you're close to the A site, or you find an easy kill and then it's a really losing position for the CT side. Problem was, Zagev obviously missed his spray. Karrigan probably went out way wider than he expected. And even though that took him a few extra seconds, that's where the odds just shot way down for K27. Now the issue became, there's one smoke, it can get blown open consistently. Also, ammo is a resource. They can use that to spam the cross. And with the amount of time left on the clock, there's no way to disguise your hand at this point. You know it's just an inevitability that they're going to be a long take.
Haven't seen much value out of these op challenges through middle just yet. And the counterpart in Monte boosted up catwalks. Not yet given its chance either. We've had a couple of all-ins with that long control from K27 last round. This time a little more spread defense, but again, they respect the smoke towards tunnels. Can't just be throwing two bodies through it blind. Maintaining a few belts of utility now as well. K27 down to nearly only a minute, but we get this activation from Falcons off A again.
Unfortunately for K27, I feel like we're through kind of a feel-out period now. Falcons are really comfortable. They also have they know that right now they're kind of one note with their mid-B being their only attack that actually works. But even while they've won most of those rounds defending, they've stacked up on Cat all the time.
Crouch gets him under, but Nico's activation will blindside the entry. 5v4 once more for Falcons. And we're going to get this utility just pressuring Zito back. Nico gets a second. It's the third layer that finally gets that trade frag back. Fame out through longs, got the bomb behind him, and a critical kill now from Kvinky. That's going to get the pinch into the A site. That's going to fluster the CTs, at least a couple of them. But Kyosuke plays it quietly through that smoke to the cross.
Oh, he doesn't have a flash behind him, so he can try to phase this smoke or take his time.
Tessas nearly caught. Kvinky now dead, and Kyosuke is going to quietly activate. Fame turns in time, but doesn't win the duel. Kashlid dealt with as Kyosuke's walk up to that smoke is going to catch K27 off guard via timing. Made awkward, like you said, no flashbang, no support there for Kyosuke, but he can always rely on himself with the aim that he has.
And he did have time on his side. His teammates coming up Cat. Kvinky obviously put himself in a great spot to get one of the two kills to hold Cat. That would have been imperative to make sure this happened. And I hate to bring that up because he obviously did a great job of opening up the site in the first place. But Kyosuke gets his flowers in the end. He's 12-3 now, so we're up 7-2 here for Falcons. And again, this is where the curtain kind of gets pulled back. Unfortunately for K27, they've really only proved themselves on one half of the map.
Rifles layered in preparation for this exact hit, but the flashbangs are good. You get out real wide, already to the platform. Tessas on the recovery. He's going to kill the ones in the background. That's going to drop the bomb, slow things down if there's an act of desperation for the plant here from Kvinky. Tech 9 V3, 28 HP. Oh, that's an awkward bounce. Going Goes for the wide swing, almost gets an additional. And imagine if Karrigan dies there, Monty a single bullet. There's a slight chance, but instead Falcons go up to the comfortable 8-2 lead.
Falcons at this point have, you know, this isn't the most pressure they've ever dealt with. I would argue it's when they debuted in the first place. I mean, or when they sort of picked up Nico and Monty originally. It couldn't really be higher than that. At this point, honestly, I think people have seen Falcons struggle too much in some bigger moments that games like this are, while they're important, it's kind of fun to talk about. It's like, a first look, obviously, which is really cool. In reality, this isn't going to necessarily prove anything. It's just good to know that it's a team that works right away. I think for Karrigan, he'll obviously be quite pleased that he can kind of be a turnkey solution. It's a team that's already very default heavy, which matches FaZe. And very superstar driven throughout Karrigan's history. He's always played with some of the best individuals in the world and given them a lot of freedom to do what they think is right. In many regards, it's a match made in heaven.
And in the bigger picture,
there really isn't a better IGL on paper to deal with this much talent in terms of IGLs in their careers. I mean, maybe Apex today, but Karrigan's seen all of the superstars.
Nice boost, but Monty's too quick for that. Respectable effort. You can try again. Monty's going to drop you from the air. We do still get 2 kills back for K27. That's enough to maybe get this bomb across, but the smoke, Quinky's going to throw it, surely. Just tries to rely on the duel instead, and it's done for. That'll be Falcons' 9-round CT side with a 10th to go. I'm already liking this synergy here. I'm liking it a lot, Mo.
That's something I thought I'd never see right there.
Yep. Congratulations, you've lived long enough to see it. Yo, that's
true.
true.
If Kyosuke will share his vape.
Well, Karrigan's always stuck to the coil vapes,
Yeah.
But I think the new gen's all on them throwaways.
Honestly, Karrigan has the money to really go for some new technology, to be honest. But yeah, he's a builder.
Luckily for him, this one's basically already built. Falcons.
Yeah, that is just really true.
But he'll get his hands on it, fine-tune it, tweak it.
I mean, the only thing that really goes, on paper it all is ever whatever. But the only thing that really might be an issue is that, like, Kixan is, off the team. Historically, is Kixan a guy who's always had, like, a, nervousness issue or a pressure issue? Not necessarily. No. We don't know that for sure. But we know about some other parts of the team.
Yeah.
And we know that about Karrigan, too. So that would be the only thing. But maybe there's some solace in the fact that knowing you're bringing someone in who's kind of on your level in that regard. You've shared a lot of history together. And, Karrigan can tell him all about Antwerp.
Ooh. Tessa's just got blasted through a smoke through B tunnels.
Wow, is that just one bullet?
With K27 loving that B bomb site and them finding their 2 round wins on that side. You'd think 5v4 last round of the T side. And a punish for the A push out of Fame. That's going to draw you up the catwalk momentarily. Nico, you got a lot to do here with the triple push-up cat coming your way. Here comes the utility to make it awkward as well. He's burning, he's blind, he's down to a quarter HP. Certainly not an ideal situation here to close out the half for Falcons. But Kvinky's low, Zito's low. So Gav comes through with what should be one of the last nails in the coffin, though. 5 versus 2 in the post plant. The op rings out. Kyosuke's going to push for the mid play. And let's see what they can do. Karrigan sitting in the middle of the 2 remaining Falcons players. Watching from the sidelines as this retake's underway. A second kill out of Kyosuke. 14-4 on the half. Still a utility to get this one moving. Nobody flushed out by that. Ramp player confirmed. And with Monty dead, now Kyosuke would have needed all 5. That is too much of an ask. And so a 3rd round for the road at a K27 before they start their CT side.
That potential shining through from Kyosuke. You see, like, the individual decision-making. The micro from him is always so perfect. even having sort of one frame before he gets flashed and hitting that perfect flick as he comes through the mid doors. Honestly, always a pleasure to watch.
Just to, if we can, tap back to it. You said, you know, Kicksan's not somebody that makes you think choke issues or whatever not, but the one, I think, inherent difference between the two as well is Karrigan is a guy who just exudes the role of captain on top of being an in-game leader. And that's something that it just felt like Kicksan kind of never was either stepping into himself or really even kind of given by maybe some of the other pieces. You know, we know Nico is always kind of a captain element. He'd like to kind of be right there to call.
Strong second voice.
Whereas it's like, in that regard, Karrigan's going to take that space over. It's just, it's so hardwired into him to be that booming voice, to be the person that builds you in those moments.
Yeah, I think, and when Richard talked about it, I mean, the one thing that I would bring to contention is that it's been years now, and they've all kind of, I think they've seen enough failure and had their ego sort of beaten down to a point where they think they're ready to win. And, you know, there is sort of one goal, and somehow, even though Karrigan has Antwerp, I'm sure his goal right now is to prove he can win a major again. Like, he's sticking around for this. He's gotten so close, more than any other IGL so far in CS2, all these different major finals. And so I actually could believe that this time could be different.
Ooh, that's Nico down in the pistol.
I just don't know if the belief will necessarily be enough. Like, everybody wants to win, right?
Right. I think that's why it's curious to see the, you know, Karrigan even kind of check his own ego and say, like, in terms of building this team up and winning another major, it's kind of, you know, target set to Singapore. It's not just immediately like, yeah, we're taking Cologne. He understands this might still take time.
Yeah, except he's lying.
He's lying. He wants, oh yeah.
And he wouldn't have just left FaZe right now.
No.
So, big liar.
Zito with Berettas, ready to stuff this pistol. And he's got support as well to queue him up. A flying teammate and a bomb drop down. That's a quad kill from the Berettas. And only TSS left to deal with. Come on now, brother. Ace the Falcons. Why don't you?
He's got a lot of health. Come on, run at it.
But you don't want to throw this chance away, so the USPs will try to set him up. TSS drops the teammate in the background. That felt like a Beretta headshot in the middle of it. Come on now.
It's queued up.
5 health to the 5 frags off of those Berettas.
Oh,
she's going to steal it. 4.5 frags, all you get. But a big pistol pickup here for K27. If the hopes of their map pick in Dust 2 are alive, this certainly helps. But I look at the scoreboard, I look at Monty and Kyosuke, and I just think to myself, okay, that...
Fastest mid-B smoke possible.
Oh! One scout on the field.
Damn, you wish that door was smoked.
This can be enough. Believe it or not, 4 players stack up towards Long's also going to find no resistance in a moment.
That's the thing. You could be great at Dust too, but like, who's going to train you for Monty? It's like fighting John Jones. Nobody's got his elbows.
Fame sets up the flash for the peek. You're going to catch him just as they rounded that corner. And at no point is there a smoke for the cross either, so now with so many bodies ready to go, it's just a matter of not giving Monty more kills here. Everybody else is dead, and that one scout shot, just a reminder of what's to come once the economy sets up Falcons. But for now, one death, that's it, that's all. K27 looking like they believe.
It's very possible they survived their T side, and with a pistol, only sort of buff those numbers as easily as possible in the second half. And this will be interesting to get to see Falcons now switched over. You know, Dust 2, not the map I'm the most curious about when it comes to a debut for this roster, but at least T side, I think, will show us a little bit about how they want to operate. And it might even be the case that Nico's doing most of the calling right now, because why not?
The thought of just stomping on Karrigan's IGL debut. Welcome to Falcons. I'm going to call real quick. But again...
Yeah, you're our new star player.
Yeah, good luck. Good flashbangs. From a quad and the pistol to nothing on long. Kyosuke, 7 HP is enough to combine alongside Karrigan to clear out one of the car players, but the second one is still going to blindside you. Tough to get more out of that FAMAS. Kviki will die to the mid lurk, and that is Nico to perfection, sliding wide for the headshot, and Falcons, the moment their guns are in hand, back to winning ways.
Util was pretty perfect there for their long play, and they got everyone blind. Kyosuke still sits here over 100 ADR, but Binky too, he's been kind of a hero for K27. And actually, Karrigan got the most impressive frags this round, so yeah, welcome to Falcons' new star player.
The final superstar, they call him. Quick 5-7 move up middle. Karrigan to be tested momentarily. And he'll get through that one. M4 out of fame, hits the ground. A singular kill, all he's able to get out of it. But now, you know, does that raise concern for the Falcons? Because there is indeed a second rifle out there, solo B for the time being. Drawn towards middle with that lower tunnel contact. Kashlid with the flash to the cat peak, but nobody pushed up just yet here by Falcons. There's now a certain passiveness about this round as they don't want to jump onto a potential threat like the one Kvinky holds.
It's a good call, pragmatic call here for Falcons, where unfortunately K27 can't even posture as if they have some kind of B defense. There's no nades to block this. So they'll put the rifle in here. They want to take a good risk. They rotate everyone over, and he's got a good angle for this. Ooh. Nice first kill.
Smoke on the doors, though. Kashlid's going to have to try to dive sight with the 5-7. We'll see if he gets into cover. Nico feeling ready for it. He also is just watching for this exact play. Too ready. I don't think so.
That's the IGL of Falcons. Obviously, he's going to be prepared for everything K27 want to do.
Tough. M4 to be saved from top middle. Oh, AK actually, even better. Ooh. And you'll deny Monty. So cues up the actual save, but an 11th round secured by Falcons.
When are you going to get the donk haircut?
Me?
Yeah, it's all the rage.
I have a cowlick in the front of my...
You always give up early, though, like, you know, and you'll always just shave your head all of a sudden.
Yeah, you know, Britney Spears is my favorite pop star, so...
Yeah, fair enough. Toxic is amazing.
It's when the summer rolls around, Mohan. There's nothing like it. Getting out of the shower and not having to do anything.
Yeah, I forgot what that's like, to be honest. And yeah. You've inspired me.
I'm waiting for the Richard Lewis donk bowl.
Yeah, for him to pull that off now. That would be the ultimate sacrifice. I think he gets tagged on the door cross.
That's more damage from Monty's op on the T side. And they capitalize on it.
Yeah, that was too much information, eh? Like, he crossed alone. They were all ready to attack the B site. He got tagged, and he only had that little gun.
That's all you need. You saw Kashlid try to put that op on the same line. Don't even think he ever fired a bullet. So for Monty to have had so few chances to do it, and already substantial impact as the round win most certainly comes with it. Falcons were very prepared for that exact situation to unfold. And that is when we look at this Falcons and go, yeah, even with a, you know, new captain, it's still so much in place.
Yeah, it just looks extremely clean so far. It just feels like what you pictured before the match started, and you were holding out for the idea that K27 could come in and do something absolutely insane, but it didn't happen so far. Instead, you've got sort of an array of great rounds from everybody on Falcons. Calling looks fine. No one's tripping over each other. They're not missing too many grenades. Their shots are being hit. Kyosuke's, you know, the clear superstar in terms of his impact and all the frags he's gotten. And Monty's online. That's sort of all you want.
And like Dustin alluded to before the game went live, K27, youngest team on average at the event. So valuable experience, but a massive ask for the hate watchers to have K27 be those champions today. This was your fighter to try to spoil the Karrigan debut, but
we don't want to talk about them like they're dead, but this is also their map pick.
Yeah.
So that does make it a little harder.
They can try again on Ancient. But it really does boil down to 2 successful B bomb site hits. Not a single A round win for K27 on the attack. And then we switch sides. They pick up Pistol off of a quad kill from Berettas. So an individual heroic moment, but not enough of them sprinkled in throughout this game to deny Team Falcons. Schlid burned out. Karrigan's going to go for the chase, but there's supportive elements there in the scout. And Tesses gets away almost unscathed.
Yeah, it's going to really threaten the B lane. I feel like they know how many players are over here. And a repush down Cat. This is actually pretty quick. Now there's a smoke in front of him, so unfortunately that'll tangle things up a little bit more. Oh, they can't hold B. Monty picks that one up. Jumping to spot. It looked safe, but it wasn't.
Oh, Eco finds his.
That's a huge call out.
And then Tesses already in through with what feels like the guarantee to cross the bomb over. It's just going to get chucked to free that op scope up. And Monty on the hunt, as so is Nico. Back's turned to him. Hate to break it to you, K27. Today was not supposed to be your day, and your map pick has gone up in flames. Zagav, 2 kills into this, knows about that flank, but Tesses hits the headshot, and Falcons, it is a walk in the park as far as Dust 2 is concerned. Everybody that needed to perform to keep this first map easy hit the ground running.
They certainly did, Connor, and so that gives us a nice, easy segment here on the desk, because what we can do is we can talk about what did we learn about Falcons today. I think, obviously, we've still got a series to play out, but this was K27's map choice, probably their best opportunity to, like, make gods bleed, if you like, and obviously, it's a super tall order for them today. I think best will in the world. I wouldn't expect them to take a map or to even make it close, no disrespect. Falcons are the super team, one of the favorites to win the tournament, and looking like that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're kind of spot on. This is, for us, an opportunity to kind of figure out what are Falcons thinking. You know, what's the theory behind, you know, Karrigan coming as the IGL? What type of changes are they looking to make? We already did see some pretty big changes for me on the CT side. Yep. They had Tessis, who is normally their A anchor, actually playing B side now. And he and Kiyosuke are kind of rotating, like, who was more active and who was kind of anchoring the B bomb side. It seemed kind of spawn-based. So that's already a big change, right? Because Kixon was their B anchor before Karrigan, now taking over Tessis' old role. So a couple of positional changes that you're noticing already. I'm sure more of those will probably come as we watch more games that they play. But that was kind of one of the big things for me, is just how are they going to set up the team? We got some ideas there.
I feel like this was a game where also Falcons are just trying to play default a lot of the time. They switched up a couple times where they would play 4As at start, but generally they're just getting to know each other, it feels like. I mean, for Kyosuke and Tessis to play a bomb site together, I don't think we see that all too often on any of the maps, actually.
No,
so that's kind of a new look for them, that they're going to have to work with a new partner. But you saw the main stars dominate, as you really expected from Falcons.
I mean, look, you saw in the highlight reel, I mean, you know, Monty, when he's on his A game, I mean, he's unplayable. A lot of debate right now about, is he the greatest AWPer in the world? I've noticed that's been doing in the podcast world, a lot of discussion. Right. I just think in terms of his raw ability, one of the best youngsters we've seen come through, and might have had a bit of a lackluster year so far, but I mean, what better an IGL to give everyone a shot in the arm than Karrigan?
It's only lackluster if you look at the results.
Yes.
Individually, he's still been fantastic.
Yeah, he's like 3 player in the world right now, probably.
I'd say, top 3. You could even say 4, bare minimum 5.
Yeah.
So
I have a hard
still
time.
world class.
I have a hard time putting him less than 4, and I really feel like he's probably number 3. I mean, it's one of those things where like the argument that you have is just because like Z was such a hybrid player. He's very rifle dominant in some particularly T sides, and so like Monte always kind of gets the moniker of like, well, he's like the best pure op.
Yeah.
In the sense that he's going to take the op more often than Ziwu does, and he's in that case one of the most aggressive oppers as well. Like him and Malador, like the guys who are going to go for more openings with the op in comparison to someone like a Shiro or some of these other guys who are kind of holding lines and playing more passive angles. So that's really where the comparison kind of happens. And I think that, yeah, for Karrigan, it's like, I got this guy. Like he hasn't had an opper that he could use to this degree in a long time.
Or ever.
Guardian was probably the last one in the phase days, like way back.
I'd say he was even past his prime at that point.
Sure, but that is kind of...
This is Monte's prime.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, it is a while since he's been able to have something anywhere remotely near
Well, he already said in that interview, I mean, just so people know at home, we poured over what might be, well, it is the longest interview in HLTV.
Go read it. It is so worth it.
Yeah, like 45 minutes of dialogue transcribed lovingly by, I believe it was Note.
Note
we saw him at the hotel last night when he was working on it. And, I mean, Karrigan, always a good talker, but he's given so much in that interview. And he says he thinks Monte's the best AWP he's ever played with in his career. And when you consider, he played with Guardian, that's high praise indeed.
Absolutely right. I think the other cool thing that he talked about in the interview, again, we're going to be pulling pieces from this probably throughout the entire tournament, is he had it in his mind that he wanted Tessus to be more selfish, that he wanted to try to get Tessus in more comfortable positions where he could have impact. And I think, again, getting to see him play some more aggressive CT positions on certain rounds, I think was certainly a marked difference in how Tessus has been used in the past. And he also did see, I mean, we didn't get to see much of the T side there, so I'm kind of waiting on it. But he did mention that he wanted Tessus to be more a part of the pack now. He didn't want him to always be like lurking or playing extremities or using supportive utility for people in front of him to actually come along for the ride in some of the trade fragging situations. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But I like that Karrigan's already kind of thinking of ways that he can kind of balance the team out a little bit. But with Monte, you don't really have to change a whole lot, right? I mean, he was already very, very good, very, very comfortable.
Well, this is what I love about him. You know, like we said, we didn't see a lot on the T side, but what you saw in the highlight reel on the T side is he gets it done on T side. Like, I mean, like, you know, I should also mention as well, Karrigan obviously played with Device. The reason I would put Guardian ahead of Device as an AWPer is Guardian was a similar style player. He got it done on the T side. Device is like, walk into my crosshair, please. I will kill you every time. Guardian is like, I'll go and make a play, you know, in that Kenny-esque kind of style. And I think Monte, you know, it's just to have an aggressive AWPer. It's a great piece. It's a great chess piece.
I love the way that he even talked about it with Monte, just that he's really smart. The only thing that he almost has to do is translate live and around, how do I use this guy who's going to take his own initiative and do his own thing. I think one of the lines he had was that the way Monte sometimes comms is a little bit more like, I'm holding this rotation. So what does that mean for Karrigan? How does he piece that together and around such that he can use some guy that's going to be practically a perfect turret in whatever position he slots himself in? It's more just putting the pieces together than anything.
It's also about kind of finding the perfect you know, middle ground of giving individual freedom, but also keeping everyone underneath the same umbrella on a macro level. So it's like, hey, like I want to be able to let my stars call their own number. Like for Monte, you want your opera to be confident. You want him to call, hey, I want to go for this pick. Hey, I want to go for this aggressive like boost setup or something defensively. Whatever the case may be, you don't want to neuter that. Like you want to encourage that, but at the same time, you have to think about the bigger picture of, okay, how does this going to flow into a mid-round situation? That's the biggest thing that Karrigan has to fix is how they close. Because I always thought Falcons had really good openings to rounds. I thought they had good overall theory as far as being well-rounded and how they could play. It was always the execution that failed. And I think that's what Karrigan's trying to figure out is how do I work out those wrinkles and get to some more polished product.
I wouldn't even necessarily say execution. Like they're getting onto bomb sites fine. It's just closing. Like the famous screenshots are generally post-plant situations.
Oh, the horrifying 2v5s, yeah.
Exactly, where they have no business losing, and they just need to iron out certain bits and bobs when it comes to the comms of who's taking first contact, how do we make sure we shore up losing conditions. And I can already tell, I mean, the way that Karrigan's talking to the team, or at least how he says he's talking to the team in the interview, is a little bit stricter. That he I forget the quote exactly, it was such a long interview, but along the lines of, we need to make sure we're working towards this in the round, not just doing our own things. So I think he's ruling with a little bit more of an iron fist than Kicksan.
And just to talk about something a little bit quickly before we set up the next map, because we think it's going to be academic, I want to talk about Kyosuke, if indeed that is how you pronounce his name today.
Kyosuke. Kyosuke. You go to Japan enough.
Yeah, it's true. So anyway, he for me needs to be Karrigan's pet project, because this is the guy that everybody wants to be the next big star, the breakout star. We saw him getting mobbed by his adoring fan base as he got here. wasn't even the rookie of the year, despite all of the talk. Molodoi took that accolade. And I think if Karrigan pours some love and attention into this guy, he can be that X factor. I think ultimately, Falcons, the bottleneck is him.
Yeah, I think there's two main things with Kioske that you have to think about. First off, this guy is a group stage merchant and a playoff choker. I mean, the reality is that this guy, if you look at rating right now for the entire year, he's in the top 10 overall rating, and he does play very, very well. The problem is that he has a sub-1 rating in playoffs. That's abysmal for a guy that has this level of talent. So that's something that has to be addressed. And the second thing that has to be addressed, and they're probably related, is that this guy needs to learn not to overextend. We're talking.
Yeah, that's why the 2v5's
Yeah, right. And I think part of it is we'll talk about now because we're transitioning to Ancient. He is their main middle player. And if you're the middle player on T side of Ancient, you have to really think about how much do I want to push this issue and how much do I need to kind of fall back and wait if there's too much disruptive utility thrown by the CT side. And so the thing is Kioske is a guy who was really good at getting the opening pick at middle because he does have really good mechanics and he's able to get that first bullet accuracy or get that entry and be that confident guy to go for those openings. But the biggest problem is like, what's that next layer? Like if you kill the first guy, there's two more there. Do you keep pushing the issue through a smoke?
That's why when I compare him so frequently to MongolZ because they play so many of the similar positions, and MongolZ just learned very quickly in Na'Vi, I don't need to overextend. I don't need to look for every next fight. Kioske still seems like he's wired like a rabid dog sometimes. Where he's just chasing the next thing that catches his attention, whether that has any implication on creating a losing condition for the team. Doesn't see. He's kind of agnostic to that idea. It's just him looking for his fights, which is why he looks so impressive when he plays K27 on Dust 2, because in the micro, he's taking fights so strongly. So many good peaks, so many good ideas of how he's supposed to hold the angle, crosshair placement, all of those factors are great, but it's just that, like you're saying, I think the layering, the stage 2 of the round is not something you're really dealing with or thinking about in a FACEIT game where all you're thinking about is how do you get yours.
And one of Karrigan's thoughts that he had in the interview, which I'm curious to see how this plays out, is that, we know that Karrigan was always kind of like, for FaZe, that sacrificial entry IGL, where he's going for a lot of the opening attempts on the T side, but you weren't expecting him to convert a lot of them, but it was creating space for that next guy to follow up. And I think that, if you take the decision-making away from Kioske and you put him in a spot where, hey, just trade off me, stick with me. Like, I know the timing of when you...
And that's why it was so crazy to see him anchor. Because he was anchoring B way more on Dust 2 there. Something you noted already in this segment is just that's just taking all of the autonomy from him. You're just putting him as a turret, saying you are the rawest aimer we have on this team, so anchor this bomb site.
Like, I want you to have the ball. I'm going to pass you the ball, but I want it to be an assist. Like, I want you to actually be there with me and we're working this together, not just, out there shooting haymakers from midcourt. So I think that is kind of one of the things we'll have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and look, just quickly, we've got about a minute before break.
Sure.
We'll try and talk about K27. I mean, I thought Quinky... Quinky was moving.
Yeah, Quinky.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the one guy that looked impressive in this one.
I
for
thought
them.
so.
I think Fame just looked patient. He couldn't get a lot done on his side of the map. I'm curious about what he's bringing to the team because he's supposed to be the shot in the arm for the team. But again, Quinky was getting his on a lot of the entries, I guess, or just kind of like on the space-taking missions that he was sent on with the team.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's one of those things where, we talked about it pregame. I thought this team did look decent on film. But again, they've been playing a bunch of smaller Russian lands. They have not been able to come out and play an event like this against a caliber opponent like Falcons. This is a whole new test. And again, with teams that like to play that pacey, execute-oriented style, a lot of times they play against a big dog, they get timid. They don't have that same confidence and that same fearlessness that they're used to. So I'm kind of curious if that'll, play on Ancient, because they are a team on Ancient that, again, has really well-constructed executes with good utility, and they are play together as a team. But it's like, can you implement that against the level of talent that Falcons has is always going to be the big question. And on Dust 2, they couldn't.
I don't even think they wanted to play this map.
Yeah.
It's usually their second phase ban. Just saying, like they don't want to play this map. Falcons are going to probably wipe the floor with them.
All right, so that's what our guys think. We're going to go into a break. 36 years young Karrigan goes on to Ancient. See if he can close this out in 2. We'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
K27 don't even want to play Ancient, say the desk, Mo. The belief not too high, but it's fair because it's earned. Well earned off of the performance we had on Dust 2. Team Falcons not looking like they're going to skip a beat here in Astana.
What is that? Lozenge? Yeah, maybe a lozenge.
Maybe like a daily vitamin, 36 years old.
One a day.
Start getting there.
Yeah.
Take your fish oils.
A couple of those. You should do that anyways.
I like to live
Even
life.
children.
I like to live life raw, Mohan.
Even children should take the horse pills. Horse vitamins or whatever they're called.
Something like that. Come on, Nico. There we go. Everybody's part of the team. Get your ass up, Monty. We got a huddle inbound before Team Falcons take to their map pick in their debut versus the K27 Esports Club. It's a debut that has gone well on Dust 2.
Very dignified way of saying that. It's like how, in chess they say the game of chess, or in golf they say the game of golf.
Yeah.
In Counter-Strike they say the game of Counter-Strike. Say K27 Esports Club.
That's what their jerseys say, Mohan. Just trying to pay credit.
You could spoil it by not always saying it that way.
I do think it's funny that the one team with numbers in its name in K27 decided to write out the words 27 on their jerseys. But you got to look fresh and fly as you come to Astana, where Counter-Strike is popular. I'll put it that way, Mo. We've got fans outside of the building already just for a glimpse to see these teams on their way to the shuttle. No doubt those fans are outdoors waiting for Falcons to try and 2-0 this series. They get their photos with Kyosei standing this time around.
Oh, man. I'd be kind of stressed about that. There's a lot of fans out there already. We're on day one of groups, and this place is surrounded. Everyone very respectful, though. Just like packed in tight.
Yes. Yeah, it's not easy being superstars, from what I hear. Falcons proving it, I think, in this matchup so far.
Yeah, I think only like 2 guys said hi to me, really.
That's less than Hugo Byron.
Yeah, it was like there's 3 guys on Hugo at once. Say something.
Saying
something. I just saw your eyebrow raise. I saw a thought come into your brain. I was like, can't say that, can't say that, can't say that. He was smiling.
Hugo?
Yeah.
He loves Counter-Strike, that guy. He's having a great day. Now he's probably off to the hotel room to watch these matchups, Mo. I know he was excited about this Falcons roster.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the debut of the month or whatever. I have to say that carefully because we always get some super special debut like every single event, but when was the last huge one? I guess Nate'U to FaZe was pretty sick, to be honest.
With the power of hindsight, that one has worked out so far. There's not a reason to not believe.
Actually, Zelix was great.
True.
Yeah.
Yep. Still crazy to see JL in a Mouse Sports jersey, but I'm happy to have him back in the server. Feeling cute in red, he said, after winning today.
Already a memorable line.
CT side kickoff for K27. We'll see if that defensive element bodes well for them. And what a Falcons T-half will look like on a map a little more complex than the likes of Dust 2. Let's get it on. Falcons, easy kickoff for the D2 victory. And going to keep this one simple as well as we go numbers strong up lane towards Cave and beyond. Towards middle they'll run as Karrigan chucks that smoke up and over to the B site. Going to block off deep vision for any potential B to mid-rotate. This is... Oh, actually, excuse me. It's the CT blockage.
Yeah, they're just kind of... They're running this flank already. This is horrible for the B guys.
Vicky can try to push down the ramp, but instead he's drawn back to the bomb site. Oh, it's good.
Wow, Karrigan's the best caller.
Falcon's going to win Cologne.
That was about as good as it gets. It avoided everything. What we're going to find out is Hunter's still calling all the pistols.
Yeah, he calls in, phone a friend.
Yeah. That was about as good as a pistol call could get for that setup. I mean, K27 had no audibles in mid. They didn't know about anyone running through window, and the flank only got spotted by the time they were already ready to turn into the site. I mean, what more could you ask for?
I think really it's just 5 players alive would be the only uptick for this one.
Do 3.
Perfect pistol. Falcons straight to it. Hook, line, and sinker. Wow, actually I can't use that expression because it's not even like K27 fell for any kind of a fake. That was just clean out of the gate. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They implemented it to perfection, and there was no challenge in mid from any of the CTs to kind of slow that down or divert the course.
There's basically no... Yeah, there was nothing.
There was nothing. No resistance.
Once they decided to not play mid on this pistol round, it was already done.
K27 were playing a different game.
Yeah.
They'll go stack that B bomb site in anticipation, but by the looks of the radar early, Falcons have other ideas once more. Ooh, let's go.
They like their stacks, which I appreciate, even though they got called out back on Dust 2. The triple boost like you see on like Overpass in a round like this is such a great idea because just 3 guys standing on the ground with USPs is just not that scary in almost any position. But at least here you get 1 or 2, bullets off, you get a headshot, but it is quite, honestly, I'd love to see how much damage fall off there is from there, because it could probably be a dink for like 46 damage at that range. Something bad.
Could always hit 3 of them. But it doesn't even get a chance to shoot a bullet before that bomb goes down. Falcons subvert the threat. We'll see if anybody falls victim to the sudden USP pack pop off the CT play. Yes, sir. Tessas gets red. The second one coming through from the USPs. The MAC-10 gets grabbed as well. They had nothing. They came into this round with absolutely nothing. Karrigan's caught into the action. He's going for the diffuser. He'll get there.
Oh my goodness. They almost got screenshotted in round 2.
Sketchy. Oh, the first Karrigan Falcons radar screenshot.
But the thing is, there's no screenshot so far. And he was actually the difference.
It may never happen.
It may never happen.
I have a hunch it will.
It's possible, for sure.
But he's definitely brought into this to...
I mean, FaZe have lost some bad rounds.
Yeah, true. I mean, radar screenshot meta has really just... Oh. Oh, Chev.
They avoided the screenshot. I mean... getting close to getting screenshotted doesn't really matter.
Nope.
Right? That happens to a lot of people, but being able to save yourself.
That could be Karrigan's legacy if there's never another. You know what I mean? But genuinely, like maybe those rounds are also those moments, because we talk about how you need it in the big playoff situations, etc.
Yeah.
But not all of those super embarrassing rounds are in the playoffs for Falcons, right? You think of the way they lost in Austin.
Yeah.
It was in an early stage.
Groups or whatever, yeah.
Fame wide swing with the first gun round at K27, but that A site is under siege. Tons of pressure with the utility, with the sheer numbers of Falcons on the bomb site. And with Kyosuke locked into big box, flash pops in front of him, Monty instant headshot. Doesn't feel like K27 are going to have any legs to stand on for this retake attempt. And so, with lots to still lose, you will attempt the departure. But Nico's got other ideas. Insta-kill versus Zito. And that is going to be, at best, 2 survivors here for K27. But we can see it coming a mile away. Falcons on the hunt.
And they will get a chance to fight. Shot is good here. Kishlid gets away with that and keeps his teammate tucked as well. Can happily stay out here in the cave comfortably. Looks like no second swing.
So an AWP and an M4 for your efforts, K27. We'll see what sort of rinse and repeat situation we get out of this one. But as convincing as a first map we had, feels like Falcons could walk into this pick of Ancient limitless.
Yeah, and even though it is sort of maybe a step up from Dust 2 in terms of some kind of complexity, it's like the very smallest step, to be honest. Like, I think they're going to be super comfortable here, and I think they're really happy they first of all got Dust 2 to kick off, with that being K27's pick.
Potential charge out mid off the flash, but yet again, mid has had very little resistance, if any at all. And the numbers are there for the Falcons. Nico peppered down to 63. We've got 3 players to push off this B site, but interrupted by the nade. And again, just trying to make that M4 op make something happen for the MP9s to try to close in. No need for an all-in duel early. K27 recognized that, disassembled the boost, and smoke off the B doors, just to kind of have that looming threat of Zagev to push down ramp. See if that MP9 really wants to get active, and Nico's just going to confirm he is playing on the other side of smoke. It's Karrigan to actually go through it, test the waters, and find it open. But the moment he checks it, it's then Zagev to come down and try to re-aggress. And his timing looking to work out as Kvinky over top of it gets the kill with the M4, repositions on 30 HP, and leaves Falcons at a man disadvantage. 45 seconds, and a double cave play here for K27 as well.
Yeah, he sort of got coaxed into that duel. But the thing is, they're still tying up a lot of players over on this side of the map, and I think Falcons are looking for them to re-expand. But to leave Kyosuke here and actually avoid this conflict almost entirely by running up Donut.
Kashliad in time, this chance to pluck a player off.
Such a big chance.
And you can see them cautious of the A main push as well with that first bomb plant fake. Starting to let their guard down somewhat, though. Fame's going to double back.
They're not really ready for a main push. It feels like they were watching it. Uh-oh.
They're going to dive bomb the Opper, trade out down the CT lane. Here's that Fame push. Denial. His MP9 goes down with nothing. And Zagev out through Donuts. Got a very low HP Monty to try to sweep under the rug. Nico's 63 health is then just going to wait for him to confirm presence with the stomp. And Falcons off the 4v5 divert course towards the A site and come in through with a 4th consecutive round win.
That's kind of painful for Fame. I mean, he has an MP9, but he gets the dink, and then you just can't finish the frag. In this position, K27 had like 3 different kills that could have gone right to win this round. Any of them. If it was that MP9 kill, it was the op shots, the 2 chances for the op shots back in CT weren't that difficult either, but maybe the pressure got to him. Either way, it's a 4-0 start.
Finally, some mid play out of K27. They go for the double, and Zagev's going to be given a chance to get out of here. He decides to linger lightly.
If he could have hit that spray transfer through his recoil,
what would you have said?
Ooh, that's a great question. I probably would have used a swear word.
Oh. Well, it's never too late. But time will be delayed with that smoke once more. K27 leaning down the ramp again, but how long do you want to stick around on this?
Looks like another great move here for Falcons. This guy will only be spotted from the back lanes by the time it's a little too late. Now, this is a great spot to Monty, but he'll give his info away.
You know, he's back here. He goes for a slight peek. Monty's op now moving forward towards him with Molotovs as well to play between. Totally zoned.
That's a crazy move. I like that.
Nice wrap through that smoke out of Karrigan to clear it. Make sure that the fire is empty. And Kvinky trying to serve up a distraction here as Zagev's going to blindside the short play. Goes for the backside duel, but Tesses survives. 12 HP for him. Smoke fades, Kyosuke confirms, both still back here, and that is just going to be the departure out of K27. Falcons find a 5th consecutive, and even though we get the change up towards middle from K27, we get that Zagev trade back as well and a multi-kill on the round. It's the timing of the B execute that seems to still catch the defense off guard.
Unfortunately, K27 are going to be a bit of a punching bag here on Ancient. They don't really want to be here. They didn't show enough on the first map, but the execs look so good from Falcons. They're all the perfect ideas. They've also, I think, given the respect over to say, okay, we've prepped for you. Like, we knew what their pistol setup was going to be. And I think they're showing us all the right things to get us excited to see them play versus a better team. It just doesn't feel like K27 are going to be able to match up at all on map 2. But that was pretty excellent. The call out through the smoke on the B walk in, and that little exec to get Karrigan through the smoke pretty safely to get that first frag.
Trying to get back into the mid play. MP9 in hand. Stave off the timing of that first threat. Drop a fresh smoke into elbow here. Zagev just doesn't want to be pushed from mid at the same time as he goes for this climb up. It's that looming threat, right, that they pop his smoke open to expose him. But a very passive Falcons, still sitting outside of the B site. Nico making some noise, has supportive elements, 2 players around him. Zito, right on the brink of this swing, catches Nico, wins the duel MP9 over AK.
And it might get worse. Oh.
Yes, it will. Famed, though, from the fallback into the flames. Good damage, at least for Karrigan. We get this mid-exit for Falcons. 2 players walking up. A donut tuck is going to be burned out. We'll see as they keep eyes on it. Not able to catch that kill. 30 seconds here for Falcons to try to keep this flawless T-side going 3v4. And it's gonna get worse as Kvinky takes the red room peek. Sure, Monty finds the trade, but now it's him and Tesses to try to join forces towards B.
Not terrible. They'd have to break this apart, but it is only 2 MP9s.
With a crossfire perfect for the cave exit. Just trying to get Zito to overstep here. Tesses goes wide. Now Monty looking for the refrag. Back sight has just enough time. Bomb plants, not denied. And now the 1v1 between the Oppers tries to bait out the shot, confirms that he's there. He's going to sit on this position and end it. Monty just roars through the round. 4 kills to his name. Just when you think K27 are about to get there first, the flash blinds us with the 4K.
And that's, you know, Kashlid needed to be maybe a little faster to catch him. I don't know if it was possible for him. Obviously didn't want to give sound away either. But his teammate was in, you know, grave danger there in the cutout. And they do manage a way to tear through those 2 MP9s and the third player. And they kind of slowly trade their way to this possibility. in some sense, it's a pretty successful round each step of the way for K27. But
the first.
Whoa, he's brought the ambulance.
The first.
The Falcons. Damn. Now when he plays against FaZe, I need someone to do it on FaZe.
I don't think he's allowed to do it versus FaZe.
No, I want someone on FaZe.
Oh, okay. Brokey?
That would be hilarious. Yes, Brokey. Please.
Monty, instant challenge here. Nico's going to step in front of him as Monty was waiting for some kind of a trade attempt, but not coming through. So cave control given over. And Monty, wary of that ramp push. It's been a lot of ramp aggression sprinkled in from K27's defense so far. They're just looking not to get caught off by it again. But there is an awkward amount of HP here for Nico and Monty. We'll see if somebody can be the hero for K27. That's what they're going to need, a step up individually. Had close moments, but still no round wins. And before you know it, this will be 12-0. Kishlead sees the one and waits it out. That's,
I mean,
not the best CT smoke I've ever seen, especially as you step into the offer and die for it. Kishlead goes in for the second. There's still a chance to recover, and this is recover off of a bad piece of utility. TeSeS, 77 health.
Oh, he's still reloading.
That's a little weird. Yeah, I feel like TeSeS just gets caught off by the awkwardness of that one, but you miss a smoke grenade into the CT line, and you get that moment for K27. Their first found off of a Falcons mistake.
They do like to go for a triple boost, but I still don't think it was on purpose.
The flank out mid to kill him before time expires. Yes, sir.
No knife is crazy, to be honest. It's, I want to say good round, but also it's just such a obvious mistake from Falcons that, like, the op on that line, you're trusting that smoke with your literal life when you're running up donut, and you should be able to.
Turns out Falcons aren't flawless.
Damn.
Give them time. Gev slides forward through the incendiary, and here comes the commitment from TeSeS, who's going to climb up and over. Okay.
Yo, he's pissed.
Beautiful second headshot on a TeSeS backside. Kvinky starts to return the favor with a double kill of his own to keep the numbers even. Wide swing between the two SMGs, because it was never meant to be A. That is just a golden fake offered up by the TeSeS double. And Kishlead does slide over towards this bomb site as Monty's nowhere to be found, at least in this post plan. Brother's still playing A main.
Well, Kishlead, can he even really attempt this, to be honest? He hasn't... Okay, you know, I was about to eat my words. Maybe there would have been a chance right there. A nice attempt, but the nade pullout's too much. Karrigan put all his trust in TeSeS to deliver a fake. But he delivered a full-on sight hit. Like, he just took out two. That was beautiful rifle work out of TeSeS. And that just goes to show you with this team, there is no sort of heal. There is no, like, full support. You know, like, TeSeS can deliver moments like that a lot.
You know, when the talk of the town is kind of like, what is Karrigan going to get out of Kyosuke? I also think, what's Karrigan going to get out of the consistencies from TeSeS? Ooh, excuse me. I was looking at the buy, thinking there wouldn't be much legs to stand on. K27, charge down middle. Awkward moment there, but Fame's able to still at least catch TeSeS on the push. And your double op setup, Falcons, is now just 2 ops in a 2v4.
I'm not going to say this one's beyond reproach. They do have an AK picked up, but a lot of the guns are being protected in mid. And it's actually going to be K27 who are still not totally comfortable that they've got a done situation. Let's say they were ready to walk up B right now, and no one else had moved from the CT side. How would they actually defend from Cape with these two pistols? They're going to have to take some kind of risk to join up, and at least they've got a little bit of a lead here on the A main push. All right, this one could lock it in, but you know what? They're going to be watching for pushes. Yeah, they are. And they're going to win that, and now they're going to swing the odds back into their favor. Crazy they've got 2 obs still.
I mean, a ramp walk up, 2 players. Prime for the taking.
The Deagle's got to come out because there's an op behind it. And yeah, it's honestly still fine, but they are watching this.
They were watching this. Past tense.
Wait a second, not going to turn around?
Oh, and the B-site's runner.
A.
Yep. B-site just made noise too. Whoa. I thought. Ready for the climb back up.
They know exactly where they push. Yeah,
ooh, hit that.
Molly pushes it back. They can dive the plant. They need to. Might need a Deagle shot.
Yeesh, yes. Denial's good. Okay, things were feeling sketchy, but K27 still come through with the sight hold. Zito with the 557. But I mean, you could see the world where Falcons have figured out where everybody is. You know, they had a clear image when they held off that flank. Timing on the cave push, crazy, but
I'm liking the clipboard tech for sure.
It's the nitty-gritty moments the Falcons are going to test you in. So props to K27, holding off the mid-aggression as well with the first 2 kills last round, making the most of what was a pretty dilapidated buy. And now you thrust Falcons into the awkward spot of pistols in hand themselves. A single Desert Eagle, and it finds no chance to fire back. It's a slaughter for Fame, who's quickly climbing the scoreboard on this anti-eco. K27's CT side will find a 3rd round at the very least.
It's well fought to get to this point, and so, yeah, to the victor goes the spoils. This is a nice farm round here for K27 after winning on their half buy and actually bringing another one close. This just buffs their economy out in such a massive way, winning while saving and getting an eco to follow. Nico always looks like someone just stole something from him sometimes.
His watch, perhaps?
That's how I look. Someone stole my watch, too.
Oh. Kyosuke deals with that by just not staring at any flashbangs, whips the AK over, and puts Fame's party in middle to a quick end. You're not going to find a consistency in that win of the mid-duel, it seems. Kishklid supported by Kvinky over towards the long side of this site. Smoke in hand, ready to drop it. See how much Falcons respect that. Their volley of nades go through. Yeah, they're going to charge straight in. Opper is blinded momentarily. Kvinky, good first kill. Oh,
come on now.
No scope to the brains of the operation. A challenge into the lane, and that is a 2 versus 4 sight hold. Rock solid stuff out of K27 as suddenly the CT side is starting to look like enough.
Kvinky Wonder, dude, was looking around, totally blind, couldn't see a damn thing, and then suddenly turns it into a no-scope flick headshot to save the sight hold. Oof. Sorry, Kishlit.
Well, well, well. Said we needed some heroic moments, and there's your pop-off.
Yeah, Kvinky's on 2 excellent maps, he was over 100 ADR, even in the rough rounds of Dust 2, I feel like. Damn, that's also solid.
He did finish the first map with a 1.60 rating, 100 ADR, despite the loss.
Wow.
The rough loss, need I add. 15-5 here, so
damn.
You would have hoped for their sake that they could have continued to string these together, but a 5th round now under question as the recovery from Falcons is occurred across the map. A main kill, the mid pickup, and the distraction it serves to K27 as all 3 players take a glimpse towards mid. They'll find elbow open. They don't believe that there's maybe still so many members of Falcons outside A, but that is the case.
brought up their money earlier, but honestly, it doesn't even matter. It's just the last round of the half, and even though Falcons don't have much, they're in a pretty good spot. Is this one going to get turned around on? Yeah. They've been great at watching their flanks, and this one's even more confusing. Karrigan throwing a fake and can run through?
Yeah, it serves up a distraction. It actually brought Cash Lid back. He was thinking about departing for that A site. He was damn near in CT spawn. They'll deal with Karrigan, but the bomb is still down. Kits across the board here for K27. They want a challenge for the donut.
He's running out of bullets.
And Fame's going to have to go for the reload, and he will not get that chance. Dies before even catching a kill, so man advantage back in Falcons' hands. And M4 with that fresh mag for Monty. Smoke on a bomb and a potential tap for the defuse could pressure this, but we've got a frag on Tesses. You'd think that just blows open the smoke and then allows Nico to get the kill. Yo! Oh. But he's got a dig, and he doesn't finish the frag. So they stick it. Despite the nade, despite the flank from A main.
He needed to peek kind of right away, right? I mean, maybe he didn't hear the tap, but when that smoke came down, the nade combo is obviously great. What was in his other hand?
No, the nade was thrown from Tesses out of Donut.
What other gun did he have?
Nico only had a deagle.
Oh, okay. That's fair enough then.
Well, a little gift for the road then. Huge to pick up that Karrigan kill over towards the opposite site. Get over just in time.
Yeah, him faking air quotes and then running through it was kind of wild, but I thought maybe he expected someone to be in cave waiting.
So enough of a performance out of Kvinky to try to keep this hope up for K27. But what's the T side got? Had low expectations for them, switching over into Ancient, thinking Falcons would find the comfort zone, and they did for the majority of that half. But you let 4 rounds get strung together by way of the Hail Mary defuse in round 12. We'll see what sort of pistol antics K27 can get into. Falcons played their T-side pistol to literal perfection, so the bar has been set high. Exec comes over top. Kyosuke no longer eyes on cave, and the Glock drive-by. Oh, ho, ho! Triple for Kyosuke. As he just finds the perfect pocket to peek into the execution, he'll catch the quad kill, and Falcons back to winning ways.
What a monster. He does not miss those opportunities. You give him a chance to aim, and he will lock it down. That was a beautiful pre-clear in the cutout for the first kill at a K27, but they were just not ready for the crossfire.
Little flashbang there for Karrigan to kind of...
You turned into the Kool-Aid man for that third kill. That was awesome. Oh, nice Maxime. New Stimmy unlocked.
So many new quotes coming. Think of all the fresh material Karrigan has to offer.
But it's just the same material in a New Jersey.
Yes, sir. Ooh, and, well, hang on now. Monty.
Just in the smoke, though.
Back of the bomb site. Tess has one and done. That's 2 players off of this B site. Will they let their guards down?
I mean, they might want to spam this. They really don't think anyone's here.
Monty's getting away with it, but the whole time he waits, he's losing teammates left, right, and center. Emerges, pops one back site, capitalizes on distraction of it all. And unfortunately here for Kvinky, stuck inside of the cave, and one last teammate to try to cover for Monty. MP7 exits, and Nico's pistol finds the kill. Monty sticks the defuse.
That was so hype for Monty. I mean,
man,
that's like the player dreams when you're in that smoke. Oh, they're not spamming me. Okay, when this phases out, I have to start aiming right away and decide where I think everybody is. He picks 3 perfect positions, hits every shot.
K27 kind of letting their guard down in the hecticness of all that.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this suspicious weird, smoke back sight?
But it was a CT smoke.
Yep.
It just looked really missed, and it was. I don't even know where it came from.
I was wondering if Monty just dropped it at his own feet.
Oh.
Just under the hole.
I don't know. I feel like that would be insane to do when you're in cutout with a gun like that. but yeah.
Another fast move for K27.
Let's go.
Gonna try to play the A main pressure, but Nico happy to step up to that duel with a double. Kyosuke, the layer behind him. Ooh, down to 10 bullets here. Make it 6. And a couple players, so sidearm needed. That's fine. Easy does it. It's a double for Nico, a double for Kyosuke, and racking up rounds, Falcons out of the gate on this CT side.
Karrigan Falcons, man, still calibrating.
It's all so new. The team that can beat Vitality. Now with Karrigan at the helm. Just trying to keep them through the rocky waters of group stage and early playoff exits.
MongolZ took a map off them at Austin.
Smoked. Karrigan turned on by Fame. Oof, he's trying to tap into his ability. Still 8 and 13, but has had some impactful middle moments from both sides now with this one. Puts things back into question 3v3.
I feel like he's been struggling a bit, honestly.
Has been.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame because I'm sure he wants to show these guys like, okay, I can show you what it takes to beat Falcons, but
yeah, let's take that youthful potential and support it with his wealth of experience.
Okay.
And a triple.
That's all 3 CTs dead by the hands of Fame.
Got to remind these kids who used to be the aim god.
Yeah, he had his time at the top of Face It once upon a time. Or Jame found him.
Could have genuinely just won this round and given
seems like
K27's T-side a chance. So shout out Fame, walking out mid, putting on a display for the highlight reel by a way of headshots. And that'll give Team Falcons something to try to work through. Because, you know, as much as Karrigan can tell his team about Antwerp, Fame can tell these kids all about Rio.
Yeah, he could tell them all about Simple versus Furia. That was the special story of the event, right?
The game that got away.
Yeah.
Because remember, he's never beat Furia on Brazilian soil.
Yeah.
That
You'll be
haunts
thinking
him,
about
right?
that. Yeah. That's
say.
what Fame remembers from that event. That's his big thought.
Not winning the major itself, just watching Simple lose?
No. That's what Cadian thinks about not losing in the finals. It was about that quarterfinal.
Can we get more of that out of Fame, though? That'll be the question. It's not the first individual heroic moment we've gotten from K27. It's a matter of stringing them together. And to be fair, they were able to do that towards the end of the CT side. 4 consecutive rounds. But it's a tall order. Zagev makes his way past Cave instantly. So, very real threat for Karrigan outside of the Cave. He knows that. Dialed into his threat assessment. Falcons leaning back this round, and particularly in mid, knowing that this red room push is a very real possibility. Flash for the cave peek. Karrigan spots nothing, wants the deep spot, tries to drop util in front of it.
Too slow.
They're going to burn him back, but they don't pressure that with a spam or anything either. So he'll find Sanctuary for the time being at the minute mark.
That was just such an opportunity lost. They saw the smoke landing. I think he knew like he just needed to run up into that and try to spam.
Nico versus Fame, and it's going to be Nico to win it in anticipation of a second A main player, but that's a lot of control now for Nico. And Monte's going to press his issue out through CT lane. Nico freed up, and Monte, speaking of free, goes in for the third peak. Only 2 kills, but impactful 2 kills. Still, the recovery's underway. We've got damage on Zito. As he's cut these players off from the B rotation, challenge keeps coming his way, and Kyosuke is going to make the most of that, but it's bomb possession and a 30-second 1v3 clutch for Zagev. Goes for the quick push. As quick as you can via walking the entire way, and eyes on this exit. He's been wrapped around already, so majority survive here for the Falcons, and that's just a certain electricity in their duels towards that A site. Nico insta-kill on Fame, and the re-peek out of Monte worth it for the double.
You'd love to see Monte playing this well, and it's that perfect balance, that fine tightrope of just like, of explosive and aggressive, to be honest. The re-peek was solid, the shots were solid, and he was in the position exactly when they needed him. Whoa, a head scratch.
Good work, my boy. Kyosuke's like, this is sick. I got Karrigan as my in-game leader. I got Cyclone as my coach. Quick pause as we try to get Falcons back into the server here. Quickly on their way to victory lane in this best of 3 to kick off PGL Astana 2026.
It's a fucking cool place, man.
Yeah, it
like
is.
Just driving into the city. You know, it's just so far. It's just so far away, but man.
That's relative.
No, it's just far, man.
It's far from everything.
If you added up like the amount of people near a certain place,
sure,
this place would be considered far objectively.
Far from many people.
Yes,
that is very true.
So I'm gonna say that outright. It's far away, but it's amazing. Buildings are massive. City's all planned out really well. It's it's beautiful. Everyone's super kind. Love CS here.
I was showing my mom Astana
landed at the airport, got recognized by both pilots from our flights from
that's what I'm talking about.
Turkey and Frankfurt. CS gets a lot of respect over here, and everyone's super cool. And obviously last year proved how much people were into the game.
Now the question will be, can MongolZ get back on that stage? Find out after this game as Furia's kickoff looms. Early setup for this B commitment. K27 going to try to keep things simple, but will be met by smoke at the top of ramp. We'll see how that could delay the inevitable. They have no control elsewhere on the map, so their commitment comes through that smoke, and Karrigan's got the trade, plus some damage. Excuse me, Tesses does. And with fire at the feet of the bomb planter extinguished, no threat to get off of it. He will still evacuate, but so much smoke all over the place. K27 put themselves in a post plant. Do Falcons want to try to press the issue? Because money's low on a couple players. And so this 3-player save would set them up to just try to get back on a round where K27 don't bombard your B side. So sure enough, the commitment here from K27 keeps map 2 on its toes.
Yeah, they kind of outright failed on the hold. It's just a matter of aim, to be honest, Karrigan and Testis. And obviously, the flashes that came through and the whole exec was very good here for K27, but one extra gunfight, that spray transfer not going all the way in out of Tessis, and suddenly K27 put themselves in a great spot. Haven't made this map like close yet, but it's feeling more competitive now.
Quick, somebody zoom in on the notes. Enhance. Fast A move here. K27 trying to keep things fresh.
Yeah, 8 players are a little slow to this.
Nico emerges through Donut blind. And Kvinky first blood. Monte's going to commit to the rebuttal. They know exactly where he's at. They've got him zoned between utility, but he's also down to only 2 teammates, and Karrigan's spam gets punished back the other direction. K27 will not skip a beat. They do not waste a second, as they will come back into this one and string consecutive rounds together for the first time since the end of the first half.
So it goes from competitive now, I feel like, to kind of close. It's actually round 1 on A and B. It's obviously very simple attacks with the rushes. But for Falcons, it's not the worst loss in the world. Like, this would have stung a lot more if they committed to the retake and lost all 3 players. But as it stands, it doesn't feel like they'll even be hunted. And so next round we'll have guns available for them to play again.
Terrorists win.
As long as they save 3 guns on their losses, their money's always going to be in a fine spot.
Nice to see that K27 can show us like a shake-up, though. You know, a quick evolution.
Yeah.
There's clearly a plan for this attack.
As we say in North America, balls to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Never totally understood how that should look.
I'll show you later.
We are in the locker room.
Fact. K27 starting to get sweaty.
Oh. Okay.
Work it out middle.
Totally called out.
2 players positioned outside of the red room where Kyosuke's USP only has already been found. So, you're dead. Unbelievable that he gets away with
I know
dink.
he still gets a dink.
He's literally been spotted hiding in the corner with a USP.
But seriously, big shout out to Kavinki for this game. He's already 21 and 11. He was huge for K27 the rounds they won back on Dust 2. The Shadow is giving fame away. He's obviously going to come and try to clear this.
Monty's AK revealed. Not ready for that second A main player, though. And so looking like a clean sweep so far. TSS will add 1 kill to the feed.
I was going to say they're genuinely all small. 2 of them are so low.
Yeah, but he can't.
Yeah, you just can't.
Suddenly we've got a 2-round game. It still feels like Falcons will close this once they're back to full force. It feels that way, but you can never really trust the aura in the air.
Because they did save those 3 guns last round.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't invest on this one, so now they get a full buy again.
Yeah, they know it's time for business. Big business in the big city, and Astana is huge. No gun saved. That'll be fine. Still everybody above $4,000 here for Falcons. But yes, K27 within distance. As Falcons only lead by 2.
Yeah, I got lost coming to the studio, and I thought it was only like 2 blocks away, but my whoop thought I did like a run. Because it took me like 35 minutes to get here.
Because you saw the fans outside, you thought this can't be Counter-Strike. It's only day 1.
Yeah, day 1 groups.
Well, consider me a fan of K27 if they can really make a game of this.
No kits?
We'll see when we jump in, but no kits.
No kits, no head armor. Head armor won't matter. They go for grenades. They're here to stop it. And it's actually been a couple of bomb plants for K27. The only reason I flagged that, got successfully into A and B in back-to-back rounds.
Trying to sign up for the mid-fight this time. Falcons taking the duel to Kashlid, who's flashed off of it and has to forego the mid setup, but take out this little expedition
it's such
force.
A passive line for Monty. A is open entirely, and again, you're gonna have to 10-second defuse.
Gotta read this.
Yeah, the bomb's so far back, but they're readying.
Trying to outsmart Falcons at the moment. K27.
This is a big call, actually. They've got a player on the other side of the map.
Finky stuck outside of the doors. Bomb still sitting outside of Elbow with an escort.
Wow.
And Finky gets first blood in this round.
This guy's a monster.
This one should damn near guarantee the next, which would tie the game up. Monte's going to get blindsided by the green position. They never saw that boost happen. They didn't have somebody hard dedicated to this site. 3v5 now asked of the Falcons. The pressure starts to mount. And Nico feels the need to make something happen. Great trade out of the Opper, under pressure. Karrigan swings through Donut, dies empty-handed, and K27 not only now making this a one-round game, but putting the money of Falcons under real pressure.
Yeah, a lot came down to this. They invested everything. They got a very good-looking buy outside of the missing diffuse kits, which obviously don't play a factor right now, because there's pretty much no chance Kyosuke pulls this one out. He doesn't have a smoke, but like, he's just trying to find a way to escape, basically. And I think just knows he's surrounded, opting to try to fight his way out.
No time for the defuse, especially without the kit.
That doesn't matter. He just needs to save his gun, but that won't happen now. K27 have put themselves in a great spot. It was 2 rushes and then an anti-eco to win their 3 rounds. Now, it's a full-on default. They use Finky to lurk over on the B site. He hits a fantastic shot because he's been a mercenary for this team. He can really kind of hang and bang on his own. They don't clear this boost, man.
This is going to wind up being
left. Yeah.
Go on.
They not even clearing that. Like they look so shaky right here.
That's
in terms of their awareness.
They don't full buy into this one. Falcons are going to practically let 11 be secured by K27.
Yeah, we have to say practically because, you know, it's Falcons on pistols, but yeah.
It's kind of one of those moments where it's like they're freed up, you know, they're off the leash a bit, something weird could occur. But 13-8 are K27 in successful opening duels, and that number's starting to catch up to the Falcons. We've seen them bounce back into rounds, but we've also started to see heroic individuals from K27 come together. Kyosuke's MP9 to be cleared. Man advantage once again.
Oh, what?
Beautiful tap into Tesses. That's 2 of the 4 defenders off of this bomb site. Karrigan's going to serve up a distraction.
Well, they're scared now.
Desert Eagle spamming through that short side lets them know the bigger picture. K27 still have all the advantages they need. Beautiful sequence out of Zagev. That double entry, that second headshot's nasty.
That had to be a pre-fire, right? It was so perfect.
Bends the bullet around the edge, and we go 11 rounds all now.
That was the one tap of your dreams right there. 11 all is interesting. In the first round, that looks real shaky from Falcons. It's the last one. But now they're out of chances to close this game out cleanly. This is it. It's going to come down to this buy.
Man, if K27 wins this game, K27 even gets to overtime, I can't help but
do the donk haircut.
No, absolutely not. I can't help but remember the last round of the first half where 3v2 Falcons post plant and the bomb gets stuck by half a second because Nico's Deagle comes 8 damage short of killing the diffuser.
But you know what? It shouldn't even come down to a 1 round.
It shouldn't, but that's the round I can't help but remember.
Like, look at the CT side so far.
It's the closest thing we'll get to a radar screenshot, Launders.
You mean ever?
No, in this map.
You sure?
So far.
No kits again here for Falcons.
Monte opening kill.
Don't need him.
Zagev dies towards elbow. That's mid-pressure taken off. Oh, they try to charge through the cave play, but it will cost them 1. Fame's got the trade back. It's a fast-moving Falcons to try to get back over to bolster this B site thanks to the Monte mid-frag. Flash finds its target. And an additional wave of nades comes over top of the ramp while it still remains smoke. That's now dried up. Monte's fully blind. This is now a 3v4 coming together. Nico and Kyosuke still to try to pressure, and at least Nico emerges out through that smoke. Kyosuke to take next contact in a second. Wants to try to throw out util. Zito gets flushed into Nico's crosshair, and Fame was going to step out wide. Nico comes in with all 3 kills in that 2v3. K27 with a damn near robbery, but Falcons find 12 first.
It's the best round so far this half, I think. I feel like from both squads in terms of, I mean, the flashes to set up all those kills from K27. That's full strength. The play that we just got out of Nico is, yeah, it's totally brilliant. 3 different positions doesn't just push through the smoke and then say, how do I make this 3 kills right away? No, peels back, finds a new advantage. The only thing that was maybe a touch sloppy was running through that cave smoke originally. We haven't really seen K27 look like they were desperate to make something happen up until this moment, but it, of course, is round 23 when that happens. And now both teams, now we have Falcons with everything they want, plus the kits. K27 on a full buy as well. They've done a fantastic job to get this close, and last round was still close. OT is possible.
Oh, Kyosuke blind flashes have been fantastic, but not this time. They try to go for the Hail Mary through the top of the ramp smoke. And while it's a valiant effort all map long from K27, playing back from what was a Falcons 6-0 start and pushing this all the way to the 24th round of regulation, K27 now bank on a 33 health AK and a Tech 9 for the bomb carrier. Unfortunately, they run into the brick wall that is that B bomb site defense, stuffed by utility on the approach, and Falcons were ahead of the game with the majority of their team here on this site. As Monty plays patient towards mid, but a missed shot keeps the dream alive.
He said there'd be no chance for a screenshot.
There we go. Monty drops the gap. Kashleed has found an upgrade in the meantime. And at least showing a little presence towards middle did draw Nico back towards mid as well. But you still got to wait this smoke out. And it's still a 1v2 between the players that remain on site for Falcons. Kashleed walks this one in. Oh, lands the first shot. Still 72 HP. Okay, that would have been the chance at the second, but it activates TESS to close. And so round 24 is needed. Falcons stomp on Dust 2. 6-0 start for Ancient and an eventual squeeze of a victory in the Karrigan Falcons debut.
Yes, Connor, and Karrigan getting a taste of some of the problems he's going to have to resolve as the new IGL of this team, because we set it up before we went on to Ancient that, you know, K27 don't really play this map, and Falcons love to play this map, theoretically, but we saw some of the issues there when it comes to closing out these games.
Yeah, I mean, like hot starts both halves, I think is obviously the key there, and 7-1 start in the first half on T side is exactly what you want, but we saw K27 able to kind of dig deep and find a way to, you know, get back to the game with some good late action in the first half, and second half, again, hot start from Falcons, but then, you know, once the economy kind of got in order for K27, they put up a good fight, and it's nice to be able to see K27 actually show you a little bit of what they got, you know, in that second half.
Yeah. This is a game where it shouldn't really have been as close as it was. Some of the rounds that Falcons dropped, they found the opening pick, but they just get so active, and I think that is actually the way you want to play against Tier 1 opposition. You want to make sure that you keep them feeling pressured as much as you possibly can, never let them get comfortable so they can execute one of their finishers. But really, if you're Falcons against K27, you probably could have taken your foot off the gas a little bit more frequently in some of the rounds instead of you seeing Kyosuke push by himself or Karrigan
off the gas here. They're keeping them waiting for these bloody handshakes.
Yeah, shake their hands already, guys.
Like, come on, dude. Like, this is ridiculous.
It's a humiliation ritual.
I know, it's not like a fan signing. Get out there.
It's like it's like the wall at the Budapest Major. It's like,
there we There we go.
Okay, we just had to look at that, just their faces.
Yeah, you can see.
That was sad.
It's all good, though. I mean, look, I agree with what Dust said. We got to see a little bit from K27. I mean, one of those teams that, like, probably, if just being honest, not on a lot of people's radars, because we've been spoilt for choice, I think, with a lot of up-and-coming teams lately, particularly, as I alluded to earlier, the Foot story, this kind of thing. We got the academy teams coming back as well. But, you know, they gave a very good account of themselves in the series that they were never really meant to do anything in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where you just see the limitation of the team.
That might be...
Cashlet and Quinky had some moments, which was sick. Sure. Zagev also, too. Is
that how I'm pronouncing his name?
Zagev. Ball knowers know. Tier 2 enjoyers know it's Zagev.
I honestly thought his name was a two-factor authentication code for a second. I was getting kind of
I mean, I will say this. Like, you can tell these guys, they were like, not really sure if they were ever going to play at this stage because they would have way better nicknames. You would go for something cool.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of options they could have. Quinky is just, I'm scratching my head at that one still.
I think that's the best.
Yeah.
That's my personal favorite.
Yeah. No, Fame is the best.
Yeah, that's true, actually. But yeah, I mean, look, I felt they had some like really good individual moments. There's nothing you're seeing on your screen here where they're reinventing the wheel.
Well, we saw what Dust primed up actually for this one. That we saw that on their T side, they can have those really nice execute plays. Like the B bomb site was pretty porous for Falcons because of the way that K27 would throw some nice utility, get some flashes into it. I mean, Tessus was blind for a lot of this game, so he's probably looking at like, damn, I didn't think K27 had it in him, but thankfully his team did have it in him.
That's one other thing we kind of learned, I guess, from Falcons, is we're trying to figure out how they want to piece this team together. They did move Tessus on the CT side. He was formerly their B cave player, but that's Karrigan's spot. He took that and moved Tessus to the B anchor role. So a little bit of a pivot there. It's not like a drastic one, you know, like Dust 2, for example, but a little bit of a small change there to kind of keep note of. But yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, if you're Falcons, you wanted to close this one out probably a little bit cleaner. At the end of the day, though, you did get the 2-0 and you've won your first game in the groups, and that's all that really matters at the end. And yeah, I mean, Monty continued to show you why he's one of the best players in the world. Obviously, you know, had a field day for the most part, and again, just such a dynamic opper and also a really proficient rifler. It's just you don't have too many of those in the game that play at the level that he does.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing, right? Like, we can have the AWP discussion, but how many AWPers have a rifle as good as Monty? You know, I mean, we're really talking about like people don't talk about him like a hybrid, but he really is.
Well, his kill percentages make you say that he's an opper, because he is. He just uses the weapon way more. But if you look at pure rifle stats when that's in his hands, it's extremely good. It is why he continues to keep distance between himself and Molodoy, where op in hand, they're both really proficient with the weapons, but Monty's rifle is always in his back pocket if he's ever having a slow start or if the economy just isn't with him and Falcons in the round.
A final thought from you, Dust, before break?
No, I mean, again, I think for us, it's just kind of like learning what are Falcons going to look like now with Karrigan. Obviously, limited time together, but at least it gives us a brief glimpse at how they're trying to set the team up. Also for K27, it's, you know, their first outing on LAN against top opposition. So a big step up from what they're used to. We saw some flashes, as we kind of noted, not quite there yet, but we'll see. I think, you know, they're a team that could definitely get some wins against some other teams in the groups, though.
Yeah. All right, guys, thanks. We're going to take a quick break. We go from talking about one legendary IGL in the form of Karrigan. We're going to be talking about another one in a few moments. We'll tell you why after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. We just saw Falcons pass their first test of the Karrigan era. Now we're going to see if Furia versus Monty can kickstart the end of the year, because Furia, since Fallen has kind of said, I'm going to be retiring, it hasn't been great. I mean, if it was meant to be something that was going to galvanize the team, guys, it really hasn't worked out. And, you know, they went from being the second best team in the world for the second half of last year and not really being anywhere at the moment. They feel like a paper tiger to me.
Yeah, it's so weird how much mortal they look now compared to, I mean, they won 4 titles last year, including 3 in a row leading up to the major. People pegged them as a team that could actually win that major just based on the performances that they had, and it wasn't, you know, unmerited to think so. But this year, outside of Krakow, they had a good performance at that event, in my opinion. I think elsewhere, they've really struggled That was even before the announcement happened with Fawn. Like when you're looking at like Rotterdam, for example, and Cluj, like they just not play at the same level that we're used to seeing. Then the retirement announcement happens, and if they were hoping that this would kind of be like, let's try to get some last trophies for Fallen, it has not panned out that way. The Rivals is a really big indicator. The losses they took there, for example.
I feel like the way I relate this is just that it puts Furia in a really awkward position, because when I think of retirement tours for artists or for sports players, like say Kobe, for example, the Lakers weren't in contention to win a trophy when he says, I'm going to retire, and so everybody just gets to celebrate him. But Furia are supposed to be in contention for trophies, but now they have this in the back of the mind, like we have to win for a guy that we know is 1 foot out the door, and it just puts you in a situation where you're kind of wondering, you know what you're playing for. It's to try to further esteem Fallen's legacy, but at the same time, you have a guy that probably himself is thinking about what's coming next.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to get the flack for this one. But look, I mean, I think I can understand why Fallen chose to announce his retirement in Rio. It's the last time he's going to play in front of his home country on land. It makes perfect sense. But the timing of it is just so awful, because it's like, if you were going to retire, I think it would have made sense to do it if you're retiring after the Cologne Major. Right, where it's like, that's my last one. But the fact that he's going to be playing for a whole more 7-8 months.
Yeah, I don't want to say premature, but it feels like there's a little bit too much runway to really think about. Like if you announced it before Singapore, for example, that kind of makes sense, right? It's like, the year's ending, it's the last major of the year, all of that stuff. And it's kind of, I don't know, man, it's just put a weird cloud over them, because we're as fans of the game, we all are pulling for Fallen. We want Fallen to win more trophies. Exactly. We want him to be at the end of his career. We sit down, we have a hearty debate about who the greatest IGL of all time was, and this guy will be in the conversation, no matter what happens. But obviously, what he's achieved with the last of the summer wine at Furia, last year was so good. I mean, you rekindle your Kinder, you give the AWP over to Molodoy. All of a sudden, you're pushing teams like Vitality all of the way. And then here we are in 26, and it's like, if you would have asked me who's in contention to win events when Vitality aren't there, I'm not saying these guys anymore.
No, the teams that are at this event that I'd already pegged higher than them are Falcons and Spirit pretty easily. Yep. I'd even say that Furia, based off of what they've shown lately, have been prone to get upset. I mean, the way that they played at the Blast Rivals event in Fort Worth was pretty disgraceful, actually. I think the losing to Gamer Legion is one thing, kind of a plucky underdog, but losing to a brand new FaZe lineup that are just putting things together for the very first time is well beneath the level that you would have expected from a team that showed such highs last year.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible story. Like you kind of already set it up, Richard. It's like, Fallen reinventing himself as a rifling IGL, giving up the AWP, like you said, getting a Kindar back into good form, continuing to develop Molodoy, the Rookie of the Year, into a star opper. There was so many great things about this Furia team. They played really punchy but calculated CS. They were very fun to watch tactically. But now you're seeing a lot of dips. Like players are dipping in performance. The map pool is starting to get really shallow. And it's actually really damning to see what happened to a team that used to be one of the best in the world.
I'll say as well, though, in Astana, a bit of a different beast, because they've got the hometown hero. And like I will say this. Last year in Astana, we saw Molodoy get an absolute insane pop from the crowd. I mean, you might expect it, but I was genuinely shocked, because remember, this kid was a rookie. He was playing in front of his home audience, and they were fully behind this guy. You can see it here. And he was playing with the crowd and had a lot of fun. Now, might have got a little bit of stage fright, but this time around, no excuses. You've got that 1 year under your belt, you're tenured, you're going to have the fan buff, hopefully you can get the LAN buff.
That's what you're praying for, because as we see here with this graphic, the rating has gotten a little bit worse for Molodoy in 2026. We're starting to see that in big stage environments, he's having more consistent problems than I thought were going to emerge. It felt like, to me, he had already blooded himself as a great arena performer based off of what he did at events like Chengdu and in Hong Kong. But then you see this regression at the Budapest Major and events this season, where in arenas, he really does fall off, and it's extremely concerning because they invest a lot of resources into making sure he has an AWP in his hands at all times.
And the team they're taking on today, Dust, in a way, this isn't to be disrespectful. I actually mean this as a term of endearment. But Monty, they went for so long being those tier 2 gatekeepers. Now they're kind of more like it's where the misfits go. You know, if you've been out of work for a while or you didn't click in another team, Monty are there to throw you a lifeline. And they are an interesting team. They always seem to make their maps competitive, you know, down there with the teams they're playing. I still think Furia is a tall order for them today, but you just don't know.
It's interesting because like they kind of made a name for themselves last year by doing well at some smaller events. Like they made that first Dracula, and they made the finals of that event, beating some decent teams to do it. They had won that DreamHack Stockholm event. Then you come into this year, and they had some shaky moments, but again, they did really well at Dracula, and again, they just won the CCT event. So they're doing really well in the lane that they're currently in, and it's now about, are you able to take it to a tier 1 level and play against tier 1 opposition and have a similar amount of success? Because so far, so good. I've really enjoyed watching this team play.
To me, Monty have proven that they're the best tier 2 team. That's what I'm willing to bestow upon them. The win against Heroic that they had at the CCT Global Finals was convincing. The fact that at that event, they also were clearly the better team than rosters like Big. I mean, by the way, they lost their best player at the beginning of the year in Rio to Astralis. And yet, they are both Stage 2 invites to the Cologne Major, both them and Astralis. So it's not easy to lose your best guy and then to see the team that he was poached on and that he goes to, and then actually just ascend to the heights that that team went to with that guy.
And now they have to construct a veto where they can beat Furia. But Dust, you already said it. You know, you feel Furia's map pool has been getting shallower and shallower of late.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no map that they've really been hot on, honestly. Like, if you look at every map in the pool, they're either kind of 50-50 or maybe just barely above 50-50, or in a case like Nuke, they've been on kind of a losing streak, to be honest. So it really is kind of, you know, going to be a real test for them to see exactly how this is going to play out.
Oh, I'm a little bit surprised here. Monty, they have a 7-map pool. They're one of the few teams that run it. They have a 0% win rate on Overpass. It's usually their first ban. In this veto, they didn't want to face off against Furia's Inferno, which I figured was going to be Furia's pick in this one. So they have to face off against a Fury team that last year, they were by far and away the best Overpass team. I don't know how Monty's going to actually come up with a way to correct their woes, but I'll just give one tidbit. If people don't know, one thing about this Monty team, they have no support staff. They have Kakafu, who's their coach, and they have Gizme, and Gizme is basically responsible entirely for coming up with all of the game plans himself. And so it's kind of just, this whole team is basically the Gizme project. And what's cool is that he's actually been succeeding, and I'd say he's earmarked himself as one of those IGLs that teams like FaZe or G2, if Hunter doesn't work out, they could get this guy. So what he's doing to me is trying to use this whole tournament as a proving ground.
He's saying, "Gives me a star player."
Can I gives me a better team?
No, but I mean, so anyway, we'll set up Nuke quickly. You said a bit of a losing streak for Monty on this one, Dust?
No, it's actually Fury who lost their last 5.
Oh, Fury. Okay,
games.
so I remember.
After being on a hot streak, so it is going to be big for them. And you know, for Monty, it's been kind of a 50-50 map. So I'll be curious to see how things work out. You've been talking about Gizme. He's going to be battling Yukindar out in the yard, and Yukindar is a guy who was so good for Furia that second season last year as an opening fragger for them. Very good on entries. His entry stats have gone way down this year, and just general his production hasn't been as good. So I'm curious to see how that battle will play out. The other big one is Afro versus Maladoy, because Afro's actually been putting up some pretty big numbers with the AWP for Monty lately, but now he's going up against a Maladoy guy who has at times been, you know, one of the best operators in the world. Yeah, he's had a little bit of a decline in form this year, for honest, but he's back on home soil. This is where he made a name for himself. We'll see if he can use it again to reignite some things for the squad.
I personally just love the mid-rounding for Monty on this map. I feel like Gizme is one of those IGLs in tier 2 that doesn't rely on just super poppy plays over and over again. He can let the round settle in a 4-on-4, work through rotations, try to find the gap, and he does that. That's why they are so good in tier 2, that they can just kind of get tier 2 teams that are facing off against them scratching their heads. They're wondering, how did he get behind us? How did he get down the vent? He plays with rotation so much more than anybody else. And like you're saying, yeah, Afro, he just had his best map of his career in the CCT Grand Finals, and it was on Nuke. Albeit, It was on the CT side almost entirely, but I expect he can deliver here on T side too.
Yeah, even Rainmaker's actually kind of like started to do a little bit better on this team. I mean, I think
Rainmaker, make it rain.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of hard done by that whole like Liquid stint, you know, for example. So to see him kind of do well on this team is also nice. Even Bemis has made a return on this team and done pretty well. So again, it's
well,
like
there is an interesting little narrative there, if memory serves me correctly, which is sometimes it doesn't because I'm elderly, but wasn't it Yakinda?
Yes.
Who was the IGL that
Correct.
brought in Rainmaker and said he's definitely a good player, and then it turned out he was wrong.
He was wrong in that system, okay? Rainmaker has had a big redemption on this team, as has everybody. By the like, the crazy thing and the coolest thing I'd say about Monty is that everybody, with the exception of Gizmi, is on a redemption arc right now.
Right.
Bemis from righting the wrongs from his FaZe team, Afro, who did not look good for Fnatic whatsoever. Even Azuwu was on Saw for a bit, and he wasn't brought on to BC Game or anything in that, you know, when they tried to make that new roster. Even who's the last guy? Why is it slipping right now? Oh, even the Konkafu from Big. I mean, they actually booted him, and I feel like everybody here is having such a huge resurgence. So in a way, I'm pulling for this Monty team because you don't really see in Tier 1 or Tier 2 CS all Redemption Arc players actually come to fruition and show that they had another lease on life.
That's why I like Monty. I think they have a history of doing this. Like I said, they've thrown out so many lifelines to players, you know, down the years, and it's like, it is crazy. People like just forgot BMAS existed, you know, people forgot Rainmaker existed, you know, and it's like they get onto this roster and all of a sudden they're in a functional team. So tall order for them today against Furia, but you had this picked as your upset game. And we're going to find out if you're right because we're going over to our casters. It is, of course, Scrawny and Launders.
A tale of redemption for the Monty squad. It's the perfect analyst desk for it, too. We've got Dust on his redemption arc. We've got Richard Lewis on his
hairline on his redemption arc.
Come on, this is a desk made for this matchup, and I think you guys put it very aptly, right? Nuke is going to be a very curious place to kick it all off. Painted as the potential upset. I believe it was Maui said is kind of his upset of the potential.
Unfortunately, Furia just feel very upsettable right now.
Yeah, in all the wrong ways. What I mean, a 5-map losing streak on Nuke is what Dust just alluded to, and that's so odd to apply that to Furia that Richard thought he was talking about Monty.
I think the only guy who would have DM'd more than Dastan coming into this event is MongolZ.
Must be.
And he's on Furia. He's at home, and I can't help but feel like there's going to be something special in there for him. I mean, and for this whole lineup, it's like leading into the major, massive event, home soil event probably means more than the major for MongolZ himself. And with the whole thing about the narratives around Fallen and everything, like this could very well be an early pinnacle for them in the year. And you know they're going to be taking it super seriously.
Just feels like the event where it's like, okay, the recovery has to be now. You've had a couple of off situations. You lose to this new fresh-faced FaZe clan. Ooh. But the best in Tier 2, labeled by Maui Snake.
They just planted. Just like that.
The Gizmi Project. I like that title. Zuu down beneath heaven. We're going to get this flashbang for the retake out of Furia. A 4v5 retake demanded of them with a kit on Fallen. Gizmi's got the double headshot off the Glock. Still going down back behind sight, finding little bits of damage here and there. Fallen, don't die. As he gets onto that defuse, tapping it once, but bomb planted on this front side of the site for BMAS. He's just thinking about getting him off of it.
Oh, it worked!
Perfect cover.
What a retake.
That is what MongolZ is looking for. 3 kills in the pistol, the perfect amount of cover for the 3 HP diffuser. The one guy with the kit had to go for it, and that's going to be Furia pulling off a 4v5 pistol retake.
What an absolutely insane retake. They let them walk into the site, get the bomb planted, into heaven. Gizmi gets 2 kills. 1 trade on a falling headshot.
Yeah.
And the HP was so low. Had to be a one-shot kill there from MongolZ, and he delivered it. MongolZ in Astana has 300 ADR.
See if he can hang on to that.
Maybe if it... headshots, I think.
Was grinning ear to ear on his way out of the player's shuttle and walking into the venue. Obviously, crowd favorite. But a fast move here from Gizmi and BMAS to try to play through main. You're going to meet K27's M4. Quick execution of the 2, and still some presence for Monty outside, but Fallen's going to go ahead, kill Rainmaker. Make sure that one gets cleared up over towards ramp before this could really get problematic in any way whatsoever. There is low HP for 3 players on Furia's camp, but it is Fallen to have a field day. Triple kill.
Okay.
For the oldest dog in the pound.
They didn't even let, they didn't even let that default take place, really. That looked really easy. The pistol round was tough because they weren't ready for the upper hit, but it's not like they lost a bunch of players. They just let that plant go down. But this follow-up round, they get melted away like a cheese string in the microwave, Connor.
I knew you were going to say that. It's been a while. You were due for one. Pistols across for Monty. Let's see what these Deegs have to say. I called Fallen the oldest dog in the pound, but I forget Karrigan just finished playing.
Yeah,
I always forget.
That's true.
Yeah, 36 years old Karrigan, 34 years old Fallen. So second oldest dog in the pound. But one that's got to show that Furia have more bite than bark in Astana.
It's the old Brazilian hot dog.
That's an excellent throwback to 2021, Mohan. Very nice.
Yeah, only like
5 years ago, by the way.
You think there's one person who remembers that line and who's watching right now?
Brazilian hot dogs. Little run boost action. Throw the bomb over. It's going to cause somebody to go downstairs to try to prevent that bomb plant. Afro just wants money. Everybody outside will be killed. So it's all about trying to slip that bomb onto the plant somehow, some way, some direction. Doesn't commit to the B hit. Molodoy's going to gun him down. A few extra shots for the cause. Molodoy keeps 5 players alive here for Furia, so from a 4v5 pistol retake where it felt like Monty were going to walk away with the first round to now very convincing stuff ever since.
Molodoy has not died in Astana. I'm gonna hold on to the headlines as long as I can here.
Man, you're just a propaganda machine.
I really am. I love it.
Really just...
I love it, especially when there's like a home player and a home crowd. Like, that's my favorite thing about Counter-Strike.
Guns come out for Monty. We'll look to see just how much of a test they can offer Furia early days here on map 1. K27 looking to get frisky though. Through the squeaky smoke, he's going to walk right through, and they're trying to spam that intermittently, but he has already challenged beautifully through it. Wow. Azuwu full white off that excellent distraction. Could not have gone better in terms of the tether between Fallen and K27.
And the flash is perfect. There was no choice but to respond to that and turn to trophy. And now everybody's just falling apart.
Yeah, Gizmi's Gonzo. Not a single kill for Monty's squad so far in their first gun round.
This is looking even better than the Falcons' debut.
Well, this one's not a debut. I love the way you move goalposts, Mo. I really do. No one does it like you.
You had to think about it.
I did.
Anything that I said untrue.
Wow, this second best team of 2025 on a 5-map Nuke losing streak is looking better than Karrigan's first map. God, I'd hope so. Molodoy's going to end this with a triple. Still majority alive Furia as we go 4-0 off the rip.
5 kills in total so far for Monty. So, and as we can see, that's affected the CT economy in a beautiful way. They're going to have to do something about it.
It's a beautiful economy.
It's the best they've ever had.
Fast rush here for Monty. Going to try to switch things up, and you do get a player down the vent. You may not get a player out ramp. Fallen will only be able to get the one, but you've already got Molodoy's assist on scene, and sure, there's a player lower, but he doesn't have the bomb. And right now, neither does his teammate. Gonna try to smoke it off to scoop it up. They're gonna keep that pressure on via util and gunfire. Afro just buying a second. Oof. And that's Gizmy dead. Gizmy, who was on the B bomb site, got back up into lobby just to come back to Squeaky to die.
Yeah, they did. Maui was talking about him finding new ways to get down the vents. This didn't seem to be a problem. The last time I said it, it wasn't that cool. But Molodoy has not died in Astana. He's 9-0.
Now your bold claims have real weight behind them. Where do the papers start and the mouse pad end?
Yeah, might as well just write it on the pad.
That would be next level. TOs start banning notes, just start writing on the mouse pad. Fast move again out towards the Squeaky door, this time with guns, and to no avail for the Squeaky players. But at least Gizmy comes through with one. Azuwu's going to get popped by Yakindar. Fast to this response. Where has this Furia been for the last few events?
Oh, Molodoy has died in Astana. They've got a 2v3 now. Gizmy and Afro pretty low. But they're in an interesting spot. Like, K27 won't be able to give them a fight just here.
Kindar a little too late to the nade.
Oh, what a damn grenade that was.
I said too late, but he banks it to perfection, blows Gizmy into tomorrow, and pushes Afro to the 1v3. He'll use that smoke to skate around the site, but he's already been whittled down even further. Poor guy was already sub-half health. There is nothing to stand on in the post plant.
And that was a 40-something damage grenade versus armor, so well placed, perfectly timed there for Yakinder. Furia are getting all the right kills, you know, like very hard retakes, easy rounds where they're just winning duels outside. Everything's looking like headshots for the most part. And to be honest, they're making Monty look not that impressive right now. Every time they've tried to bust out Squeaky, it's been obvious. The best leads they've gotten is actually sneaking out of Hut into the upper floor. But between outside and Squeaky, I'm not really sure if they're fooling Furia.
It's 2 bomb plants halfway through this T side. Both recovered by Furia. And at this rate, we're really going to be scratching our heads and wondering, oh, what could have been if for that pistol post plant? Monty right now looking for the bare bones of a T side. Nice new HUD element here from PGL, love it.
Interesting move here for K27. Is this? Oh no, okay, it's just getting out of dodge.
He does get through. K27 with a quarter health.
He is thinking about it.
Gonna try to play with the little life that he has left over, and he found that perfect timing.
My goodness.
Gizmy gets blindsided. BMAS with the rebuttal. Here comes that Hut push, but it's mistimed from Azuwu. Not able to get that trade frag. Just a slight gap in between. Perfect for Yuri, and then Molodoy back to these lightning quick headshots. Absolutely stuffs Monty's hopes of exiting Hut. You are not allowed onto that A floor this round. No, sir. And the confidence for Furia, for K27 to go for that creepy chase behind them, for them to then shut down that A execute. This is flawless yet again for Furia.
It's a perfect game plan. Everybody looks so sharp, and it's kind of everything again that you'd expect to see coming into Astana for this team. It all adds up, if you ask me. Like, I wouldn't see them and think, oh, it's the pressure that's going to kind of get to them now. They've already delivered here. We've already seen the heights that they can reach.
I have one of those like wispy, whimsical takes where we can't quite explain Furia's fall off. I think having to deal with what is now a new level of pressure in 2026 to try to get Fallen another trophy before he retires, you've got to kind of navigate that space all of a sudden. You know, Molodoy was trying to get better and better in playoffs, trying to find his comfort zone. Very young player whose life has changed immensely.
But the problems were before he announced his retirement.
Yeah, but then, you know, it kind of got extended. You know, they were on the brink to fix it.
Well, I actually think that the retirement thing's going to help.
Okay.
Because I think the problems were like that 6-month period before he announced it. And look at them now today.
How about today?
How about these 7 rounds?
These are the kinds of 7 rounds I like to see from Furia.
Yeah.
Can't win in Brazil for Fallen, at least you could win in Astana for Molodoy. That's an awkward one, but luckily your flashes are very good. It was a very blind Gizme, thanks to Molodoy. And Yuri already all the way out from heaven yet again. This ace site under question, but the answer is more of an exclamation mark. Furia stomp out any embers that could have been. No bomb plant once more. Afro's position well known. And Furia gonna find 8 consecutive round wins so far in this Nuke pick.
Molodoy will get a second death, but that's all they'll get out of this. Again, a severe lack of kills here for Monty, as Furia are just walking all over them.
What's horrifying as well is, like Maui Snake brought up in the veto, with the fact that Inferno was the first ban, opened the door for Overpass, one where Monty are gonna have to try to find success.
And now Rainmaker, as Dust called them, is going to be under question by Richard Lewis on the desk. Everyone was supposed to be on a redemption arc, but it's just not looking too good right now.
Are we going to get Smug Lewis? It's one of the Lewises of all time.
Glass of milk out to the desk for this one. Just for the unnecessary bit. Good. That was on him.
Kindar wins the garage duel. Another successful opening duel for Furia. And Kindar able to hang on to the garage control. So everybody downstairs, go ahead, try to hide down in the tunnels. Make a run towards that B bomb site. We've already got the rotations underway, and because Monty are trying to play professional Counter-Strike, they're going to be cautious about the approach, not skip protocols, but all this does is give that time over for Furia to bolster the B site.
They're literally so incredibly prepared for this eventuality. Now it's that they only have 2 players here. But with Fallen up at clock, this is sort of a rare position for 2 different CTs to have. First kill goes the way of K27. Second is a trade. But again, it's all a layup.
Fallen blindsides and activates from backside. They'll know about him now. He's just trying to dodge that next threat. Ooh.
Yeah, that was nice. That was perfect.
Puts a shot to the back of the head of Rainwaker.
Oh,
who
so
is this guy? Is that Fallen?
No.
Is that Fallen that I see? 3 kills deep into the round, working that rifle like it's nothing, and being a driving force of this uptick in Furia. Furia in Kazakhstan are no joke so far.
Not at all. This is pretty incredible.
God damn.
I can't believe Fallen can play this well. Just an overall. Oh, after all these years.
Gabriel go big Toledo.
He can just not retire, I feel like, if he doesn't want to.
He could change his mind.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I like about what he did,
like,
right?
With that play right there, there's at least 3 more years in him.
Because he didn't walk out on that stage and retire. He walked out on that stage and announced that he would retire. Right? Something we knew would come eventually, but because there's no certainty, come on, cancel it.
Yeah.
Oh! Come on!
Oh!
There's still time, Fallen!
Oh, you can just cancel it!
10 more years!
You don't have to go, Fallen.
10 more rounds.
You see a play like that, he's got at least 3 or 4 more years. You're not gonna fall. That's not all gonna disappear in the next 9 months.
Come on.
Change your mind. It could be your greatest prank so far.
It's just for the documentary.
I bet every time he hits a clip like that, his eyes just well up a little bit. Like, oh, why did I say anything?
There's no way. Like, I don't understand how a professional player can go from being able to do things like that to just, you know, it's like they all talk about how much they miss it. Don't be that guy falling.
It's like they say in Denmark, like a sportsman dies twice. I think that's definitely one of his biggest fears. He's been doing this for so long, and I mean, dude, look at it. If he could do that.
I'm sure he has a wholesome, rewarding, heart-filled life back home, but nothing feels as good as that quad kill fallen. And that's no offense to your wife.
Ever hit like a ramp hold.
Come on.
Okay.
Versus Tech9s.
Headshots.
To break the 5-map losing streak of Nuke nonetheless. Come on. Fast move out through Squeaky. Gonna dive that bomb site. Still Monty on the prowl for a single round on this T side. You've got Yakinder in position. Util over the top. And here we go. Monty looking to break through in round 11. 3 consecutive kills coming out through Monty. At this point, it's kind of gloves off, Hail Mary moments. They gunned down that B bomb site.
And it was just Rainwaker's first 2 kills that are resulting in a round that should just be 1.
Should be. And at this rate, will be. Smoke fades towards Squeaky, and it's an insta-kill for Afro. So, congratulations, Monty. You haven't gotten skunked.
Did you make it up? Skunked?
Skunked?
I like that.
Yeah, getting skunked. 13-0.
Because if you got 13-0'd,
you stink. Nailed it. What you gonna do?
Oh, that's a lot of utility and stuff. It doesn't really matter. Actually, terrorists win. Would have liked to keep that. So they all speak British now, eh?
Gives me. Big fan of this guy, though, actually.
I know, me too.
Yeah, the Gives Me
Not
evolution.
the best game.
No, I know.
To talk about that, but yeah, we have watched some good maps from Monty.
The desk did such a good job of, building up the hype that Monty have earned.
And now Richard is just going to dunk on them.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Because look at this.
Yep. It's a long grind to build your way out of Tier 2. And all of that building can be washed away in about 15 minutes of Nuke. But this is still the T side of Nuke. It's just the nature of some of the rounds. The fact that it was 0 kills for multiple players as long as it was. You build your way up through Tier 2. You win a LAN event over the likes of Heroic, over the likes of Big. You're feeling bigger and better than ever. And then Furia give you a quick dash of reality. Because today, you are their victims. At least so far in this first half of map 1. Looking like the 11-1. 4 versus 2 situation here for Furia. Yakinder can just keep it passive. Ooh, nice
never
shot. Moneymaker hits the headshot. And Yuri from the back of the site gets the instant trade. It's a Gives Me 1v3 denied. Furia will give you 1 round to feel better about yourself and then instantly right back to winning ways.
That was actually a work of art of a half out of Furia.
Yeah, that was fun.
At the expense of Monty. I think they'll only be sort of validated as if the tournament rolls on and Furia continue to play this well. Because as it stands so far, they're looking like they're on pace to make it to another grand finals. That's about as hard of a half as you could go up against. Fallen is 14-3 in the end. He has multiple multi-kills. K27 does the same thing. Molodoy went 9-0. Lots of op kills in there. They won retakes on disadvantaged situations. So
really can't find any Furia shortcomings in this half, can we?
Not a fun half for Monty.
No.
So he has a mouse pad.
He has a white mouse pad.
And then a black one as well on top of it?
It's really just asking for trouble, a white mouse pad.
Yeah, that's kind of insane. Guess you can't see the skin cells that way.
I feel like you see the dirt worse. We are a bunch of gritty gamers at the end of the day.
Okay, how long can you last, Monty? CT side comeback. Top fragger has 4 kills.
Instant charge forward for Furia. They're going to try to finish this one with tempo, but 2 sets of Berettas out there on the field. One of them gets pinched, and then the second from BMAS is trying to hang on. There's the support from Rainwaker. Ooh, and BMAS hits another headshot. Molodoy's been confirmed. A 1v2 for the local.
Ooh, nice shot.
Rainwaker executes, and we will have something to talk about. Monty kick this CT side off with a pistol victory.
That's the thing about Rainwaker these days, going for more headshots. Couple more. That was his problem on Liquid. Too many body shots, and he wasn't zone picks. Solid hold, I think, on the back of the site here.
Yes, it was. BMAS, the Berettas, a 3v4 pistol victory for Monty. So even wrestling back from a man disadvantage. One deagle for Furia, spamming away outside.
Tom Gizmeyer. Just not even. I'm glad you laughed. It doesn't even really make sense at all.
If you don't know,
Context is insane.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a joke for about 6 people. Sorry, no offense to Tom Biz. Yeah, Tom Biz, Valorant commentator extraordinaire from Counter-Strike. Tom Biz and Pansy, really our great claims to fame over there in the Valorant realm. Both British, of course. These British commentators, I tell you.
Great at English.
They're all over the place. They're so good that even the ones that sound identical both have jobs.
Shout out to Hugo and Henry. That's who you're going for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They decide to give up the element of surprise, stomp this one down. Just want a little bit of money. It's a humble ask.
It's not even planting.
Well then.
Oh, they can die. Whoa, you're saving a... What was that?
All right, Mo, you're the color commentator. Break that one down.
Furia just love to do this.
This is your job.
They just want to make a game that's in the palm of their hand just unnecessarily close all of a sudden.
Not enough.
Don't show them that you're capable of a round like that, Furia.
Right, right.
That should have 100% been an attempt at a bomb plant. Why didn't they? Did they not have it in their hands on the site?
I was talking about Tom Biz.
What about it?
I kind of didn't keep an eye on the bomb.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was... Maybe it didn't make it there, got shot down.
Fast rush out through Hut again. Trying to storm the bomb site, and the SMG prevails for the double. Ooh, but you get caught on your lurk. Yuri.
Oh, he gets spammed! No way, Yuri!
Yes, sir. And so, round 12 in the palm of their hands. Furia to make up for mistakes, but Afro does slip the net through that spam in a sea of smoke grenades.
It's a great smoke.
He will try to walk this into the back of the bomb site, but predicted by Molodoy, and Furia charge down that A site, not wasting a moment off of the back of their mistake, trying to make you forget they made it by simply taking that A site by storm.
Yuri looking like Rain Man right now.
It's Rain Waker.
I know. He's talking about the movie.
Oh, right.
And he's just like reading this position. It's like a genius.
It's a tough pill to swallow, Monty. You were starting to build up the slightest bit of a hope that your CT side would give you something to make a respectable score. Now it's going to have to be off the back of double MP9s and a 3v5 on top of that one. So Furia are not pulling any punches. They are here to not just win today, but to dominate Monty.
Unfortunately, abysmal on openings, abysmal on multis, just like volume of frags, clutch rounds, anything like that. There aren't really any metrics to help out Monty in this match. Would have just needed to be a good CT side all of a sudden. And it doesn't seem like we're going to get that.
This was meant to be your champion Tier 2, and Furia have stomped them out of the server on their own map pick. Monty have struggled with this one. It was such an ice-cold start individually in the contrast to the fiery Furia players. Kind of felt done before it ever got started, and yeah, sure, 1 round in the first half, a pistol victory to give us the slightest uptick in hope. But now this 3v5 to be surrounded inside of the A play, and we see Furia just kind of pump the brakes for a second, making sure that they don't fall by making another awkward loss like that B bomb site attempt without the plant. And so there can be high hopes for the Furia fans at home that they are not going to waste the opportunity to give MongolZ a real chance here in Astana. The 5-map nuke streak that Dust alluded to has come to an end. Furia a quick and convincing victory to kick this off versus Monty.
And you did call it, Connor and Mohan. Yes, we're going to roast them a little bit now because we worked so hard on getting the narrative, talking about how they were the best Tier 2 team. That was more like Monty Python that turned up. I don't know which players were on the server. Was it Rainwaker or was it Dogwater? Was it Afro or was it Afrod? Was it Bemas or was it Bumass? What was going on today?
The life of Bemis.
There it is.
This is why I stopped watching Tier 2 Counter-Strike.
You know what's funny, Maui, is like, this is actually a statement of fact. We worked the most one-sided game in history in an arena when Vitality beat Gamer Legion and Rivals. It was the least amount of kills the team had ever gotten on the losing side. We have gotten near that. We're technically inside of an arena. Okay, it's not quite an arena match, but technically inside the arena. That first half was insanely bad.
How many kills was it?
It was less. It was actually less. I think the record was like 20 something.
In an
it
arena.
was less than that in the first half. Yeah.
It was in the teens.
Yeah,
it
was real bad.
Like that, right?
It was. Really
So it's your fault, basically. It's you guys. Whenever you work together, we just get this.
I mean, yeah. I kind of can't.
Pay attention, PGL. You know what to do.
Truthfully, I can't believe that Monty couldn't get anything more out of this, and I can't believe Furia played this well either.
Actually, I'm gonna say very surprising.
I honestly feel like Furia needed this so badly because just when you look at the trajectory of what Furia's been doing this year, and particularly just how bad they looked in Fort Worth, losing to a brand new phase, losing to Gamer Legion, just not looking anything like the team that used to be a title contender. And now you're coming back to MongolZ's home soil. You obviously are in an event now where, look, there is no Vitality here. There is no Navi here. There is always the option now to win with the 2 best teams in the world not present. And Furia should be one of those teams that's in the conversation. They kind of played their way out of it through a lot of this year, but having a bold win like this, I think, really hopefully does.
It's one map.
It is.
It's one map.
It is. I'm grasping at straws here, Maui, because there's not a lot of content to talk about when it comes to the match itself. So I'm thinking of wider storylines.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, obviously, as well, the bad news for Monty is we are going to be going to Overpass. We'll talk about that in a moment. Instead, let's continue to pour the plaudits on Furia. I mean, look, it goes without saying. We set up all of the talk about Fallen and how it'd be great for him to get more trophies in his cabinet. Is there a Tier 1 player that you feel that way about more than K27? Remember, K27 spent all of his career pretty much here. Yeah. Like all of his prime years. And he's a guy who's so good, should have way more trophies in the cabinet than he does.
Well, here's the thing. Everyone's always going to say that Nico is the best player and not have won a major. K27 is probably next on the list, or very close to it, in my opinion.
Listen, it might be a hot take, but it's a good hot take.
Yeah.
Guardian's up there.
Yeah,
Guardian's up there for sure. Yeah. I would just say he's on the list. I think he's on the list.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is that for K27, though, the problem with trying to root for a guy like that is that he was kind of he kind of went the Tapson route. He kind of just said that he was gonna always stick with this team. He was gonna be a lifer forever, and that's cool. But when we see the wasted potential, I have a harder time feeling sorry for a guy that says, I'm going to stick with this team no matter what, when I'm sure there were other offers there. I mean, this team is itself switched to English. They say it's easier to speak English when you play Counter-Strike than it is to speak Portuguese. So the world was his oyster for quite some time here.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't feel it out for him.
I want to say, I remember back in the By the Numbers days when they announced that 5-year contract deal, we used to roast them all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you think about the bullets that he's dodged, like he didn't join Team Liquid, that looked like it was going to be a bad idea for a while. Definitely made the right decision. on that one.
Yeah, the international to K27 instead of bringing K27 to international.
Yeah, exactly.
What happened? And again, like they were to me, obviously Vitality's the story of the year of last year because of the era that they created.
Oh yeah,
and they've gone on to be the GOAT now, in my opinion. I think that Furia was kind of the story of the second season, though. I mean, those 3 titles they won in a row, and then they won 4 in total that season. Not many people were getting trophies last year other than Vitality, and they were able to manage to do a lot of it. So I want to see them back to that level because that's what made them so fun. Like when this roster first came out on paper, no one expected them to be a title contender. A lot of people were like, well, Yakindar, he's not even in shape. Like, what is he going to be able to do? They're going fully, international. Maladoy, who's out of pure obscurity.
Falling on a rifle.
Yeah, falling on a rifle. Like, there's just so many things that seem to stack against this roster being able to do something, yet they look so impressive. And I want them to get back to that point. And this is just one map. This is just the first match of this tournament. But again, they just needed a spark, in my opinion, because it's just been a lot of negative storylines around them, I feel like. So getting a spark is nice.
Yeah, and like I say, look, I expect them to make playoffs, and then they're definitely going to be one of the home teams here. We expect a big pop for Spirit, but you're definitely going to have the advantage of that if you're Furia as well. You're going to get that home crowd pop for as long as Molodoy's in this team every time you come to an Astana event. Probably not worth doing, but let's do it. Let's set up Overpass. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. We've got a job to do. I just think it can't really get any worse for Monty at this point. Sure, it's like, I think Fallen calls the best Overpass out of any of the IGLs I've seen. I hope Karrigan gives up on the map, frankly, with Falcons. I hope that stays a permaban over there. But ultimately, I don't know. I don't know how Monty are going to get into this.
Yeah, they actually haven't won a map of Overpass with this team offline. And even their core 4 has not done well on this map in the past. They don't play it that much either. Meanwhile, Furia was the team of Overpass last year. They've been a little bit colder, recently, but the different level of competition involved in that. I do think there's just like some key mismatches here. Like when you think about this A side of the map, Yakindar and Azu are going to be battling both ways. They're both, A attackers and A defenders. And I just feel like if Yakindar's in shape, that's a matchup that they're going to be able to win a lot. And then also, as much as Afro has looked sharp in Tier 2 competition, I'm not sure how he's going to stack up against a guy like Maladoy. And we all know how important the AWP is, particularly defensively on this map. Kind of scaling back slowly on the A side, moving it around, being more dynamic, being aggressive. I feel like Maladoy is just a guy that you count on more often to be able to handle those situations. So I think this is a big mismatch.
Well, this is the map that they generally want to ban. I'm a little bit confused that they even went for the route of banning Inferno instead of Overpass. So I think the Azuwu problem, like you've already mentioned, is a big one. He's only had, I think, 3 tournaments with Monty this year where he's had above a 1.0 rating. As an A rifler, that's already just not good enough.
Your star spot.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And to not have that is huge on the map.
He barely went positive in KD in the CCT Global Finals, which they won, by the way. So if he's under the spotlight here, I don't feel like he's going to be able to live up to this kind of task.
Yeah, I just feel Furia called this map too well, and ultimately, on that CT side, it's hard if you can't hold the sites. I mean, like once the site is gone, you're just on a save. It's got that kind of Inferno energy in that regard. So I don't know. I'd love Monty to give us a game here because we came in with some high hopes for.
I don't think the Molodoy Afro mismatch is as bad as you're making it out to be. I mean, he's really. I know that I just labeled Monty as the best Tier 2 team. He has been the best Tier 2 opera, practically speaking. Like he has been so wildly consistent for this team in the last 6 months. I think. Of all of the events, I think they've played something like 20 events or something, and only 3 of them he had a sub 1.0 KD. Like his consistency, his defensive style has led to he doesn't create losing conditions almost ever. So I think that he might not be as active as you want from an Overpass opper, but he's one that definitely is not going to make too many mistakes. So I think that if I'm going to look to anybody to carry Monty through this one, it's got to be their best player, and that's been Afro for me for the last few months.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, my big problem with him would just be I don't know what his fluency is going to be on Overpass. I mean, I think this is a map that is very technical, and the op just has so much weight on it. I do think he's performed very well elsewhere. I do think that he has done great things, but this is just a tough one when you're going to Overpass. But, definitely it seems like Furia should be able to find the 2-0 here is probably the call we're looking for.
All right then, guys. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll be into the action on Overpass. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
My next interview is with a very special guest, and this time last year we saw MongolZ join Furia. I remember you feeling confident, playing in your first big event. It was home country, home soil. So this was your rookie year, right? It was your first big event. No trophies then, no MVP medals, no anything to look at. But what emotions and feelings do you have right now coming back to this event as the player you are today? Like all the things that have changed for you.
For my mind, I think nothing to change, but I'll say maybe I'll take responsibility in Kazakhstan how player. And yeah, for me it's all. For me it's nothing to change. I'm a normal guy.
Now, when we did an interview and we were talking at the beginning of this year, you had a new approach. You've always been very confident, always, but you were telling me you were watching more of your own demos, trying to see your mistakes and what you were looking to make improvements. But it is, when I look at your gameplay, maybe sometimes we're missing the magic of MongolZ. You have some very high moments, but the consistency has dropped compared to what we saw before. Do you understand why?
I think I understand why, but for my mind, I want to change my game, and I want to change game to help my team. And maybe before I'll play a little bit to individual game and a little bit to myself. And for me, it's not so good because you're not playing to win the game. You're playing with team.
Yeah.
In Counter-Strike, this is a competitive player. If it's maybe individual game, yeah, I can do something magical. But when you play with team, you need to play for only team. Yeah, you can do sometimes magical, but you cannot win trophies individual. This is problem. You can maybe kill everybody, but you're still losing. But when you're losing, you are not happy. This is problem. But yeah, I think I'll try to change my mind. I will try to improve myself, and I'll try to improve not only myself and only, I'll say, to my team as well. And yeah, I'll try to change my play all.
Could you explain to me how you are then helping the team with this change? Like what kind of things are you trying to do?
I'll say we are talking a lot of time about system, how can I help every time. And I think I'll try to do not more individual game, individual play. And for me it's all because when I joined the Furia, sometimes I can do individual game, sometimes I can take overpicking, and maybe this is problem sometimes. Yeah, but I'm still confident. I'm not losing my confidence.
Good.
I think I never lose my confidence.
That's very important because Counter-Strike is a game of confidence as well. Now, obviously, this event is kind of similar to Rio because Rio is so important for the Brazilians. This one is so important for you. But do you feel like this event, especially considering not just that it's in Kazakhstan, but you played so well last time around, you have a special feeling that you guys can turn it around now and have a deep run again?
I'll say you want to win this tournament for sure. And yeah, for me, this is the same in Brazil because how people support in Brazil, this is, for me, this is the same in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
But for me, only for me, I'll say Kazakhstan people like me and support me. And I very appreciate this. I want to say thank you for these guys who come to watch me, who come to support me. I very like this because, you know, it's hard to explain who are not sitting on me.
Yeah.
We want to win this tournament for sure, but we are not overthinking about, and we don't overpressure selfing. And we just enjoy this game and play Counter-Strike because it is a dream, it is our life.
It is a dream to do, right? And it's a lot of fun to do on there
Yeah.
as well. You ready though for stepping back onto a stage, making playoffs, going for this deep run? Because I remember, right, the first time you took the microphone from me, you were talking to, you had that confidence. Now it's going to be even better, right? If you can do it again.
Yeah, of course I can do. Why not?
I look forward to it, man. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good luck going into the tournament. And let's
so
see what
much.
you can do in Astana 2026.
Thank you. Let's see.
That was a hopeful-sounding MongolZ interview with James Banks, and that was obviously prior to this first map. I'd say, Mo, things couldn't have gone any better for Furia coming out of the gate here versus Monty on their map pick of Nuke. Now we switch over to Overpass, where we've got to see Monty be able to actually weaponize this 7-map pool that they try to play. This is one of those places where we haven't quite seen the best of them, and on top of it, Furia, #1 Overpass team of 2025, as claimed by Maui Snake previously in the pregame. And so to say they've got their hands full today would be an understatement.
Yeah, I mean, their Overpass is tremendous. It's like, and they look like they've already kind of got it all out of the way. They've got the first map, looked excellent. Literally all 5 players gave us rounds, including Fallen, MongolZ at the forefront of it. I'm expecting nothing less than just a total stomp. No shade to Monty whatsoever, even though Richard said bum ass, which is crazy. Really enjoyed that one. It's just that this is their story right now, and they're totally in it. I think if they had trouble in the first map, then they wouldn't be totally bought into that. But I think everything they probably told themselves before this event started, after practice, post-Rio, it's kind of just all come to fruition instantly. And for now, like, the only real next test is going to be the other team that they play moving forward. So at least for the fun of it, they're going to have to try very hard to make sure their T side looks good. But that's how it always goes on Overpass. They will enjoy their map pick. Counterflash is just as good as the initiation.
Both players walk away from that fight. A little awkward, but hey, means the round's still very much alive. Long flash for MongolZ to take his challenge, and that's a huge fallback here from Monty, so a ton of open space for MongolZ to try to claim if he wants to. Oh. Suzu found that, a little pick off in the front of bathrooms. Yukindar will be the first victim of map 2. And a creepy, crawly Furia still all over the map, banking on this last smoke grenade from Fallen.
Man, they got to start pushing long, I feel like. Or they take their peek off short. They need to get some info back, because right now they don't have the CTs in place to actually stop the B hit unless the dualies go buck wild.
Confirms that K27 is still nearby. MongolZ finds a P250 headshot.
They haven't moved yet, so they're starting to walk over, but haven't get smoked.
Brainwaker, head tucked in the mud. Scott Gizmy on arrival. Bomb is to be planted. An overstep from Gizmy puts him on full display for K27, and it's BMAS to come through with the double kill. A nice graffiti peek for the double down. Heaven still smoked, but soon to fade, and once it does, K27's 16 health is going to be very much exposed, so it feels like MongolZ is going to have to be the guy to end this.
Oh, you've got to get that shot, surely. Okay.
Had plenty of chances, but doesn't find a kill. MongolZ back to the Heaven duel, finds that one, draws the last forward, and what a sequence from the P250 of the local hero.
Seriously. Might be international, to be honest, and just also extra local, but he does get like the kind of the triple passport. Like he's a hero in Brazil.
Yeah.
He's a hero here in Kazakhstan.
Yes.
And then just kind of a hero to all.
Just a hero to all
rookie superstars. You know what I mean? It's just like everybody.
Are we all a little bit of Molodoy?
We are all Molodoy this week.
If you haven't already been won over by his rookie year, I don't know. If you don't cheer for the hometown hero, I think you're a bit of a freak. So, oh, hey there.
Good eyes on you, Kinder.
Hey there.
I mean, yeah.
Shockingly.
I mean, yeah, he's like literally, it's on his, basically on his glasses.
I think it's actually a good nose on you, Kindar. Sniffs those pixels till he finds BMAS stuck in connector.
Unfortunately, that was an argument for being that close to your monitor. I don't know if you see that otherwise.
I do feel like, as of late, he'd kind of taken a small step back.
Yes, it looks a little bit more healthy now for his eyes, for sure.
My criticism was always, you know, I truly don't believe you could see your radar.
Yeah, he had to, he'd almost turn his head to do it. But he'd have to do a huge flick with his eyeballs to look at it, yeah.
And so every time I'd see Yakindar maybe be like 5 steps out of position, I'd be like, wow, it's because he's so close, can't see his radar. It opens the doors for critics like me.
It also feels like the game would be a little scarier.
True.
When you're that close. It's funny that, I mean, people who maybe don't play Counter-Strike but just watch don't know, but you can definitely get jump scared in this game. This is a horror game.
It's the thrill of an FPS when your life is on the line. I love artificially tapping. That was a tough one. That was really tough. Let's all pretend that didn't happen. We can just walk away.
I'm going to repeat what you said. Artificially. That's great.
Artichoke spinach dip. I like to artificially tap into my brain's fight or flight response.
Oh yeah, you just evoke it?
Yeah, that's what I feel like playing video games is. You know?
You're simulating the hunt.
Exactly. I hear there's nothing quite like killing a man, and, well, I'd rather stay out of jail, so...
Who told you that? Exactly.
I'm going to protect my sources.
Okay.
It was Richard Lewis. He says, once you get your 2 hands on their neck...
I'm not going to say who it is. It's Richard Lewis.
Not saying that guy died, but his life flashed before his eyes. So will Monty in this one, but it's going to be a very quick blink with just pistols in hand. A fast clash to the back. 10's money. Actually kind of denied because the fire kills 2.
Yeah, true. Could have been double that. Molodoy has not died on overpass in Astana.
Okay. Here he is again. The eternal goalpost mover. Ooh. Yakindar dies, though. P250 upside the head. Now Fallen with a chance to make a bit more money. The money that could have been made already.
Is that an upgrade? I think so.
MP9 over Mac 10.
Yeah. They're both great. That's kind of the point.
They're both great.
5-0 start here from Molodoy.
Still hasn't died. On overpass in Astana.
And at the end of Nuke, he barely did. Barely died much.
Very fair.
He's going to get the graphic, I think. He'll be the one with the graphic at the end of the series. It's going to have a huge number on it. It's going to be the graphic of the day.
A number that should inevitably go down as this event moves forward.
And they should put him in his traditional garb from last year.
Yes.
Or from the HLTV Awards with the graphic and do the whole thing.
Yeah, you're thinking of James Banks.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Molodoy was best dressed at the HLTV Awards.
Freya takes offense to that.
Yeah, but, I mean, you got to go back and look at Molodoy.
I wish our country had some kind of cool regional outfit I could put on.
Yeah, just plaid.
Yeah, I guess a Canadian tuxedo would be just denim, right? Yeah. Catch me hosting the next award show in one of those. Sorry, Freya, we're doing jeans.
Okay, Oni.
Oh, what a bum. No, Mohan, I prepared my speech.
All right, the walkout in for K27. An empty site. What's it going to do with all this information? Take it to a new extreme. Oh, he'll get spotted. But Afro, he's looking to just hold the line. They're going to be aware of this, so I think Afro's got to make one more move, and Gizmy goes down.
Bomb still floating on T-spawn. Afro and Azuwu with defensive frags for Monty. There goes your man advantage, but here comes your additional volley of utils.
And here comes a boost.
Yeah, that boost is going to try to give them vision.
Yeah.
Of course. And they tried to even walk it into position as opposed to just jumping up in case he was watching it, but they still kind of got caught off by it. Now you're getting caught off by Yakindar being inside of the A site. Never would you have thought that in a 3 versus 3, he'd still be up on A. And so blindsided by it, BMAS, a hopeful op save is all that's really left here. This is a no-kit situation, maybe an exit frag and a save if you're really lucky. But Furia play their options, walk into the A site, meet resistance, commit to B with the bomb still floating back in spawn. I love that they kept those options open.
Kind of a tight spot.
And 4-0 secured.
4-0, everyone dead. And Furia, again, just rolling through this easily. They'll get themselves another half buy to chew through.
I mean, this is really what the world wanted, right? Furia back to winning ways.
Entire planet.
Yes. Minus Monty, their players, and their families.
Yes.
But it's a numbers game, folks.
Right.
Just kind of.
I'm sure even like their families and stuff would be kind of happy. It's like game is game, you know. You got to respect it a little bit.
Yeah, I love you, Gizmy, but got to say,
but we're not in the UK,
right?
Gizmy's dad. Yeah. You did it just a little bit, like deepened it for his father.
Yes. Proud of you, Gizmy, but he's from Kazakhstan, isn't he? Read the room, Gizmy.
Just scolding him now.
You're supposed to cheer for me, Dad.
Okay, that didn't sound like him anymore.
I don't know what Gizmy sounds like, actually. I've not had a conversation with him.
Damn. It's just too easy, isn't it?
For some, Launders, for some. And for some today, because this is not the Furia we've been getting accustomed to seeing for all the wrong reasons. But right now, it's looking lights out for Overpass T-side. A total takeover of the A site with quite literally 0 resistance. This was guns in hand, by the way.
I made this video about Furia and like why they're in trouble, and it was before like Fallen made that announcement.
Yeah, very threatening, Launders.
Yeah, just because it was like it was basically mostly about MongolZ and Yakinder specifically. I also mentioned that Fallen threatens retirement every year, but actually the way that he retired almost gave me more faith that, you know, it wasn't just like all of a sudden. The thing was with MongolZ and Yakinder that their individual form dropped off so much, and they were just the key pieces of the aggressive openers and all of the clutches and the op shots. So it's just the most important parts of the puzzle. And one of my arguments was that like K27 has always just been a good player. So it's not like, you know, his form last year wasn't the reason that Furia became really strong. I think his stats just got better because he was the same consistent player, but now he had MongolZ and Yakinder to take openings for him.
Yep.
And Yakinder last map also showed us like that is the big difference. He can set up both K27 and Yuri for those closing moments. And he was fantastic back on Nuke and continues to be here on Overpass too.
Is Fallen threatening us to retire every year a form of abuse?
Yeah. But I kind of like it.
Yeah.
So
my fault.
Make it exciting. Yeah. Don't kink shame, Connor.
I'm to blame.
exciting.
Ooh, didn't spot it, but gave away the audio cue to this fountain push. This is a good play from Azuwu. We'll see if it pays off. Yeah, it will. Blindsides Yekindar for man advantage, so we'll see if they can put a quick stop to this Furia streak. 6th round of play for the CT side.
Similar problem to last time, though there is now an impending flank, but you can tell that like Monty are a little bit worried about pushing it too far, so I don't know if Azuwu goes for this. Right now, they need more help in B.
Get that op moving down in Afro. He'll take to the heaven angle momentarily. Yuri with a great clear inside of connector. That's Gizmi down for the count. Catching the barrel's swing is Molodoy with the op. Bolstering that short rifle, but it's 3 players to try to cross through BMAS's angle. No need really, as Fallen actually just punches in the digits. They get away with that bomb plant, and now it'll be eyes on the flank at the right moment. It does boil down to Azuwu hitting this timing. But with just this heavy emphasis on the short side, they've got to find a way to make this post plant awkward. The long flank killing Fallen would have been the way to do that. But this man's got eyes in the back of his head. Evolved in the Counter-Strike realm for over a decade. Molodoy continues to tear it up from the short side, and Monty still 6 rounds in without a single round win.
You can have that 5v4 and that deepened A push, but if it's not going to be the A play, you just need to immediately stack B. Like, we know this B site is so takeable. It basically always has been, even when Overpass was like the most CT-sided it's ever been. This was always the weaker site, the easier one to take. Just because of the openness of where you can throw flashes into, how you can approach from Monster. Sometimes you can take it just with Monster alone, but when you have Monster and Short, 2 CTs back there, it's just not enough. Like, it's, you know, once in a while you're going to get a great hold, but it's a big gamble. You need tons of support, and there's just as many open lines for the CTs to fight as there are for the Ts. But I think they weren't really recognizing like the urgency of the threat there. Boost up the spot short. No one's coming out short right now. Oh, he's ready to see that bounce. Yeah. No, suspicious.
It's a matter of millimeters. Trying to push these shorter weapons forward. Set up by the Afro op in the middle of the pack.
And of course, they picked the right time to go A. But I don't mind the move out of Monty. It's decisive. They cleared out short. They're going to be now paranoid about the right thing. Oh, the bomb's going back the other way. No way they're actually making this into a double fake. And it's just all within a default, which is crazy. They never really exec B. They never really exec A. But they are juggling the CTs extremely efficiently.
CTs that remain majority on B for the time being. 35 seconds. Nobody to check that long smoke, but you will catch Molodoy trying to set up util. So well-timed on that peek. Yakindar's position confirmed, and the walkout through Monster denied. This is just set up by that sheer numbers of CT players on B. It's going to be a Hail Mary attempt if they try to get through this, but another blindsiding moment here as Gizmi pushes into Yakindar, and Rainwaker's MP9 absolutely shreds. Triple kill on Monster Pipe. That is a shutdown and a half of Furia 7 rounds into this game.
That's pretty excellent, and man, they even stayed active towards A. Even though they got kind of pulled back up to that site when it was sort of ended up being a fake, they pushed through it to get info back, caught a Sayers player lurking down, and then they knew for sure it was going to be B. They were doubled up at the mouth of Monster this time instead of playing at headshot where they've been failing and behind the site where they've been failing, so nice adaptations here from Monty.
Boosted op, which was damn near spotted a round ago, gets away with its setup, but
so careful about how they come up here. These windows of timing are very small, but Furia are making sure not to make any mistakes during them.
It's the kind of tiny timings that they know very well, being as adept on this map as they are. Forces Afro to make his move forward, smoking off his perch, and he will clip Yuri's wings. Man advantage Monty, looking for consecutive round wins. Much needed at this point of a CT side. We've got Fallen's answer coming through already. He's got that separated duel versus Azulu done for. Insta-kill for Yakindar. Long-range headshot from Long is clean stuff.
Afro's worried about everything, but he's been good on the proactivity. Let's see if he swings out for another.
Nicely done up close. That'll be Fallen dropped. Long player yet to fully commit here, and Afro tries to go and clear him. Yakindar's headshots have been crisp in this round. 25 to the clock, and the bomb wants to move through bathrooms. Yakindar just kind of baits out that shot, and it's MongolZ to capitalize on the frazzled BMAS in the heat of the moment, giving away his spot. No frags for it. It is all Afro to try to stop this round, and he is not enough of a one-man army to prevent Furia from finding 7-1.
It's very close to perfection here between the great shots that are getting hit and also just their setups. The mollies are zoning them, the flashes are getting them, map control, like they're doing everything as sort of like, you know, easily and safely at the same time as they possibly can. It's just looks very hard to play against, to be honest, and everything Afro did, it looked correct, apart from maybe the approach towards Long, but at that point his teammates were dead. He knew he was going to get cleared off the signpost. I can't blame him for trying to be active.
Walk right through this, huh? Find Gizmy blind. He's gonna just dive behind the pillar.
Oh, they're both safe.
A lot of bodies on scene, though, for the CTs. Zulu kills Yakindar.
Oh, that's
you walk back through that,
he
BMAS.
made that up.
Yep. Unfortunately, bit of a liability. And that now it's man advantage secured for Furia. Heaven players exposed. Rainwaker's given up his position. They know about the short play and a Zulu to 14 health. It's an awkward one momentarily, but perfect clear by MongolZ. No rush, no panic, no pressure. And a smoke grenade to meet Afro up in heaven means site players alone.
Oh, he snuck the bomb through the site to go back to A. MongolZ can come to try to cut this off. Afro wants to be first.
Battle of the Oppers. Afro lands it. Nice reposition from him.
I mean, this is just very difficult now for Fallen.
Oops.
Ooh, and a shot gets missed for Afro. There's enough time to do either thing.
I mean, low HP Azulu on the flank.
If Fallen figures this out, he can't retire. I mean, and I think he has.
Oh, he's ahead of the timing. Afro gonna get blindsided by that. And yeah, he's gonna go for the plant here. Azulu fast on the flank. He's already got this. Oh, meant to, but Azulu a half second ahead of it. Single bullet would have gotten the job done there for Fallen. Damn near wins the 1v2, but it's a single player alive for Monty as they secure another round. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Close, but no cigar, Mr. Toledo.
This is a good round for Mizzou. I think the 3 kills that he got. And also Afro's early rotation helped out a ton. Fallen made it a meal, but that's actually 3 on the round there for Azulu.
Azulu crouches, bullet goes right over his head. Tough pill to swallow here for BMAS as he gets hit by the nade down to 60. They'll try this multiple body short setup again. Ooh, they were just watching for that boost.
But it's coming in late now, so... Oh, it's so awkward.
K27 stomping all the while, but it feels like they didn't fall back fast enough. Flash makes it awkward as well for Monty, so 5v4 Furia secured in the 10th.
I feel like their flashes have just been so good this series.
That a 5v3.
Rocking a hard place here for Monty. Oh, chance for a kill. Should be able to lock that down. Yep, good one here for Gizmy. Got the double bathroom setup. Walkout is covered. Now Afro's got to cross his toes and hope that he can find a way to make this a sequence. Oh my God!
Stops, and the coverage is there.
He just, because he's lining up the nade. That
Just
was so
stops right in front of it.
crazy.
Runs the entire time.
I've never seen that.
And just stops.
Stops. His face just sticking out. He just doesn't move. That's unreal.
Bless you, Launders. Bless your sweet, sweet soul.
That means my nose is going to start running now.
And you're going to start casting like this.
Yeah.
Hey. Don't worry, Mo. I think this one's over soon.
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of as precipitated coming into the match.
Needs to pull back the curtain, but 8-2 T-side out of Furia. Just such a good start to the event for the hopes that everybody wants, which is in a field without Vitality. We've got an event that's suddenly open again.
Yeah.
Which, again, I'm happy to watch Vitality win. I'm all for an era. But at the same time, these events without them are perfect to kind of figure out who's going to be the next challenger. And in a world where now Falcons has a new hero at the helm, we needed Furia to get this stance going, because people already started to talk about, yeah, oh, the Falcon Spirit Finals. Oh, that Falcon Spirit Finals. Well, no, not with this version of Furia. And yes, okay, maybe it's just Monty to get beat up right now, but I think Furia needed to beat somebody up this badly to hopefully, for everybody else's sake, get this event back underway in terms of being contenders.
I think that's totally right.
Beating's never...
There's going to be struggles. We just don't want to see them right now.
Yeah. There we go.
Damn shot.
This chance.
I think they need to remove some of those chairs.
There's never anybody up there anyways.
Yeah, sun's out and everything.
Question is, how do you even get up there? Oh, sure. Well, just caught K27 at his worst moment. Good job, Chev. That's observing.
Yeah.
Kindera tries to chase down Azuu, who's just going to drop utility in front of the arrival, but it's actually Afro to die in the backdrop of that. Azuu wants an upgrade, but little does he know, wallowed away right there to hold it. And so this A site belongs to Furia, as convincingly as Overpass does in its entirety. Oh, hang on. Gives me with the deagle shot. Missed op cover.
Sneaky.
And there we go. A little AK for your efforts.
Take that into the last round of the half, I guess.
Get going, Gizmy. But a 9-2 Furia lead regardless. This is where J-Raz shows us the staircase to get up to the patio.
That totally exists.
Oh, no. Okay. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh. He doesn't tell me how to do my job, so I guess I won't tell him how to do his. The job I could definitely never do is trying to stop the likes of this version of Furia.
Yeah, not jealous of Monty right now.
Not at all.
Looking like just another notch on Furia's belt.
Could have been many teams on the other end of this beating stick tonight, but unfortunately for Monty, they meet the best version of Furia that we have seen in a string of events now. That is your burden to carry, Monty. There we go. All for 6 damage.
What?
I don't know.
What a crazy clear.
Furia's
like that Afro support once again. Just vanishes. He's got to figure something out. God gives me keeping an eye on long, but I've always been concerned about how they're ready to just swing long with their rifles, and a couple of times just straight up lost those duels.
Afro's still hanging on here, no support. Yeah, while the ops on cycle, Yuri gets the freebie of the corner clear. Does queue up Gizmy for the trade back, but now 13 HP.
Wow,
Walkout from K27 to B.
But Rainwaker's going to be watching. K27's assuming that they've already pulled back slightly, and they're going to commit. 20 seconds through a smoke.
Holidoy trying to jump into Pillar, but now he's down to 39 health. A shot on the player Heaven, and now all of a sudden alone. So nicely done here by Monty to hang on to that lower site. They give themselves one more round to work with. It's not a lot, but 3 better than the 2 they just had moments ago.
Yeah, totally. And for the position that they were in, it looked like a smart move out of Furia. There was tons of pressure towards A, but Rainwaker was too smart to move early.
That is still at least one awkward round sprinkled into each of the successful halves from Furia. We saw that time they forgot to plant back on Nuke with the open B site.
It wasn't as bad as that. But
True. Was not. This one does bank on Monty still having players down towards B. But it was one where time forces the issue, and Monty get to slip away with a 3rd CT round win.
their coach kind of looks like Bro, which is kind of funny because he used to play on Monty as well.
I see a bit of James Bardolph in a Zulu. Just putting that one out into the world.
That's insane.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see color either.
He's got to take his glasses off, though. That's the... Good luck, Monty. With all due respect, I think you might need it. Furia did not fly all the way to Astana to lose today.
Molodoy walked here.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
I don't think Molodoy would be able to walk here, actually. I don't. He would go missing on the way. Like,
yeah, true.
He'd be signing autographs for hours.
They'll kill you.
We love you so much.
Yeah, no, it's like Black Friday right now. If you're a popular Counter-Strike player in Astana,
trying to scramble up. Afro dead.
Spotted.
Yep. It's going to allow for this big commitment. There is still one player down on B, a late arrival in Rainwaker. Bomb planted for bathrooms as Dumpster will remain smoked.
I mean, he can definitely win this round now. They're readying up a very slow retake. It's just Monty have to, you know, remember they can't just delay. They also have to fight a little bit.
Nobody in the bomb site found already. Rainwaker, this very late arrival, but
Serato has the only kit. Only
smoke on the bomb. Ah, Rainwaker doesn't get his kill. Gives me will. Rainwaker finds one. They defuse underneath the knife. No way. And on top of that, it is money made. Furia, they go ahead, lock in a CT pistol victory. Rainwaker, supposed to be the hero.
Yeah, the flank definitely could have been a bit better.
But also smoke kit for the bomb. It's kind of the perfect formula to rob that one out of Monty's hands.
Very impressive retakes from Furia in this series.
Zulu in the smoke, trying to find a target with his knife. Also just gets blindsided by the tap out of the USP. So force buy situation here for Monty. Mac 10 at best for a Zulu. But another smoke grenade in front of this Monty pack will cool them off for the time being. Oh, Fallen just interrupts it, walks in. Finds Afro in the backdrop. They tried to return to clear him, but by going back through the smoke, you left the bomb carrier on its own, and that's where K27 shuts it down. Stomped on in the B-bomb site.
He's smiling. He figured out how to transpose that position. turn it into a multi, totally confuse the offense, and have them chasing their tail. That's unfortunate. Two rounds away from glory in this series are Furia.
Yeah, MongolZ still hanging on to that 100 ADR, huh?
He's getting the graphic, man.
Yep.
It's gonna be a beautiful graphic.
14-5 on the first map with a 1.65 rating, only outdone by K27, who was 0.02 ahead of him. Which could be the case here as well. K27 can clean up towards the tail end, but we know who did the heavy lifting here on Overpass. And we know who wants this victory in Astana more than anybody else at the event, and that would easily be MongolZ.
Maybe Dastan.
Yeah, followed by Dastan. But I feel like Dastan's not the kind of guy to get hung up in those sorts of sentimental...
Oh, you don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
For him, it's just a win anywhere.
Yeah. Ooh, and PARIVISION lost.
Oh, yeah.
Reports from the B stream.
I dare you to ask Dastan if he wanted the win.
I don't have the heart. I don't have the heart.
I don't think you have the balls.
Nice fighting. Of course I am wanting this vid. We're due for a good Dastan interview.
Yeah.
Had one at PGL Bucharest, one of the best sit-downs on the analyst desk. We only wanted him for 5 minutes. He sat there for 40.
Yeah.
Dastan decides when the interview's done. Buyback in for Monty, trailing by 9, trailing by a map, trailing by a tier of Counter-Strike versus this Furia. No offense. Champions of Tier 2 try to swing the big dog.
Oh.
And even on the chase versus MongolZ, he's able to turn back around and absolutely stuff a Zulu in the locker. Try again tomorrow, kid.
He's not a rookie anymore, is he?
No, sir. Full year since MongolZ was able to take to the Astana stage to chance of his name. And while the question around those big, heavy pressure moments still resonate, we're not quite there yet. The setup is looking fantastic. Everybody around him as well throughout this game has had their moments. Hell, we were watching Fallen Rifle 4Ks back on Nuke. But as Monty tried to find the solution on Overpass, it feels like this one is just out of their depth. And we knew that the 7-map pool was going to create questions. Not banning Overpass and allowing it to come through made this day all the harder. And if you had hoped on having Nuke in your back pocket, no luxury. K27 from inside Mud activates. He's got a teammate in the corner in Yuri, but he's not even called on him just yet, doing it all on his own. At least the connector kill does go Monty's way. If there's anything in this 2v4 to try to piece together, it is slowly falling apart. Unfortunate BMAS, 4 kills into the game, 15 seconds to the clock, no bomb possession, and a confident CT swing for the victory. Furia take the win on their terms tonight, and they do it in the most convincing of fashions.
Yeah, light work, as they say. Furia just not tested at all by Monty, and you know, for all of the problems that we highlighted with Furia, you can really still see the gulf. You know, like we've tried to sell this as being a potential, you know, banana skin game, right? Like maybe you slip up against Monty, but ultimately, I mean, you can see wry smiles on their face there. They just, the gulf in class was very apparent.
There's this like term that they use in American sports, like "welcome to the league."
Yeah, right.
Someone makes a step up into a high level competition. It's kind of that vibe that you're getting from a game like this one, where this is probably one of the more lopsided group stages games that we've had. And yeah, I mean, just outclassed, unfortunately.
Monty, this is your welcome to the PGL moment.
Yeah,
brought
correct.
to you by Furia.
Yeah, actually,
literally, well done.
That's all I had to.
Was that your contribution?
Yeah. I'll just turn the co-stream on now.
All right, yeah. Put the co-stream in the bag.
Hey, yo, chat.
No, I think that, I mean, we knew going into this that this was going to be a huge uphill battle for Monty, who don't really like to play this map. I thought it was kind of curious in the veto they decided to go and leave Overpass in versus 2025's best Overpass team. and they got punished thoroughly for it. I expect Monty. You know what? Here's the hot take. Okay.
All right.
I think Monty are going to make playoffs.
Oh.
I think Monty are going to make playoffs. I know that this was obviously a really bad look.
I have not seen anything today to.
No, yeah, no. Hey, I don't blame you.
that,
I don't blame you, Mr. Recency Bias
All right,
Andy.
so what team are you
Richie
taking out to
bias.
put them in? Because I think
We'll do this. Dust, you, me. I'm gonna ask Prof and Bleh to make a graphic for tomorrow. We'll put our 8 teams that are gonna make it.
Yeah.
Monty will be on mine to make it to playoffs. Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
We'll mess around.
Let's
with
fire up the graphics.
I mean, they're going to have to certainly step it up. They just didn't do anything here against Furia. And look, obviously, a large part of that is Furia were just playing lights out. Fair enough. But, I mean, you've got to be able to... I mean, there was some rounds
was
that
funny.
were just comical. I mean,
that. This was Benny Hill all day long. The music was playing.
That was
You gotta
laugh
do
out
better.
loud funny. But no, I mean, I think that okay. So to talk about Monty's positives, which we did not find in this map, I still think that their T sides can be pretty tricky. I think on Nuke they just kind of got stun locked by the idea that they needed to play with a little bit more pace or something. Like I felt like when I watched them play coming into this event, I saw them use a lot more discretion. Sometimes they'll start around kind of like 20 seconds into it so that they can kind of beat out the early nades that are thrown by opposing teams. But versus Furia, they kind of ran into absolutely everything that they possibly could run into. I don't think tomorrow is going to be the same. So I think that they're going to get over the jet lag. It's going to be fine. This is a team that they were not really supposed
they're not
to
an NA team. You don't have to make excuses for them.
I'm
bro.
coping for a tier 2 team, okay?
Yeah.
What's happened to me, all right?
I mean, this is the good news for me. Molodoy having a Desmond. He's got a 2-2 rating, and I really want him to have a Astana to remember. Because I think, like, I've noticed this in the community. You tell me if this is a real thing or not. Like, a lot of people have been talking about him like he's already, like, had such a drop-off. Like, he's washed, like... It's so crazy to me that, like, we're talking about the Rookie of the Year. I feel like there's 2 players I think get, like, really too heavily criticized. Wonderful's one, and Molodoy's kind of the other.
I think for me, it's like everyone kind of evolves at a different pace. Some people are phenoms from the start, and they never stop. Donk. Some players take a little bit of time, but eventually they get into a point where they are a true star player, but they just need that little bit of development time. I think Molodoy's like kind of somewhere in the middle, where he came out the gate so fast. I mean, he was from total obscurity. No one really knew who this guy was. He showed up to his first big event, Astana, and he makes the grand final and looks phenomenal doing it. And also just had the swagger to speak to his crowd on the mic, not shy away from it, and just live in the moment. And it's just like, at the end of the day, though, he still has not... He's currently finishing off his first full year of playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike. So, like, you are going to hit some bumps in the road. You are eventually going to meet some challenges where you're going to have to make some adjustments, or you're going to have to, like, maybe learn some new tricks or learn some new, ways that you want to call plays and maybe some new timings. Like, everyone evolves at a different pace, and then eventually you have to kind of work past the roadblocks. And I think that Molodoy is a very talented player. I think that he obviously has had some downtimes this year compared to last, but he can totally bounce back. Like, I think people are being ludicrous if they don't think so.
The way that he played when he was first on Furia was super exciting because he was the best repeaker with the op that I saw of any players, practically speaking. I feel like they sort of took that out of his game this year. Like, they're trying to make him a little bit more disciplined, try to move around a little bit more, take one shot, try to go relocate to find another. I want him to repeak a little bit more than we're seeing lately, but I think that they kind of swung the needle too far in the other direction for him. Yeah. They say, we probably want you to be more disciplined, more like a classic device-style opper, but really his strength was to be more of a battle sort of opper guy. And I think you just need to find a middle ground that works in both the team's favor and his.
You don't always have to polish a diamond.
No.
Probably. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds good. So why don't we take a look at the Swiss bracket and see some of the other results that happened today. Here we are. This is what's been happening over the course of the day. Obviously, we were just in for the short shift, but there was some crazier stuff happening earlier on today. Are we going to talk about Mouz Gentlemates?
Got a little highlight on Fisher College and kind of disastrous for Fisher College, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I've got to say, I'm super psyched that Fisher College are here. I'd love to talk about them at some point. I hope
it's also tough that they're playing with the stand-in. I think that hurt too. Obviously, they're just, don't have the experience playing against European competition in general, and obviously at Tier 1. And then you're having Neilin, a local from Kazakhstan, also in the tournament. So that's really cool. I'll shout the Moon, another Kazakhstan player that's playing over at Magic. They had kind of a tougher one, but be curious to see how they do. But obviously, the big one here is that PARIVISION lost to 9Z, bro. That ain't good.
I was talking about this this with people. I won't say who, but apparently all the players when they've been doing like the interviews and like just talking, chatting backstage, lots of them have been saying 9Z have been crushing it in scrims. Ooh. Now I've heard that a million times in my career, you know, and usually good in scrims, they bomb out of the tournament. But I mean, that bodes pretty well for 9Z. That's a huge win.
It is. I mean, I think that 9Z has a lot of the pieces that they should want in order to be one of the best teams in South America. So to see them actually take down PARIVISION, though, is still exciting. I'm not going to write them off just because of scrim bucks or anything like that. I mean, I think that it's also a case, though, of PARIVISION just... They're so good, and they push the top teams in the world so frequently, but against a team that they just haven't downloaded all the footage or mentally know how to prepare for them as well, then they have so much trouble, weirdly enough.
I just continue to have consistent firepower issues. You know, I mean, I think that the problem for me is that Jame is technically their best fragger on an in-and-out basis most of the time. Zway has trended pretty positive on this team, but some of the others are just incredibly hit or miss, and I think that eventually that is going to catch up to you. I think they have a fun style and they give teams trouble. As you said, they can play up to a high level when they're up against high-level teams, but this happens frequently as well, where they kind of play below standard whenever they're up against competition they should be a heavy favorite against. So it's something that they still have to work out, clearly.
Maybe it doesn't help that Dostan says he wants to replace their players.
Yeah,
probably openly. You know, we like him for it, but I don't know if I would like it if I'm a player.
Yeah, great content, maybe not so good for the harmony of the team.
Right.
Anyway, why don't we take a look at what we got coming up for tomorrow? This, of course, is a PGL event, and you know what that means. You have 2 streams to choose from, so you can pick which game interests you the most. Working backwards, Monty versus Magic. That's going to be a little interesting one.
Monty will humble Magic.
Okay, well, you know, you're still a Monty fan here, despite today's showing. PARIVISION versus Fisher College. That's a nice little reward for PARIVISION there. They should be able to course correct. Aurora versus the Huns, and then K27 versus Gentlemates. I alluded to it briefly. Gentlemates taking a map off Mouz, so they're going to be feeling pretty good going.
I think that's a game that K27 will be able to show a little bit more of themselves, I think, too. Because, I mean, I think, you know, you were right whenever you said Monty was like the best Tier 2 team and probably one of the better, smaller teams at this event. But I really, again, like, I got vibes of watching K27 that reminded me of Passion UA from a couple of years ago when they had, like, Fear and Jakazmo.
So you would invest in them like Fnatic did and just blow up your whole team. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
No, I would not go that far yet. But I'm just saying I think they play a fun style of CS that they're sometimes very proficient at using. So I think that's a game that is a little bit more attainable to see what they're capable of.
Fnatic, the same organization that thought Madden would be a better rifler than BlameF, so, you know, good. Anyway, we won't talk about that. We'll talk about the games that we're going to be talking about tomorrow on the mainstream. This is what we got here. It is, of course, Team Falcons versus 9Z. The tests continue. Because we saw it get a bit spicy there against K27 in that opening game. That's interesting. Furia versus Heroic. That's, again, are Furia going to be able to maintain this level? Big question marks there. The MongolZ versus Team Spirit. That's a banger. They get that one out of the way early. And we really don't know what's going on with Spirit. We saw a great Magic's interview earlier on the broadcast. They're still evolving. And then, of course, Mouz versus G2. I feel that one's a tale as old as time, so...
Classic, modern classic.
Yeah, a modern classic. Yeah.
I love the last one, of course. Team Scrimbucks versus Team Never Shows Full Potential.
Yeah, actually, the impossible call.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking forward to that. Anything jump off the page for you, Dust?
No, I mean, I think we got some great matchups tomorrow. You know, I think obviously the way seeding worked out, we had kind of some lopsided matches, I guess you could say, today. But I think for me, the biggest thing is just learning more about these new teams, learning about what Mouz is doing with Xerxes and Calling and JL and Zelex on the team, learning what Falcons is trying to piece together with Karrigan. I think tomorrow those teams are facing bigger tests that will give us a little bit more intel on kind of where they're at right now. Because I think that's one of the fun things about this event is, A, who's the best of the rest? That's not Vitality. And then it's also, you know, what can we see these new rosters put together in such a quick turnaround? So, just student of the game, looking for more to study.
Let's keep learning.
Yeah, big learners over here.
All right, I'm going to learn how to close the show with you two chuckleheads one day. That's it. We're done. It was a nice short day, but we hope you've had a great time, and we also hope you'll be back tomorrow at the same time for more action here at PGL Astana. Till then, take care.